So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto banished and becomes a sage. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2. Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Inheritance. Eyes. They say that the eyes are windows to the soul. In this case they show a dead one without feeling. Naruto walks down the street, well shuffled. He can't bring himself to care enough to pick up his feet all the way off the ground. His eyes are his and not his at the same time. They have been described as piercing, deep, kind, an open book. This is not correct. Naruto's eyes are pointed at the ground and have been ever since he came back from his fight at the valley at the end. Where Sasuke, his best friend, put a Chidori through his chest. And after the whole thing Sakura. Naruto doesn't even want to think about Sakura. His eyes now can be described as dull, more of a green shade than blue, and dead. He has the look of a dead man. Alive, but dead. Naruto walks through the market on his way home, not something that he would normally do. But he can't bring himself to care. As he passes through, jeers and catcalls are made. Then things go south. People start throwing things. At first it is things like eggs and cabbage, but it quickly upgrades to sharp objects like knives and kunai. They pierce, slice, and cut his skin, but he doesn't even flinch, doesn't make a sound. He just keeps on plodding on towards his apartment. Things don't stop there. One civilian takes his lack of response as a sign of weakness and runs up to him before stabbing him with a chef's knife. Naruto still doesn't respond. Then the crowd descends. Punching, kicking, stabbing, slicing, peeling. Naruto keeps on walking until he physically is unable to. He collapses on the ground and the mob goes in for the kill. Itapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The mob is thrown back, revealing a very bloody Naruto. His clothes are virtually non-existent and he is laying in a pool of his own blood. A silver-haired man in a mask quickly wraps Naruto up in sunshine, body flicker technique, to the hospital. Time skip 12 hours. Konohagakure Hospital. Naruto wakes to the beeping of machinery. It is one he knows very well. Over his lifetime, he has been in the hospital more times than he can count. He moves his head to the side and sees Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill. Welcome back to the world of the living, brat. Naruto doesn't answer. This worries him. Normally Naruto is very energetic and would be opposed to being called a brat. But instead Naruto just turns his head and stares at the wall. Jiraiya sighs. He knows exactly why Naruto is acting like he is. Hey Naruto. How would you like to come with me on a 3-year training trip? Naruto lifts his head and then stares at Jiraiya. Only one thought is going through his head. I want to get away from here. From her. Naruto nods his head, eliciting a smile from Jiraiya. Good. Tsunade Hime has already approved it. When you are released go home and pack, then go to Tsunade's office. Oh, and don't take the market again. Take the rooftops. We don't want another incident like the one that put you in here in the first place. Naruto doesn't give any sign that he heard Jiraiya. But Jiraiya isn't going to baby him. With a wave Jiraiya hops out the window and goes to Tsunade's office. Hokage's office. When Jiraiya arrives, he lands on the window outside the office. He looks in and sees Tsunade talking, more like yelling, at a quivering Sakura. As of this moment, Haruno Sakura, your shinobi license is permanently revoked for conduct unbecoming a shinobi and conspiracy to harm your own teammate. You will no longer be a ninja, train to be a ninja, or attempt to be a ninja. You are a civilian and will remain so for as long as you are in this village. Now get out of my office. Sakura bursts into tears and runs out of the office, not bothering to shut the door. Shuzine walks into the office and closes the door behind her. Was that really necessary? Banishing her forever? Tsunade snorts. Jiraiya, get your ass in here. And use the door next time. She roars at him. It is never a good day for a Kage when he or she has to remove a shinobi license. Jiraiya clambers through the window. It's not my fault that the window has a huge ledge. It's like the founders wanted people to use it. Jiraiya ducks under a chair that he tosses at him and embeds itself in the wall. Anyways, yes, I do think that she doesn't deserve to be called a shinobi anymore. What she pulled is worse than anything I can think of. And to do it to Naruto, who has trust issues and a fragile mind to begin with, just made the decision easier. You realize that people aren't going to be happy about this? The council will try to have her reinstated, Jiraiya states. Tsunade chuckles evilly. The council already isn't happy with me, especially because I put all those who assaulted Naruto to death. Let them try to bring her back. It won't make a difference. The council is my advisor, not my right hand. They aren't supposed to have any power and I'm returning it to the original state. I have been looking for a way to disband the civilian side of the council ever since I took this job. This is a hidden village, not a damn democracy. Changes are coming to the council. Even Danzo isn't going to be much of a factor after I get through with him. Jiraiya nods. This is why his former sensei wanted her even before his death. She knew that she would stand up to the council in ways that he never could. Are you sure that you aren't showing favoritism to Naruto? He is like a brother to you, Shizune questions. Oh, I'm quite sure. You see. The door opens and Anbu steps through. With a low bow he speaks. Excuse the intrusion of Hokage-sama, but the council is requesting an emergency meeting. Tsunade smirks. Those old bastards move quickly when they want to. Very well. Tell Anbu Squad 6, 7 and 8 to report to the council room. Tell them they are not to be detected. The Anbu straightens. As you wish. The door closes. Well, it is time I put this village straight. When do you leave Jiraiya? A few hours after Naruto gets out of the hospital. I checked and he is scheduled to be released anytime. I told him to meet me here. Tsunade nods and stretches. Well, I'm off. Don't let him die, Jiraiya. But that Tsunade leaves with Shizune in tow. Council chambers. Tsunade bursts through the door, silencing the entire room. Before her sits the Shinobi Council, the Civilian Council, and the village elders, split even 12-12-4 and the 3 with her as the deciding vote. Why has this meeting been called? Tsunade demands, not even taking a seat. You have gone too far this time, Tsunade. A faceless woman shouts. We demand that you reinstate Haruno Sakura and put the demon to death. Shouts a porky man. Yes, you must put the Kyuubi incarnate to death for what he did to Uchiha-sama. A very fat man shouts before being severely winded from the outburst. We demand you give reparations for those families you killed. This one comes from a pink-haired woman who looks just like Sakura but older. Tsunade raises an eyebrow. Really? Anbu, kill these men. The heads of the men who shouted second and third are now rolling on the ground. What the hell are you doing? Another faceless and nameless merchant shouts. Tsunade slams her hands on the table, breaking it and silencing the room. Those men broke the Sandame's law, and last time I checked, assaulting and nearly killing a shinobi is punishable by death. As of this moment, the civilian council is disbanded. The room is filled with shouts and threats. The shinobi clan heads just sit there and wait for Tsunade to lose her patience. Anbu. 2 dozen shinobi appear out of the walls, various weapons drawn. The room instantly goes loud with shouts of outrage. Tsunade punches a wall, caving it in, forcing silence in the room. As you may have guessed, I am in command of this village, not you sniveling politicians who hide behind laws to further yourselves to the detriment of others. The council is only an advisory one. You do not hold power, you do not engage in activities behind the Hokage, you do not undermine my authority. I am resuming full command of this village and returning this council to its original purpose. And there is nothing any of you can do about it. From now on, the advisory board will have no power to make decisions. They will be at my beck and call and will answer only to me. Anbu, escort these civilians to Ibiki and Anko. I hear she likes to hear screaming in the morning. Let's see how much information about stabbing me in the back he can get out of them. The ex-civilian council is rounded up, bound, and carried to the interrogation department where Anko and Ibiki are already waiting. Now that is out of the way, does anybody have any problems with my authority? She asks sweetly. The clan heads and the village elders all shake their heads. Good. Does anybody have anything they would like to add to the agenda of the advisory board to discuss? I was wondering when you were going to get rid of those conspirators, Tsun comments. Shikaku lazily speaks up. So what happens now? Are we expected to deal with commerce and civilian matters now? Tsunade shakes her head. As much as I distaste paperwork, most of it will fall on me. You are only an advisory board. I will come to you when I need advice on certain things to proceed, and that is that. Such things will be who makes Chunin and Jonin, but I will ultimately have the say. I will also be relying on a few of you in areas that I have no expertise and experience in, but know your workload will not drastically increase. Oh, and you no longer have as many privileges. Being on this advisory board no longer protects you. You break a law, then you are subject to the consequences. You will retain all clan rights and all that it implies. If there is nothing else, then this meeting is adjourned. Tsunade walks out of the room. Throughout the entire meeting, Danzo said nothing. But under his impassive mask, he is seething. Damn her. She has ruined most of my plans. I must get rid of her before she ruins the rest of them. But she saved me a lot of work when I became Hokage. All I have to do then is just disband the advisory board, which won't be difficult at all, seeing as how they have no power anymore. Danzo leaves the advisory board chambers, unaware of the shadow. Hokage office. Tsunade sits in her chair feeling better than she has in a long time. Jiraiya is still there waiting for Naruto. Then Anbu opens the door. Hokage-sama, Danzo is on the move. We have Tracker Squad 9 on him now. Jiraiya's eyebrow almost gets lost in his hairline. Excellent. Bring me the Jonin instructors, clan heads, and all Anbu squad captains. Without a word, the Anbu disappears. So you were going for it all now? Jiraiya questions. Tsunade nods. Danzo has been plotting for too long. After today I will only have to worry about threats from outside of the village for a while. Hopefully when you and Naruto get back this place will be completely different in how they treat him. That's a lot to ask in 3 years. They have spent the last 13 hating his very existence. It isn't going to happen overnight. I know. But when he gets back, I'm going to reveal his heritage. People should change their minds after that. Oh, and don't leave with Naruto yet. I'm going to be promoting him and telling him who he comes from. This gets Jiraiya worried. Are you sure that's a good idea? He is in a very fragile state as it is. He may not ever trust someone enough to get close to him now. Imagine when you tell him and his mind snaps. He won't be the same. Tsunade shakes her head. He already isn't the same. He will never be the same, as much as I hate to say it. Sakura broke him and I don't know if there is anything in this world that can fix him. So I might as well tell him now before he comes to resent us both for not telling him. Jiraiya fixes her with an intense stare. You had better be right. Because if you aren't, Kushina will kill us again in the next life when we get there, making both of them involuntary shudder. Just then the doors open and Anbu and Jonin enter the room. Good. Now you may already know that I have disbanded the civilian council and made the shinobi council just an advisory board. This gets murmurs from the crowd. Apparently not everyone knew. Anyways, I have one obstacle left before all threats are eliminated. Danzo. Another round of murmurs. Over 10 years ago, the Sandaime Hokage ordered Danzo to disband his private army known as Root. That has not happened. He probably is plotting a way to kill me before I ruin more of his plans. So, I have Squad 9 tracking him right now to his lair. Once we have confirmed the location of the Root base, all Anbu squads and squads made up of Jonin will assault the base. Kakashi Hideki will lead Kurenai, Choza Akimichi, and Hayama Shirakumo. Asuma Saratobi will lead Hamaki Mimura, Yakumo Kurama, and Might Guy. Shikaku Nara will lead Shibi Aburam, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Takuno Kanden. Shikaku, you will be in charge of the operation. A troublesome reaches her ears from the back. Kill all who oppose and if possible, capture Danzo alive. If not, then it is of no consequence. Be on alert from now until we have confirmation. Once we do, you will move 2 hours after that. Be aware that Danzo may try to escape. All shinobi not specified to be in a squad will be posted in the forest to prevent that. Clan heads may use any shinobi you feel are up to the task. That was directed mostly at Hiashi. His clan with the Byakugan will be invaluable in finding Danzo. If there are no questions, then you are all dismissed. Oh, and do not talk about this without a privacy seal. We cannot afford to have any leaks and let Danzo know. The assembled shinobi file out of the room in silence, leaving only Tsunade and Jiraiya. Then a boy of 13 years walks into the room, backpack over his shoulders. Instead of his kill me orange suit, he has on plain black Anbu paints and a t-shirt. Ah, Naruto. I'm glad you made it. Come have a seat over here. Tsunade asks Shizune to close the door while she crosses the room and sits on a couch. Naruto joins her, not bothering to take off his backpack. It is then she gets a good look at him. His most noticeable feature before the change was his eyes. They really stood out from the mess of blonde hair. They are even more noticeable now, but not for any good reasons. Instead of a shade of piercing light blue, they are now dull and dark with a tint of a sickly green color. His eyes hold no emotion, no spark that was there before, no life. How are you doing? She asks softly. No answer. Just stares at the ground. Look at Naruto. I know the last thing you want to talk about is Sakura. He visibly recoils at the name, which is the only indicator that he is indeed listening. About her, but in time you will find that it hurts less over time. Just know that when you are ready to talk about it, Jiraiya and I will always be available to you. Okay. No response of any kind, but she knows he is listening. I'm promoting you to Chunin Naruto. This gets a reaction. He slowly turns his head and looks at her with his soulless eyes. Now Tsunade hates Sakura more than ever. She took the only bit of innocence and whatever was left of his soul when she betrayed him. Naruto doesn't say anything, but he just stares at her as if wondering why. I'm promoting you because 1. The council wouldn't let me, but they are gone so I can do what I want. 2. Because you have fought powerful enemies more than anybody at the Chunin exams and not only survived but beat them. I believe that you of all people deserve this more than anybody. 3. You have taken more punishment, more pain, and more heartbreak than anyone I know, and still you fight. I believe that you will eventually find something to live for again, and when you do, you will be unstoppable. You have great potential and I want to see you fulfill that potential. Now I have something else to tell you now that you are of proper rank. She gets up and walks to a random picture that is hanging up on the wall. She takes the painting off the wall and opens her safe, lay my no. She pulls out a single scroll. She closes the safe and replaces the painting and sits back down on the couch. She is about to open the storage scroll when Jiraiya stops her. Shouldn't you put up a privacy barrier first? I already did. The first thing I did when I got here was to make it so when the door closes it puts up the privacy barrier automatically. Satisfied with the answer, he sits back and hopes this doesn't backfire. She bites her thumb and breaks the blood seal on the scroll. She then extracts 4 scrolls which she hands to Naruto. These are scrolls from your parents. I don't know what is in them so you will have to open them and find out yourself. You should open them here, but I'm not going to force you. Naruto numbly takes the scrolls. He bites his thumb and breaks the blood seal on all 4 at once. He takes one and opens it. This one is a storage scroll. He summons whatever is inside and out pop hundreds if not thousands of scrolls. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes go wide. Holy shit. Jiraiya picks up a scroll and reads it. Uzumaki Kinjutsu, Uzumaki style Kinjutsu. Jiraiya picks up more scrolls. They range from history to clan to forbidden techniques. This looks like the entire library your father and mother had. There must be thousands of scrolls. Naruto, who would have been jumping off the walls at the prospect of learning so much, but this Naruto doesn't react. Instead he ignores the mountain of scrolls and opens the next scroll. This one is a letter. Dear Naruto, I cannot express how sorry I am that I cannot be there right now. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, your mother. I come from the land of whirlpools and have lived in Konoha with your father ever since it was destroyed. First I want to say that I hope you don't hate me. I didn't fight for you enough to stop the Kyuubi being sealed inside of you. I didn't want to, but in the end your father convinced me. I know we condemn you to a life of hardship and hatred, but I know that my son can overcome anything. I have left you my sword and my armor. They are things that get passed down from generation to generation, and now it is your turn. I have also included the entire Uzumaki library. This has everything from our techniques to our history to the secrets of the whirlpools. My job was to protect the library and ensure its survival, so I passed the task on to you, the last Uzumaki. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive your father and I. We have wronged you more than anybody else. Worse is that we left you alone to deal with it. I know the villagers will not see you as the hero you are, but I can hope. Please don't hate us dear, but I will understand if you do. I hope you are healthy and well. Give my regards to Sarutobi if he is still alive or whoever the current Hokage is. I hope you live a long and very happy life. Your loving mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto reads the letter again and again. During this time, Tsunade and Jiraiya have picked up and resealed all the scrolls. Eventually he just rolls it back up and opens the next one. It too is a storage scroll. He unseals the items. Out poofs a sheathed sword and 2 large chests. He opens the first chest. The inside is much larger than the chest has room for. It looks more like a walk-in closet than a chest. Strapped to the walls are hundreds of 3-pronged kunai. Naruto shuts the lid and goes to the second chest. Inside is a set of armor. Each piece is ruby red and very polished. There is a note right on top. This armor is the pride and glory of the Uzumaki clan. It is centuries old and very special. It is semi-sentient and will only allow the current head of the Uzumaki to wear it, all others will be crushed. It will grow or shrink to the body and consists of a breastplate, gauntlets, and greaves. Once on, channel chakra into the breastplate and the full suit will appear. The armor is made from a dragon's scales and hide, making it very flexible and very strong and hard to penetrate, and has the ability to harden or allow more flexibility, depending on the situation and desire of the user. Being semi-sentient, this armor will automatically react to threats. Whether that is to harden the armor or to physically move the user, it will do so if allowed. When not needed, the armor will blend in as normal clothing while maintaining the protection it offers. When the full armor is engaged, a helmet will also appear and completely cover the head, but will not hinder the user's ability to see. Use it well and represent the Uzumaki with pride. Naruto lets the note float from his hand and picks up the breastplate. It is surprisingly light. He puts on the breastplate, the fully gloved gauntlets, and then the greaves that go up to his mid-calves. The instant the greaves are on, Naruto feels a prick on his chest. After a minute or so, the armor visibly shrinks, conforming perfectly to Naruto's body. The breastplate shrinks and elongates so that it covers his stomach and sides. The gauntlets shrink and the fingers grow to accommodate his long and thin fingers. The greaves actually grow a little bigger, wider, and the metal crawls up his leg to just above his knees. Channeling chakra into the breastplate, he activates the full armor. Tsunade and Jiraiya watch as a flash of red starts from the breastplate. As the wave passes over Naruto's body, molten red seeps from the wave and after a second, it solidifies. In less than 10 seconds, Naruto is standing head to foot in shiny red armor. It looks like Naruto is wearing a second skin. Albeit a very shiny and very strong second skin. Naruto is completely amazed, or as much as his current apathetic self will allow. He twists, turns, jumps, performs hand signs. He feels a very small amount of resistance when moving, but not as much as he was expecting. While he can feel the extra weight of the helmet, he can see clear as day, as if he wasn't wearing a helmet. Well, this is cool, he speaks for the first time in a week. But it isn't his normal cheery voice, but a monotone, almost uncaring voice. But it is a step in the right direction. He notices a slight muffle in his voice, like the sound and air are being filtered. Welcome, Master Naruto. Naruto jumps at the unexpected voice. Who are you? Naruto asks permission. I am an imprint suit's first user, Kusaki Uzumaki. The original Kusaki made this suit after defeating a terrifying dragon that attacked Whirlpool many millennia ago. This armor was made from the defeated dragon's scales and skin. The Dragon Clan, ashamed that one of their own would do such a thing, offered themselves as the explicit summons of the wearer of this armor. I can offer help in battle, advice on any number of topics, or just a history lesson. As the guardian of this suit, I have sampled your blood to ensure that you are indeed an Uzumaki, and then read your memories to find out if you are the head Uzumaki. If you had failed, then I would have killed you for putting on this armor. Naruto absorbs this information, but doesn't react to it visibly or verbally. Instead, he cuts the flow of chakra to the breastplate, and the armor withdraws back to just the 3 pieces. Almost instantly, the armor adapts to look like normal clothing. The greaves become red steel-lined boots that go completely up to Naruto's knees, making it impossible to cut his Achilles' tendons, and breaking his knee is much more difficult. The gauntlets become red fingerless gloves that go halfway to his elbows. And the breastplate becomes a red jacket that covers most of the gauntlets. Overall, he finds it acceptable. Before either Jiraiya or Tsunade can stop him, he takes out a kunai and jabs it into the back of his hand. Or that would have happened if the kunai hadn't been stopped about a centimeter from his hand by a layer of very dense and nearly impenetrable chakra. Self-inflicted damage is not recommended. Kusaki drawls. Just checking, Naruto says emotionlessly. He picks up the last item, his mother's sword. He unsheathes it and is almost instantaneously blinded by it. The sword appears to be made almost entirely out of light. He feels a very small percentage, about 5% being pulled into the sword. Brings new meaning to the word lightsaber, Naruto thinks dryly. While he can't look directly at it, he finds that the intensity of the light is directly tied in with how much chakra is flowing into the blade. Apparently the sword had drawn on the chakra the instant it was drawn and drew too much, or didn't realize just how much more potent Naruto's chakra was. Naruto completely withdrew his chakra from the blade and he could finally look at it. He finds his earlier assumption that it was made out of light completely wrong. The katana-style blade is just over 50 inches long with a 10-inch hilt. The blade is long and very light and looks incredibly sharp. He runs his finger along the edge with no pressure added and is rewarded with a cut. But unknown to him, the sword has a second stage. Naruto notices the blood seeping into the blade. Suddenly an explosion of light erupts from the blade, making everyone cover their eyes and looking away. When the light dies down to tolerable levels, he finds that this blade is indeed made completely out of light. But that isn't the most shocking part of all. Standing next to Naruto is a redhead. She is about Naruto's height with waist-length auburn hair. She is thin, but obviously very powerful. Hey Kushina. Tsunade stutters out. Yes, that is my name. Kushina Uzumaki. Before you ask, I am not really here. I am her chakra that has been stored in the sword from my previous uses. I do have her memories from the last time she used me, which was during the Kyuubi attack. Minato was just about to do the sealing when she sheathed me, and I don't know anything after that. How many years has it been? 13, Jiraiya says. Then this must be her son, well my son, as I am her or at least a part of her. Well, I'm here to instruct you in the ways of and in the personal Uzumaki styles. The dragon's talon and the dragon's scales. As you may have guessed, one is offensive and the other is defensive. So you are her. My son. You look a lot like your father, in fact you are almost an exact replica of him. I believe we wanted to call you Naruto, is that what they settled on? Naruto only nods, his soulless eyes on the ground, not able to look her anywhere near her eyes. This gets Kushina to raise an eyebrow. So? How do I ask this? Screw it. What's wrong with him? She points a finger at Naruto while looking at Tsunade and Jiraiya. Usually when someone sees their long-lost mother, they cry and hug. The exact opposite happens to be what Naruto is doing now. Tsunade and Jiraiya sweat drop. Just like her to not move around the niceties and just say it with as much tact as a bulldozer. He has gone through rather big betrayal recently and this is the result. He doesn't want to talk about it, but I'm sure he will open up eventually about it. Kushina puts her hands on his face, wincing herself at his violent recoil. She slowly and gently forces him to look at her. When she does, she instantly wants to murder his betrayer. I knew that the villagers probably wouldn't accept him, but to make someone withdraw into themselves as a defense mechanism means that it was a huge betrayal. While she may not be real or the original Kushina, she still has the same emotions and personality that includes a very strong protective nature. She decides to drop it as he probably won't talk about it now. She lets him go and takes a step back to give him space. Well anyways, I will be teaching you Dragon's Talon and Scales. After that you will create your own style. It can be offensive, defensive, a combination of both, or something completely original. I assume that you, Jiraiya, will be training him at the same time. Jiraiya nods his head. Yeah. I'm taking him out for a 3-year training trip. Mostly it is to get away from this village and its bad memories for him. Then I don't have to tell you that you had better not corrupt my son with your perverted ideas. Because Kami can't and won't help you in the afterlife. To make her threat have a little more impact, she cracks her knuckles. Jiraiya is starting to visibly sweat under the collective glares of Kushina and Tsunade. Of course I won't. How could that thought have even crossed your mind? Kushina's glare only intensifies. I know you were and would have tried to. Or do you not remember when I caught you peeping on me several times as well as Tsunade? I will not have my son grow up to be a perv. Jiraiya can't answer as there is a hole in the wall in his outline with Tsunade's fist extended right where the only geyser was just at. Kushina growls as she turns away from the hole in the wall and faces Naruto once again. Anyways, this sword is a divine object and is centuries older than your armor. Its name has been lost to time, so you may want to look it up if you get a chance. Being a divine object, this sword is made for defending and defeating demons and other hellish creatures. There are other divine weapons as well as demonic weapons. Try to avoid the demonic weapons as they try to take you over and eat your soul. This sword has 3 stages. The first one is a normal metal blade that can be used to battle human weapons. In the second stage, the blade becomes pure light and can be morphed into a number of different styles of blades from a katana to whatever the user desires. While in the second stage, it can cut through most normal metals, but demon steel and a few others found here will repel it. The third stage is something you are going to have to unlock yourself. I cannot tell you. Now, once Jiraiya gets back in here, we can discuss who gets Naruto at what time. Said pervert clambers through the me-sized hole in the wall. Naruto tunes out the conversation. He doesn't really care about how he spends his time, just as long as they do it outside of the city. Getting bored, Naruto picks up the last and final scroll. Dear Naruto, my son. My name is Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, and the reason for your torment. I am the one who came up with the idea of sealing the Kyuubi no Yoko in you and performed the sealing, giving my soul in exchange for the village. I know that they will not do as a request and treat you like a hero like your mother and I want to, but I have no choice as the Hokage. I won't ask for your forgiveness, I do not deserve it, but I do ask for your understanding. The seal Shinigami put on you is the Shikifujin, dead demon-consuming seal. You may have noticed by now that your chakra is a bit more potent than other shinobi. This is due to the fact that Kushina was 2 months pregnant when I sealed the Kyuubi into you. Because the seal allows a very small amount of the Kyuubi's very potent chakra to mix with your still developing chakra network and alters your own chakra on the most basic level. You have either pure or Yauki chakra mix running through your body, making your techniques very powerful with just a fraction of the chakra that it normally takes. I have included the entire Namikaze library along with the rest of my 3-pronged kunai that are used for the Hiraishin no Jutsu. I don't know if you will be able to learn it, but I hope you do and carry on the legacy. Included in the library are the blueprints and my notes on the Rasengan and Hiraishin no Jutsu. I cannot begin to describe how sorry I am that I forced such a terrible fate on you. I can only hope that your mother raised you to be a fine young man and that you are able to find peace and someone to love and love you in return. I must go now. The alarms are sounding, meaning that Kyuubi is only a half-hour away and I must prepare the seal. Goodbye and I love you. Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage. P.S. Don't get mad with the current Hokage about not telling you about me. I left specific instructions that you are only to be told when you turn 16 or you make the rank of Chunin. I had many enemies that I know would take revenge for what I did out on you, my only heir. Naruto looks up and rolls the scroll up and tosses it on top of the other 3 scrolls. All 3 adults are watching him closely, not knowing what his reaction is going to be. When do we leave? His voice doesn't hold one bit of interest, making the others recoil at the very dead tone and look he is giving off. As soon as you're ready. If you want to leave the 2 letters here with Tsunade Haim, I'm sure she won't have a problem with that. You can seal up Kushina's sword or carry it with you, either is fine. By the time Jiraiya is finished speaking, Naruto is done. He had sealed up the 2 chests and tossed the 2 letters to Tsunade. He straps the katana sheath onto his waist and places the 2 storage scrolls in his bag and is at the door waiting for Jiraiya. He sheathes the sword and Kushina disappears back into the sword. Jiraiya stands and heads for the door before Tsunade stops them both from leaving. Wait. She rushes over to Naruto and gives him a huge hug, but careful not to crush him. Jiraiya gets a small nosebleed when he realizes Naruto's face is in the valley between her mountains of flesh. When she breaks the hug, she leans over to look him in the eye, unintentionally giving Naruto a good look at her breasts, while Jiraiya is moving around behind Naruto trying to get a good look. Not that Naruto is looking or even noticing. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for Sakura. Naruto flinches at the name. What she did to you? You should know that I revoked her shinobi license and she can no longer be a ninja in this village unless you want her to be. Sasuke will have his license revoked as well and he will never be able to leave the village. Jiraiya is going to seal his chakra too. Naruto shrugs. The bitch can have it back for all I care. I don't intend on seeing her ever again if I can help it. Just don't have the two of us on the same team. Ever. She can burn in the 7 circles of hell for all I care. As for Sasuke, I couldn't care less. Tsunade is shocked at his statement but can hardly blame him. Okay, I'll reinstate her, but let her know that you didn't do it out of the kindness of your heart and that she means nothing to you now. Listen. Have a good trip and break from this town. When you get back I will see if you have the skills to be a hunter so that you don't have to stay in the city all that often, okay? Naruto nods. That's perfect. Naruto just turns from her. Naruto. One more thing. Naruto turns back. This was not your doing. You have no fault in how this turned out. She took advantage of your loneliness and used it against you. You didn't see how she was acting because you have never had a relationship like that. You don't know that a relationship is based on mutual trust and respect. They are to blame, not you. I don't want you hating yourself for something you didn't know to look for. Okay. Naruto doesn't answer. She hopes that he is listening. After a few seconds Naruto shakes his head and walks out the door, not bothering to shut it. Tsunade looks at the open door. Bring him back, Jiraiya. I don't know what I would do if I lost him too. Don't worry. When we return, we won't hardly recognize him. Chapter 2. Sakura's Sin. 1 year ago Genin squad assignment day. Sakura is sitting on a bench, pouting. She had Sasuke-eyed in front of her when he just ran off. Damn it. That was my chance and I blew it. She rages in her mind. Hell yeah you did. Just tie him up next time and jump him for Kami's sake. He inner self berates her. She is about to reply when said emo king walks by. SH Norm. Inner Sakura yells, making Sakura's head swim for a second. Sakura makes a whimper as he walks past, not able to do anything but sit there, marveling at his mere presence. Sasuke, who heard the whimper, turns his head slightly to the side and sees her just sitting there with a massive blush on her face. In an act of a miracle Sasuke actually sits beside her. Hey Sakura, you like me right? He asks as if he doesn't know. Sakura's blush intensifies tenfold. Why yeah, she manages to stutter. Well, I was thinking. Would you do something for me if I promised to go on a date with you? Sakura nearly faints. She fights to keep the black spots that block her vision from overtaking her. Sure. Time skips 6 hours. Sakura walks along the street, feeling very nervous. She had just left the meeting with Kakashi on top of the academy. As soon as the meeting had ended she ran from the roof before anyone could stop her. Hey Sakura-chan, a familiar voice comes from behind her. She turns around and lo and behold, there is the object of her nervousness and reason for leaving the meeting so quickly. Naruto walks up to her. Are you okay? You seem a little distracted at the meeting. Sakura does her best to act like she is appreciative, but is failing badly. Lucky for her, Naruto has had so little experience with people that he misses it completely. I'm fine. Thanks. The last part is so quiet that Naruto doesn't even hear it. Well, since you're feeling okay I was wondering if you would like to go and get some ramen with me. Bile rises up in her throat at the thought of eating that vile calorie-loaded excuse for a food, especially with Naruto. The reflex to shoot him down immediately swells in her veins, making her mouth open before her brain kicks in and she remembers her conversation with Sasuke. Flashback. You want me to do what? She asks. As I said I want you to go out with Naruto for a while until I say it's enough. I'm not saying that you have to kiss him or anything but just spend time with him. Sakura is silent as she thinks. Well, I do want a date with Sasuke, but Naruto is gross. I bet he doesn't even take showers judging from the smell. Little does she know that he can't take showers because he gets the water turned off every time he goes to his apartment. He only washes in the nearby river and he can't use soap or shampoo or he will kill the fish and other water creatures. But I really want to go on a date and then rub it in Ino Pig's face. I guess I can do that. Sasuke smirks. Good. Now while you are with Naruto, you can't shout how much better I am than he is or try to talk to me every chance you get. But you definitely can't talk about our deal with anyone or Naruto may find out. This is just between you and me. Just be a normal girlfriend to him minus the kissing part if you want. Sakura nods her head. She can do that. Then flashback. Hello? Konoha to Sakura. Sakura shakes her head free of the memory. Sure. I'll go to lunch with you, but can we eat something else? Naruto is stunned. Not once has she accepted a request to go on, for all intents and purposes, a date. Naruto quickly shakes that off. Sure, but there aren't many places that I'm allowed to go into. So what would you like to eat? Well, if you wouldn't prank people so much then people wouldn't mind so much. She is blissfully unaware that his pranks have nothing to do with why he is banned from so many places. How about sushi? Sushi is her favorite food and eats it as often as she can. Sure. I don't know any places around here. Naruto rubs his head in embarrassment. Sakura sighs and very hesitantly grabs Naruto's wrist before dragging him down the street. Time skip 4 months. Over the next few months after that first date, Sakura goes on many dates with Naruto. Not once have they gone out to Ichiraku's ramen, but to places that she likes and always makes Naruto pay and always orders the most expensive items. Naruto, however, doesn't seem to mind. In fact, people who knew him would say that this is the happiest they have ever seen him. Finally, he has someone to listen to him and pay attention to him. Currently, Sakura and Naruto are at her favorite sushi restaurant again for the 5th time. Naruto is always polite and very courteous, asking if there was anything he could get her or if she needs anything. Right now Naruto is telling her one of his pranking stories. Sakura-chan? He asks. Was her response. She has been staring off into space, nibbling in a rolled piece of fish on a fork. He's zoned out again. Oh, sorry, was the quiet response. Truly though, she wasn't the least bit sorry. All he talks about is some news that he saw or one of his pranks. Why can't he just shut up for once? How much longer am I going to have to put up with this before Sasuke's and my date? Naruto, however, has no idea what is going on inside her head. He takes a deep breath before calming his frayed nerves. Truth be told, he has been extra jittery today because of something he wants to ask her. Hey, Sakura-chan. I have been wondering if you would like to be my girlfriend. He says the end really quickly and recoils, expecting to get hit. Sakura, for her part, had been daydreaming about her date with Sasuke and was brought out of her wonderful dream by the last part of his sentence. What? She asks forcefully. Naruto cringes at the tone but gathers his courage. I was wondering if you would like to be my girlfriend. Sakura can't believe her ears. Sure, Sasuke had said for a while, but damn it. He didn't say anything about becoming his girlfriend. She decides to go ahead and accept his offer because she can always just dump him. She tells herself that the next chance she gets is going to ask him about it, and he says okay to stop, she will dump him immediately. Sure, Naruto. Kun. She has to fight down the wave of nausea when she says kun along with Naruto's name. She only succeeds because she keeps telling herself that it is all to get Sasuke, that this is just a means to an end. Naruto leaps up and scoops Sakura in an enormous hug. Again she fights down a wave of bile at his stench. She imagines that these arms are Sasuke's and immediately relaxes into them, even putting her arms around Naruto. Naruto lets go of her and smiles his biggest smile. On the inside, Naruto is struggling to contain his excitement. He is happier than he has ever been. Someone has accepted him for who he is. He takes her hand and tosses the cash on the table and leads her out of the restaurant, noticing the very big flinch when he touches her hand, but writes it off as her not being used to contact. Time skip 4 months. Sakura sits in the lap of her 4-month boyfriend. Not that she wants to. It had taken her 3 months to just get this far. Since becoming his girlfriend, she too has been shunned by the populace of Konoha, believing her to be a demon bitch or a demon whore. More than once, Naruto has gotten into brawls over someone calling Sakura a whore and a slut. She has been banned from half the restaurants in the city as well as her family. When asked about dating the demon, she told her parents that she was dating him, but only at Sasuke's request. Being the Uchiha lovers they are, they immediately praised Sakura for getting one step closer to having his children. She has also learned more about Naruto himself. Besides writing off being called a demon because of his pranks, she went to his apartment and saw that it was absolutely disgusting. Pieces of wood on the walls and ceiling were rotten and collapsed, the floor had numerous holes in it, making you watch where you had to step, the refrigerator was broken, and the water was the dirtiest she has ever seen. It was almost black in color. She immediately left the apartment, not able to stand the smell of rotting wood and the gas given off by the termites in the walls and wood. Naruto chased after her, but stopped after he got to his stairs as she had already rounded the corner, racing to her home to take a shower. Naruto recalls the conversation that he had with Choji and Shikamaru a few weeks back. Flashback: Naruto is walking down the street, hands in his pockets, whistling some off-tune song. He hears someone call his name from behind. He turns and finds Shikamaru and Choji walking up to him. Hey guys. What's up? Naruto asks. Are you busy? We have something troublesome that we need to talk to you about, Shikamaru says in his lazy voice. Sure, I have nothing to do. I have to meet Sakura in 2 hours for a date, but other than that I'm free as a bird. Shikamaru mutters something troublesome before motioning Naruto and Choji to follow. After a few minutes walk, they enter training ground 4. It is mostly a thin forest with small animals. Teams come here to train their tracking abilities. So what's up? Naruto, have you noticed anything odd about Sakura? Shikamaru asks. He lays on the ground and watches the clouds go past through the holes in the canopy above them. What do you mean? Naruto asks guardedly. Lunch, what he means is, have you noticed any strange behavior from her? Choji asks between breaks while eating his chips. No. Why? What's this about? Shikamaru sighs. As troublesome as it is, we want to let you know that we think Sakura isn't genuine in wanting to go out with you. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto shouts, making the birds above them take flight from the sudden noise. Look Munch, don't take the Munch wrong way. She is a great person, but she doesn't act like she wants to be with you. Did you notice her sudden attitude change 8 months ago when she first said yes to going out with you on a date? She doesn't bother Sasuke anymore, she doesn't go mouthing off about how great he is, she doesn't defend him when someone else besides you insults him, and she doesn't fight over him with Ino. What prompted her to have a complete change of heart in a few minutes? I think that it is because she doesn't really want to be with you. Look Munch, she doesn't act like a normal girlfriend. She flinches whenever you grab her hand, when you hug her, she tenses up a lot and then relaxes, she berates you all the time, she hits you twice as much as in the academy. Have you ever gone to a Munch place that you wanted to eat? Well no, but I don't have a problem with that. Has she even kissed you? Does she tell you that she likes you or gave you a present or given you any type of moral or emotional support? I see her forced smiles, the strain in her voice when she uses the kun at the end of your name. She stands as far away from you as possible without drawing attention to herself. She uses every excuse she can think of to get away from you. She doesn't enjoy spending time with you from the pained look on her face every time you hug her. Well, we haven't kissed. She said she wants to save that for a special occasion. I don't care about the rest of that. All I care about is that she pays attention to me. She listens to me, spends time with me. That's more than I can say with 99% of the people in this village. Naruto, we just want to keep you from being hurt. Sakura isn't the kind of person who doesn't change who she is in a matter of hours without something drastic happening that we would have heard about. Naruto lowers his eyes so that his bangs cover his face. When he looks up, his eyes are shining in anger. I don't care about the way she acts or what you think about what she would or wouldn't do. She is my girlfriend and I trust her more than anyone. She is the first person to accept me like I am enough to go out with me. Do you know what it feels like to not have a friend until you were 9? Do you know what it feels like to not know who your parents are? To wonder if they ever loved you? If they thought I wasn't worthy of them? Do you know what it is like to go home to an empty, rundown apartment night after night? When I can't own anything of value because the moment I do have something, it gets stolen or my apartment gets burned down again. When I'm with Sakura, I don't have a care in the world. She completes me. I can't imagine what I would do without her. Now Shikamaru and Choji get really worried. Sakura has Naruto wrapped around her finger and they can only hope that she chooses the right path because if not, there's no telling what Naruto would do. Then flashback, Naruto is waiting for Sakura outside her house so they can go to a team meeting together. Naruto turns as Sakura exits her house and is about to sneak around the side and avoid Naruto when he spots her. What are you doing, Sakura-chan? He asks in his normal happy self. Sakura looks at him like a deer in headlights. She looks away quickly and curses her luck at getting caught. I dropped something. Out the window. Yeah, I was sitting next to this window when I knocked something off and I was going to look as I left the house. She commends herself on thinking up something so quickly. But she soon realizes that it is the wrong thing to come up with. Naruto is immediately over her fence and on his knees looking for the dropped object. Sakura stands up and just lets Naruto do the dirty work. She contemplates leaving him here, but it would just make things harder for her later on. I can't find it. What was it again? He asks. She rolls her eyes. Can he get any dumber? Don't worry about it. We need to get to the meeting. Sakura doesn't wait for Naruto and she immediately starts walking down the street. She hears Naruto run up beside her and before she can stop him, he grabs her hand and holds it as they walk down the street. Hey, Sakura-chan. I never told you this, but Shikamaru and Choji had a talk with me a few weeks ago about you. Sakura's heart stops. Inside she is freaking out. What the hell were they talking about? Why would they talk to him about me? I've done nothing about that. Shut the hell up and listen and you will probably find out. Inner yells at outer. They said that they think you aren't genuine as they put it in wanting to be with me. They kept saying that you did things that girlfriends don't usually do, but I don't care about those things. I like you because those things make you unique. I told them that I don't care about what you do as long as you want to be with me. You don't? Naruto is leaving himself on a diving board over a deep pool with no water. Sakura for her part is shocked at his words. He likes her because of the things she does to minimize her time and contact with him. Naruto, you really are an idiot. She is too shallow to realize the meaning behind it. Time skipped 2 months. Sakura is walking down the street having just gotten rid of Naruto at his apartment. Naruto had taken to kissing her on the cheek, making her involuntarily cringe every time. She sighs as she walks to her house for a scrub down to get his germs off of her skin. She walks past the main gates and takes a left and walks further down. Usually she doesn't take this route, but for some reason she feels compelled to tonight. As she walks she spots a boy with black hair and a backpack walking towards the main gate. Wait, why is Sasuke here? The Uchiha compound is on the other side of Konoha. And why does he have a backpack? Sasuke-kun. She calls out. Said Uchiha stops in his tracks and a smirk comes over his face. Hello, Sakura. She approaches him and jumps up happily. What's the backpack for Sasuke-kun? I'm leaving. Simple as that. Sakura's proverbial bubble fluctuates, being poked at by Sasuke on the outside. What? What about our deal? Sasuke tilts his head back and laughs, a very creepy and evil laugh. Did you honestly think that I would actually go on a date with a weakling like you? You aren't worth me spending any extra time with you, much less eating a meal I won't like in a place that I definitely won't like. Now Sakura's bubble bursts. She falls to the ground, crushed. Why? Why would you make the deal then? She manages through a torrent of tears. Sasuke chuckles again. Because I wanted Naruto to get close to you. But that he knocks her on the back of the neck and just leaves her lying on the dirty ground as he jumps over a low section of wall and out into the forest. Time skip 5 hours. Naruto stands with Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, Neji, and Kiba at the gates. They had just arrived to go after Sasuke. They turn to leave when a sobbing and dirty Sakura stops them. Go on ahead guys. I need to talk with her for a few minutes. Shikamaru gets a bad feeling in his stomach but nods anyway and the four jump away towards a Togakure. What's the matter with Sakura-chan? Naruto hugs her to calm her down but she pushes him away. Bring him back. Bring back my Sasuke-kun. Naruto blinks for a second. Her Sasuke. What? What do you mean? She looks up, her eyes red and puffy. She grabs his collar and shakes him violently. Promise me you will bring him back. She snarls at him. Naruto, not really knowing what to do, just nods. Okay. I promise to bring him back. I have to go now. Naruto tries to hug her, but she fights him off and shouts for him to go. Now really confused Naruto jumps off after his squad mates and forces his confusion to the back of his mind until after the mission. Time skip 2 hours. Sasuke and Naruto stand on opposite statues at the valley at the end. So you came? How's Sakura? Sasuke asks without turning around. That's none of your damn business. Under orders of the Hokage, you are to go back to the village immediately. Sasuke laughs. And you think you can make me? I'll bring you back even if I have to break every bone in your body. Sasuke turns around and finally faces Naruto. Then show me. Sasuke jumps across the gap and charges Naruto, Sharingan blazing. Sasuke launches a roundhouse at Naruto's head, intent on making this a quick fight. But Naruto ducks under it and uses an uppercut aimed at Sasuke's chin. He sees this however and moves to the side, making Naruto miss and leaving him wide open. So, how's Sakura doing after I left her in the dirt? Naruto's blood starts to boil. What the hell did you do to her? Naruto's anger makes him faster and stronger. He avoids a back fist aimed for his face and punches Sasuke in the chest, making him take a couple of steps back. I didn't do anything. I asked her a favor almost a year ago, and she ran with it. Sasuke does a front kick. He then presses the attack with Taijutsu, since Naruto's poor excuse for Taijutsu isn't his weakest category, but it is abysmal at best and non-existent at worst. Sasuke forces Naruto back before kicking Naruto in the side of the leg, forcing him to one knee. Sasuke then brings his other knee right into Naruto's face. The impact shatters Naruto's chin in 3 places. Naruto hits the ground and lies there, waiting for Kyuubi to heal his injuries. You see, dope, Sakura only dated you because I asked her to. This whole time she has been faking and you didn't pick up on it at all. In fact, you defended her. Naruto, having his jaw fixed, lets out a low growl. Suddenly a red layer of chakra envelopes Naruto. Before Sasuke can even lift a finger, he has a fist in his gut. Spit flies out of Sasuke's mouth and hits Naruto's external chakra. It hisses as it evaporates. Shut up. Sakura-chan would never do that. Naruto continues to beat the stuffing out of Naruto. Suddenly Sasuke can't see Naruto's actions before they happen. Finally. My Sharingan must have matured. This dope stands no chance now. Sasuke intercepted Naruto's punch and backhanded Naruto, forcing him away. Naruto rushes Sasuke once he recovers, but with his new Sharingan, Naruto doesn't stand a chance and is getting beat pretty badly. Why can't I beat him? I can't fail Sakura-chan. I won't. I need more power. Out of the chakra cloud, a tail pops out. Naruto's fingers are claws and his eyes are slitted. A pair of ears on top of the chakra shield gives him the distinct look of an animal. I will bring you back. Naruto disappears and Sasuke finds a foot in his stomach. As he flies back, he falls off the edge and splashes into the reservoir. Naruto follows him down, but uses chakra to stand on the water, making it steam and partly cloud his vision. Naruto looks around and a bubbling a few feet away alerts him to something. Suddenly a burst of flames comes from the water aimed right at him. Naruto doesn't make any attempt to dodge and is engulfed in the flames. Sasuke climbs on top of the water painting. Stupid dope. Can't even dodge a fireball. He is about to leave when the fire dies down, leaving an untouched Naruto. What? How? Instead of answering, let out a primal roar. It is so loud that it makes Sasuke a little lightheaded from his inner ear being disrupted. Deciding he needs more, he activates the first level of the curse mark. "Let's go dope," was all he said before blurring away. Unfortunately for Sasuke, with Naruto's Kyuubi enhanced eyes and speed, he can easily keep up. With a massive swing of his hand sideways, he lets loose several horizontal waves of chakra slashes right at Sasuke. Shit. Was all he could think before allowing himself to sink underneath the surface of the water. Naruto looks around and hears a sound behind him. Chidori. 1000 birds. Naruto moves to the left and finds the tips of Sasuke's right hand through his right shoulder. If he hadn't moved, it would have been his heart. With a howl of pain that nearly makes Sasuke deaf, Naruto grabs Sasuke's fingers and doesn't allow him to move. Sasuke yells in pain as the violent chakra burns his fingers. It only gets worse when Naruto wraps his tail around Sasuke's chest, burning completely through his clothes and burning his skin. After about a minute, Naruto flings Sasuke to dry ground while the hole in his shoulder heals. Sasuke struggles to get up after receiving the worst burning of his life. Blackened skin now scars his chest. As Naruto reaches the shore, he glares at Sasuke. "More. I need more. If the damn dope can beat me, I won't stand a chance. More. More. More." Sasuke's body erupts in purple chakra, completely encasing his body. A diamond of darker skin now resides over his nose, while his skin is just a few shades lighter. He also has a pair of very creepy hand-looking wings. Ahahahaha. The power. With this power, I can easily defeat Itachi. Now, dope. You're in my way. Sasuke blurs away again, but this time Naruto just barely keeps up. A right hook to Naruto's face sends him back out on the water. Sasuke doesn't let up. He connects with a right kick to Naruto's ribs that would have broken them had he not had the chakra shield. Naruto slides across the water and right himself before giving a massive roar and charging Sasuke, who just stands there, Sharingan spinning wildly. Naruto slashes at Sasuke, who sidesteps them and kicks Naruto in the chest, sending him away. But Naruto isn't going down alone. When Sasuke kicked him, he wrapped his tail around the left leg that was still on the water, and when he was kicked back, Sasuke followed him. Naruto lands on all four limbs and elongates his tail, making it several dozen times longer than normal. He keeps Sasuke suspended in the air, all the while burning his leg. He attempts to right himself with his wings, but the hold on his leg intensifies as well as the burns. Naruto then lets out a massive roar and slams Sasuke into the ravine walls. Again. And again. And again. On his 12th time smashing Sasuke, he drags him along the wall, leg first followed very quickly by his chest and face. With one last whip of his tail, he flicks Sasuke into the wall on the other side of the lake. Sasuke slides down the wall and slumps against the wall, barely conscious. Even with LV2 activated and makes his skin harder, it is no match for repeated smashes and drags. Naruto pounces up to where Sasuke is. Seeing his grievous injuries and that he is barely conscious, Naruto's chakra cloak drops, leaving him severely tired, burned, and depleted. He limps up to Sasuke, who has lost his LV2 and is back to his normal self. Naruto is a few inches from picking Sasuke up to carry him back when Sasuke's arm glows. It gets brighter and brighter, and Naruto wonders what the hell is going on. Suddenly Sasuke's eyes snap open. Chidori. Naruto is too tired and slow to dodge it completely. Naruto finds Sasuke's hand in his chest again. But Naruto isn't going to back down. He takes his left hand, the only hand he can use, since Sasuke's Chidori is messing with the nerves in his right side, and chokes Sasuke. His hand closes around the vein and artery on both sides of his neck, and Sasuke instantly starts to feel lightheaded. After 10 seconds of Naruto squeezing, Sasuke loses consciousness. His arm slumps out of Naruto's chest and allows the wound to begin healing. Combined with the previous injury from the Chidori, Naruto has a huge hole in the right side of his chest. Technically, he shouldn't even be alive, much less standing. Naruto signs and grips Sasuke with his left hand as hard as he can and jumps out of the Valley of the End and begins his long trek back to Konoha. After 10 minutes of walking, Kakashi jumps in front of him. Seeing Sasuke in his condition, he freaks out. "What the hell did you do? How could you do this to your own teammate?" he shouts. Naruto rolls his eyes. He is tired of Kakashi's favoritism towards the Uchiha, but is too tired to do anything about it. "Take him to the hospital. I'll catch up." Kakashi immediately takes Sasuke and shunshuns towards Konoha. Well, one problem solved. Now I just have to get back. Naruto walks for a good half hour before medics arrive. Naruto gratefully lays down on the stretcher and allows darkness to claim him. A faint smile is seen on his lips. He completed the mission and kept his promise to Sakura. Time skipped 6 hours. Konoha Main Hospital. Naruto wakes to a pain alternating between sharp and dull in his chest. He forces his eyes open. He is staring at a blank ceiling. He tilts his head to the right and sees his chest wrapped in a massive bandage and an IV lodged in his right arm. "Ah, Naruto, you're awake," a voice calls. Naruto turns to the other side and sees Tsunade sitting next to his bed, reading glasses on with a book in her hand. "What? What happened? You stopped Sasuke from leaving the village. During the fight you took a couple of high-rank assassination techniques to the chest. On top of that, you used the Kyuubi's chakra for an extended period of time, which left your coils burnt out and chakra burns all over your body. The hole in your chest was closing when you arrived here and isn't quite finished healing. You will have to stay here for a few days to gain your strength back and for observation." She is expecting Naruto to fight her on this like every other time, but he oddly doesn't. "Where is Sakura-chan?" Tsunade frowns. She hasn't left Sasuke's room once since you got back. She hasn't asked about your condition." She watches Naruto's reaction. "How is Sasuke?" he asks quietly. "You did a number on him. All his ribs are broken, he has a very severe concussion, a punctured left lung, severe burns across his chest and left leg, severe chakra exhaustion, and somehow fractured tailbone." Naruto looks down. "So he is pretty hurt." The guilt in his voice can't get any thicker. Tsunade sighs. "This always happens to people who are forced to fight each other like that who have been on the same team. You did what you had to. You didn't kill him and should make a full recovery with a scar over the burned sections of his chest. You showed a lot of restraint when using the Kyuubi's chakra. Most people lose control while using a Bijuu's chakra like that." Naruto nods. Tsunade can only guess as to his line of thinking. "Can I go and see him?" Tsunade looks at him over her glasses. She has a feeling on why he wants to go and see him is not for him, but the person who has yet to leave his room. "Sure. I don't see why not. Just be careful. You should also visit the rest of your team. They are all on the same floor as you. Sasuke is in room 205 down the hall to the left." "Thanks, Ba-chan." Naruto gets up very slowly as his right side is still very sore. With Tsunade's help, he shuffles out the door with her right behind him on her way back to her office across town. He reaches Sasuke's room. Tsunade puts a hand on his shoulder in support and walks past him. He opens the door and doesn't get 2 steps inside before he is punched in the face so hard he flies into the wall. He looks up and sees a seething Sakura over him. What was that for?" he asks. You did this to him and you have the gall to ask what you did," she says with as much venom as she can while pointing at Sasuke's form. "I did what I had to. He wouldn't come back with me so I fought him to complete the mission and to keep my promise to you. You didn't have to put him into a coma." Naruto is starting to get mad. "What the hell was I supposed to do? He put 2 holes in my chest. He was trying to kill me. That is no excuse to do that to my Sasuke-kun." "Wait. You're Sasuke? What the hell? You're my girlfriend. You're supposed to be on my side when someone like the Hokage gives me an order to bring him back forcibly." Sakura gives a dark chuckle. "Your girlfriend, huh? Well, sorry to. You know what? I'm not sorry to say this. I never wanted to be your girlfriend. I never liked you. I hate spending time with you. You smell like a pig, you don't shut up, you have the filthiest place I have ever seen. You can't compare to someone like Sasuke-kun. The only reason I went out on a date with you is so I could go on a date with him. And when he left he said he would never go out with me, so why should I keep pretending to be your girlfriend?" Naruto just stares at her. His brain is trying to comprehend the meaning behind her words. "But what about?" He doesn't get a chance to finish. "I never enjoyed your company. I could barely stomach it. Every time you touched me I had to fight to keep my foot down. I flinched every time you took my hand. When we hugged, I only took it because I imagined that you were Sasuke. You make me sick. Did you never notice how I would always pick the most expensive things on our dates? Did you not notice how I would always find an excuse to get away or how I would put as much distance between us as possible? Kami, you are the dumbest person I know. And then you hurt my Sasuke-kun. I never want to see your face again. If I do then I will kill you with my bare hands." Naruto his whole time is dumbstruck. Neither notice that his chest is now crimson with his blood from the gaping hole still there. What's worse is that the door is still wide open, allowing the entire floor to hear her rant. Just as she finishes, Naruto collapses. His mind is unable to deal with the stress. Sakura is contemplating throwing him out the window when Tsunade bursts into the room. She looks from Naruto on the ground unconscious to the very fresh bruise on his face and the blood-soaked bandages, then to Sakura, who is flushed after her little speech. Tsunade wants to rip into her, but she has more pressing things to deal with. She picks Naruto up and faces the door where she stops for a second. "You better not leave this room, Haruno. You and I are going to have a discussion after he is stabilized." And with that she leaves the room, leaving Sakura to poke her head out the door at the retreating form of the Hokage. When she looks the other way, she sees most of her class and a few of the others glaring at her. "What?" she asks. Shikamaru gets up and gets an inch from her face, his own reflecting pure barely contained rage. How dare you do that to Naruto? Hasn't he had enough suffering in one lifetime that you have to rip his heart out of his chest and rip it into 1,000 pieces? I don't. She starts before being cut off by a now red-faced Shikamaru. Fucking shut up. You fucking cunt bag. You don't realize what you have done to him. You are so blinded by your crush that you just trampled on one of the greatest heroes that this village has ever known. The whole group is stunned by his outburst. Shikamaru never has done this in his life. Not once has he ever raised his voice. But he doesn't stop with that. He is like an avalanche. He is on a roll and there is nothing anybody can do to stop him. You remember your mission to Waves, right? You remember what he yelled at Inari, right? Well, guess what? Everything that happened to him in the past was nothing compared to what you did. After all the shit this village put him through, he still put a smile on. He still laughed and made jokes and tried to make our lives a little happier on his own. You, however, had no regard for him and you took advantage of his need for attention and love and you ripped him to shreds. You had better hope that he is okay or else this village won't be enough to save you from my wrath. But that Shikamaru turns on his heels and is about to storm away when he stops and turns back to slap her in the face. Hard. So hard that it leaves his hand stinging and an enormous red mark on her face. Then he turns and leaves, not once looking back. One by one, her friends all follow his example, sending glare after glare and calls like bitch and backstabber as they pass. After they leave, the gravity of what she did hit her. She collapses to the ground and cries in self-pity for herself. Chapter 3. Discovery. Just outside of Konohagakure no Sado, Naruto is walking behind Jiraiya, not really paying attention to where his feet are taking him. He is just relieved to get out of that kami-forsaken village. But he isn't paying attention at all, just numbly walking along not really thinking, and yes, men have the ability to just do something without thinking, contrary to most women's beliefs that the male brain is always working. But if he would have been paying attention, he would have noticed that his feet are carrying him somewhere that isn't in the direction that Jiraiya is walking. Jiraiya looks behind him to see Naruto walking off at a 45-degree angle from his own path. He yells Naruto's name to get his attention, but no luck. He runs after Naruto before he gets too far. What are you doing, Naruto? We need to get to my contact, he says. Naruto just keeps on plodding away like he never heard a thing that Jiraiya said. Jiraiya places a hand on Naruto's shoulder, but the instant he makes contact he is blasted away by pure chakra. Not knowing what the hell just hit him, he jumps back towards Naruto and tries to physically stop him, but the same result occurs, but with more force. Jiraiya has no option but to let Naruto continue and follow closely. After an hour or so, Jiraiya notices that they are on top of the mountain overlooking Konoha. Naruto stops so suddenly that Jiraiya almost makes the mistake of bumping into him. Naruto just stands in one stop, eyes closed. After a minute or so, Jiraiya is about to ask what they are doing there when he feels a huge chakra spike from Naruto. As Naruto flares his chakra to its fullest extent, Jiraiya falls to his knees, unable to keep up with the pressure. A few more seconds and the chakra stops, allowing Jiraiya to breathe again and stand back up. Suddenly the whole mountain starts to shake, forcing Jiraiya to hold onto a tree for support. He looks back to Naruto when the ground under Naruto's feet cracks and falls out from under him. Naruto. Jiraiya quickly jumps after him, biting his thumb and ready to summon Gamabunta. But after a short pitch-black fall, Jiraiya feels himself slowing on his own. He eventually reaches the bottom and gently stops a centimeter off the ground. He climbs to his feet and sends chakra to his senses. The tunnel is pitch black. No light, not even from the hole he jumped through. He hears someone walking further down the tunnel. He feels a very soft breeze blowing down the tunnel as well. He does a quick and a ball of fire orbits his head. He creates two more, an uninterrupted light source. Jiraiya quickly follows the footsteps he assumes is Naruto's. After walking what seems like hours in the twisting tunnel, it starts to slope downward. Jiraiya speeds up, hoping to catch Naruto before something happens to him. After a half hour of walking, Jiraiya comes across a huge cavern. The ceiling is so high he can't even see it or the back wall. He brightens the spheres of fire orbiting him, giving more light. He listens and follows the sounds of footsteps. Another minute of walking and he finds Naruto just standing there. Naruto. This time Naruto turns around. Jiraiya notices something about Naruto. His eyes hold curiosity instead of apathy. They still are dead inside, but not as much. Hey, Iro-senin. I was wondering when you would get down here, Naruto calls in a monotone voice. Inside, Jiraiya is jumping for joy. Not once since the hospital incident has he called him Iro-senin. So what is this place? Asks Naruto. Jiraiya looks confused. Me? Why should I know? I was following you here, then you flared your chakra causing the ground underneath you to cave in, then walk down the tunnel. So I should be asking you? Naruto rubs his head. I don't know. I was walking behind you, not paying attention, next thing I know I'm down here. Jiraiya is about to answer when he sees something gleam off the light from his fire. He walks over to it and sees that it is a tray of some sort with a thick, smelly, and dark liquid inside. Having seen one of these before, he directs one of his balls to touch the liquid. The moment the ball makes contact, it ignites the substance. The fire zooms down the tray. Naruto and Jiraiya follow it around the room. Suddenly it takes an incline and is gone. Naruto and Jiraiya stare in disappointment at the spot the fire trail disappears. Suddenly the whole cavern is filled with light. They look up and see that the tray didn't end where they thought it did. It just blocked the fire since they were standing under it. They look at the light source. It seems to be a massive ball of fire suspended by nothing, like a miniature sun just floating right above them. They look around the newly lit room. They find themselves at the center of a colossal cavern. It is bigger than either one of them thought. The ceiling goes at least 300 feet above them. The walls stretch out 200 feet in all directions. At the opposite end of the entrance there is a very big shrine. What in Kami's name is this place? Naruto asks in wonder. I don't know. I didn't even know this place even existed, Jiraiya whispers out in amazement. Just imaging the power someone had to carve this place out. It looks to be perfectly symmetrical, and I don't even know what that is above our heads and how it is powered, he thinks, referring to the sun above them. They cautiously approach the shrine. It is a very old building. Ornate, Naruto decides, think the style of the Forbidden City in China. It is very simple, but very regal and practically shouts power and respect. They reach the altar and a tablet bigger than Jiraiya with something written on it. Said Sanin moves forward, completely intrigued and engrossed. Damn. I can't read this. It looks to be a dead language, but the stone looks hundreds of years old. Jiraiya feels a faint power from the stone and, be of Uzumaki by name and blood, surrender your hands and be judged. But heed the warning. Should you be judged unworthy, you will experience something far worse than death. Jiraiya looks to the side and sees that it is Naruto who read it. Gaki, did you just read that? Naruto nods his head slowly. I don't know how I'm able to read it, just that I am. I think the stone wants me to put my hand on it. Jiraiya's eyes go wide. What? No. Out of the question. This stone has a power signature to it. There is no telling what it will do to you. Naruto ignores him and stretches out his hand and touches a finger to it. Instantly his entire palm is pulled flush against the stone. Then something happens. Naruto screams in agony. He tries to pull his hand away, but it doesn't even budge. Jiraiya joins in and pulls with him, but no success. They continue to try to pull free when Naruto goes rigid. Jiraiya starts to panic and lets Naruto go and forms a Rasengan and prepares to demolish the stone. Right before Jiraiya slams the Rasengan into the slab when Naruto is released and slumps to the ground in a state of semi-consciousness. He immediately cancels and rushes over to Naruto. Jiraiya looks at Naruto's hand. The skin was gone. He watches in amazement as he watches the skin grow back. He looks to the stone, but finds no trace of any blood or skin. Just as Naruto fully regains his senses, voices reach them. They turn to see Tsunade and two full squads of Anbu running towards them. Jiraiya, what the hell happened and what is this place and why are you here? I thought you left. She demands. I don't know. What are you doing here? He asks, slightly stunned at her arrival. The entire village felt that chakra surge and I came here ready to do battle. Was that you? And what happened? She asks, concerned. Jiraiya looks at Naruto for a second. Well, first that chakra came from the Gaki. He gets a vibe from the Anbu. A badger Anbu steps forward, tento drawn. The demon is breaking free. We must kill him now. The badger masked Anbu falls dead, skewered by another Anbu through the back of his neck. I apologize to Hokage-sama, he was extremely rude and out of line. It will not happen again, the bird-masked Anbu says, clearly a captain, if not in charge after Tsunade of the Anbu. His statement is meant for the other Anbu more than Tsunade, and it is not lost on the other Anbu who shift uncomfortably. As I was saying. We were leaving the area when Naruto just started walking in a different direction. He says he doesn't know what happened. He just stopped right above the hole and flared his chakra. Then the ground caved in and I went in after him and it led us here. I had no idea something like this existed inside the mountain. Anyways, we come across this shrine here and there is something written on it. I couldn't read it, but Naruto did. After that he placed a hand on it and started screaming. I tried to get his hand off, but I couldn't get it off so I was about to use a Rasengan on it when it let him go. He just recovered when you showed up. Tsunade turned to look at Naruto. You might want to tell the Anbu to go, he says nonchalantly. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Oh really? And what makes you say that? Because I have information regarding this place that nobody but the Hokage should know. Obviously you would just tell Jiraiya about it later anyway so he should stay, but the Anbu shouldn't hear this. Tsunade gives Naruto a calculating look, checking for anything abnormal. After a minute, she can't find any and dismisses the Anbu. Naruto then unsheathes his divine sword and summons Kushina once they are out of sight. Oh, I wasn't expecting to be let out this soon again. Are we going to? She trails off as she takes in her surroundings. No, we are not training right now. Tell me mother, what do you know of the Uzumaki history? He asks. Kushina looks confused for a second. Not all that much. While I was tasked with the library survival, I have read very little of it. I do know that the Uzumaki were unnaturally good at kenjutsu, and we have a very long lifespan with several clan members reaching 140 before dying of old age. Not much after that. Why? Naruto nods. Because this tomb is something that belongs to the Uzumaki. The three are stunned. What do you mean? How could it belong to the Uzumaki? They came from Yasugakure, not Konoha, Tsunade says. Naruto holds up a hand to stop further questions. He turns around and faces the stone. Jiraiya then notices that the writing is different and a lot more of it on the stone. Naruto begins to read. "The of Uzumaki heritage have been found worthy. Heed this message well and find the other tombs. Before time itself was created, there were 4 gods and goddesses. Asumi, the goddess of creation. Kami, the goddess of life. Shinigami, the god of death. And Kratos, the god of destruction. Asumi was lent the power of the other gods, and thus the universe was born. In that universe is the diamond in the rough, the crowning achievement of Asumi, her greatest creation. Earth. Within this one seemingly insignificant planet lies the most complex and sophisticated ecosystem ever to be created. This truly unique planet houses trillions upon trillions of unique life forms, all living in a perfect cycle of birth, maturity, decline, and death. But her single greatest creation was born. Humans. Ami are commonly known as fate, rules over the living, deciding what is to happen and how it happens. Shinigami, also referred to as the Reaper, takes the souls of the dead and places them in hell or heaven. The requirements for either are not known. And lastly, Kratos craves all that is chaotic and destructive. Whether it is simple mindless destruction or the killing or life forms, he desires it. Eventually Kratos' desire to destroy grew, and over eons, his lust for destruction grew to unquenchable amounts. So he set out to destroy the very gods and goddesses that built the galaxy. To occupy his time, he detached a piece of himself and flung it down to earth. This fully sentient thing was named the Jbai, destruction and chaos incarnate. He sent Jbai down to earth with simple instructions. Kill, destroy, create mayhem, panic, and despair. For decades, the Jbai rained down destruction on the helpless planet while Kratos moved on to bigger plans. While the Jbai rained destruction and terror on Earth, the other 3 gods and goddesses confronted Kratos. A massive battle ensued, causing great destruction, nearly destroying the universe itself. Kratos had planned on this, but he was defeated and sealed away for all of time too. To ensure that balance was maintained, Shinigami was tasked with destruction as well as death. As for the Jbai, Asumi had a solution: the Sage of the Six Paths. Created by Asumi and chosen by Kami to save the world, this man was dangerously powerful, vehemently peaceful, and near omnipotent. The sage did battle with the Jbai, but found it impossible to kill. But the sage defeated it by sealing it inside himself. However, the sealing of the Jbai had an unexpected result. The Jbai's Mitsuki no Kami, Eyes of God, that come directly from Kratos, integrated with the sage's own DNA and became the first Jutsu. When the sage had 2 sons, he knew that his full Jutsu was too powerful, too corrupting. So he broke it up. The Sharingan and the Rinnegan. The wielders of the Sharingan later become known as the Uchiha, and the wielders of the Rinnegan are the Uzumaki. The Sharingan will have a limited ability to predict enemy movements and detect, decipher, and copy chakra manipulation. The Rinnegan will have limited control over the 5 main elements only, along with gravity manipulation, and very limited control over the recently deceased. There are tombs of the Sage of the Six Paths scattered around the continent as a failsafe for future generations. These tombs contain power locked away by the Sage of the Six Paths to ensure world safety. One must pass 6 tests to gain all these powers. Each tomb bestows a different power as well as fully activating the full Mitsuki no Kami. The tomb of the monk activates the domination over fire. The tomb of the warrior activates the dominion over wind and the first stage of the Rinnegan, allowing the user access to all basic elements. The tomb of the healer activates the supremacy over earth and life. The tomb of the priest activates the omnipotence over lightning and injects the DNA for the Sharingan and activates it to its 3 Tomo stage. The tomb of the protector activates the sovereignty over water and gravity. And the tomb of the goddess finishes with command over demon chakra and fully activates the Mitsuki no Kami. The tombs will restore, if all 6 challenges are passed, the full Jutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths. Each tomb will allow full control over an elemental chakra. The 6th and final tomb will allow full control over Biju or demon chakra, no matter how much. This is because the sage was the original Jinchuriki and had full command over the Biju chakra. Head across to a place of waves of movable earth where the sun is harshest and the moon is most unforgiving. Look for what no man can live without. Look underneath to find the wind. The entire time, the three of them are silent, listening. It was a little difficult since Naruto's voice never changed pitch, never showed any interest. So? This is quite the development. Tsunade asks, clearly still shocked about the whole thing. Naruto shakes his head. That it is. I would have never imagined that I am a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya tilts his head in confusion. So if this place was built by the Sage of the Six Paths and if what it said is true, then do you have control over fire? Naruto nods his head. Not only did I gain power over the elements, but the stone also contains memories of the sage's personal fire techniques. Take this for example. He points to the giant ball of fire. It is called Seijin. Tengoku no Kari, sage style. Heaven's light. It produces light and heat, but it doesn't burn or produce smoke. I can manipulate fire too. To make a point, Naruto holds out his hand and reaches for the fire in the sphere floating in the air. A trail of fire makes its way from the ball and wraps itself around Naruto's arm, not burning a single hair or piece of clothing, but they have a feeling that it is not due to the armor. In a sudden movement, Naruto opens his hand and swings his arm to the side. Seijin. Binit no Naraku no Soko, he says coolly. Sage style. Flames of the abyss. The flames jump from his hand and whip made entirely of fire coils itself around his arm. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the fire whip and cracks it on the ground, making a 2-foot cut in the ground. The 3-cage level shinobi stare wide-eyed at the display of power. He didn't make a hand sign, mold chakra, or even use any chakra at all from what they can tell. He manipulated the fire without using any conventional means. That is the only thing I can do now without more practice and chakra control. He changes the whip to a sword and shield, then to a staff, and finally to a giant lake. I have absolute control over fire. While I can't freely create fire without using chakra, I don't use any to manipulate it. Kushina's eyes furrowed in confusion. Sachi, son, if you knew this, why ask the question about the clan? Because I wanted to know if any others unlocked the Rinnegan, he answered with a shrug. Well, I don't know. The Rinnegan is supposed to be an extremely rare ninjutsu. Only a few in history have been recorded to have it. If it really does reside in the Uzumaki blood, then why would so few activate? She muses more to herself than to the others. I guess it's because the sage didn't want to attract attention to the clan. If it was known that the Rinnegan resided with the Uzumaki, the clan would constantly be under attack or bombarded with requests to marry or just straight-up proposition. Plus it would lead to an Uchiha-sized ego, Jiraiya comments. What about that last part? It obviously is a clue to the next tomb. Anybody have any ideas? Tsunade asks. There is silence while everyone thinks about the riddle. When nobody answers, Tsunade turns to Naruto. We can think about this later. Right now we should probably get out of here before the Anbu starts to wonder about what is taking us so long. Naruto, I want to go to the hospital with me just to check and see if you are alright. I will not take no for an answer. There is no telling what this stone did to you. Naruto sighs. There is no point in arguing as Tsunade would just knock him out and carry him. Fine, but make it quick. I don't want to be in this village any more than I have to be. Tsunade recoils at this. He has every right to say that, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt when he does so. Time skips 6 hours. Tsunade sighs as she plops down in her chair behind the desk. She had just gotten back from the hospital from checking Naruto. She couldn't find anything wrong. In fact, his body seems to only have gotten better. She ordered a few days observation and a blood test, which would take a while. Naruto had complained, but when threatened with bodily harm, he caved. A knock on her door alerts her to a visitor. She composes herself. Enter. The door swings open, revealing a red-eyed Sakura. You wish to see me, Hokage-sama? She says timidly. Her hair is dirty and has several knots in it, her skin is clammy and caked with dirt, and her clothes are wrinkled and filthy, like she hasn't changed in days. Yes. Have a seat. Sakura slowly walks over and fearfully sits, afraid of being lashed out at. Tsunade reaches into a desk drawer and pulls something out. She slides it across the wide desk where it stops on the edge, facing Sakura. Said girl's eyes go wide. You are only getting this back because of Naruto, she says dangerously. The item is her license that Tsunade hadn't had a chance to incinerate yet. Sakura perks up at this. Perhaps there is a chance that things can still work out so she can save face with her friends. She reaches out to grab it, but Tsunade yanks it back quickly, startling her. Listen and listen well. If it were me, you would never get this back, but I left it up to Naruto. With that being said, you are dead to him. This was a parting gift. He has requested that you never be put on the same team, same mission, or anywhere near him in an official capacity. And I am quite motivated to grant that request. Sakura deflates this. She means nothing to him now. How is she going to face her friends now? As of now, you are on probation. You will not leave this village without my expressed authority, you will only conduct D-rank missions for at least a year, and you will only receive half pay for those missions. The rest of the money will go to Naruto's funds as reparations. Sakura opens her mouth to protest when Tsunade slams her fist on her desk, shutting her up instantly. You either take the deal or remain a civilian forever. Sakura thinks it over for a second. I accept, but I protest this treatment. How am I supposed to do it? Before Sakura can even blink, she is pinned into the wall across the room, Tsunade's hand on her throat and none too gently. Now listen here, you selfish bitch. Do you have any idea what you have done to Naruto? He opened himself up to you and you treated him like garbage. You are lucky that Naruto is the kind and giving person that he is, because I wouldn't have blamed him for killing you if he had snapped. You know the kind of childhood he had. He had nobody. No parents, no friends, no teachers, no family. The closest thing he had was the Sandaime Hokage, but that wasn't much of anything. He is hated and spat on every day. At the tender age of 3, he was kicked out of the orphanage and 3 times a week he would be beaten within an inch of his life. That went on until last year when he became a shinobi and the mob couldn't hit him anymore. He went hungry, thirsty, and had no water to wash himself. Did you even think to ask why? Because if you weren't so wrapped up in yourself you would see a little boy who is desperate for attention, especially from women. He has more issues that I can count and you just added half a dozen. So before you start thinking that you don't deserve your punishment, remember this. If it were me, I would have snapped and killed everyone in this town years ago. But that Tsunade pulls Sakura out of the hole in the wall and throws her into the doors, breaking them. She looks at the destruction that she caused and feels better. Shizune rushes into the room after making sure that Sakura is alive. Tsunade-sama, what did you do? She demands like a mother getting ready to scold her child, giving her a lesson in reality. Oh, toss this on her when you walk past. I have work to do. Tsunade tosses Sakura's license before turning back to her paperwork, stunning Shizune speechless. Time skipped 2 days. Naruto and Jiraiya set out for the second time on their 3-year training mission, as it was officially deemed. They had stopped by Tsunade's office to tell her they were leaving. They tried to ignore the hole in the wall in the shape of a person, but not very well. When asked, she said that she had dealt with a nuisance and wouldn't say anything else about it. Nobody missed the satisfied smirk on her face when explaining the state of the wall. The blood results had come back. He had been tested for DNA changes, any known viruses, diseases or illnesses, and a bloodline screen. All had come back negative. Satisfied that Naruto was in good health, she bade them goodbye and good luck. She told them she would continue to think over the riddle and would message them if she had any ideas. Currently the two are tree hopping, getting further and further away from Konoha. Naruto feels that every step, every foot away from that village, he feels lighter, more cheerful as one can get while being extremely apathetic. They stop a few hours later in a small village and grab something to eat. Alright Gaki. Kushina and I hammered out a schedule for your training. On day 1 you are going to do a physical workout in the mornings. A 5-mile run, 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and chin-ups in any order you like. While you are doing that, your clones are going to be doing chakra control exercises, Kami knows you need it. Around noon you will break for lunch. At 1, you will create a clone, and I will teach it to jutsu, and you will learn from Kushina. You are going to spar with Kushina these days. Around 5, we will break for dinner. Then you will relax for the rest of the night. On day 2 you will have a 5-mile run and 100 kicks with each leg on a log and 100 punches with each arm on the same log. After that you will work on the scrolls and work on your fire chakra. After lunch, a clone will continue with you and you will be into jutsu. You will also spar with me and I will teach you and improve your techniques. During all this time, you will have a minimum of 10 clones going through and organizing the libraries into the Uzumaki and Namikaze sections and then into subsections of Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Kenjutsu, and general knowledge. In the ninjutsu sections, you divide them further based on the element. In the general knowledge, you will do it by subjects such as medicine, maths, and history to start. Once that is done, I want your clones to start reading up on fire chakra and kenjutsu. Once you have the concepts down, I can help you in the more difficult aspects of the arts. I already know you have a very strong wind element, so we can do more exercises on that later, once you have better control. Oh, and we will be moving around from place to place every few months. Don't want to stay in one place too long for Akatsuki to catch up or pass up on valuable information. Time skip next day. 5 p.m. Naruto sits around a small campfire, eating his dinner of a few fish. The training grounds were a few miles away from the town that they had eaten at. The grounds were flat with a river with plenty of fish to eat. He lays exhausted from the grueling training. The chakra control exercises weren't bad. Most of it was tree climbing and water walking, but with a few alterations. The tree walking was with his hands with his body completely perpendicular to the tree, requiring him to use chakra to reinforce his abs and back muscles to keep him straight. The water walking was done on his fingertips. Not only does it make him have to concentrate on pushing chakra into 10 different places at once, but the correct amount as well. Naruto had created 100 for each exercise, but had to create 400 just to keep up the amount since they ran out of chakra so fast. His muscles were sore from all the sudden exercises with the strength training and the stances that he is learning. Kushina is a very strict teacher. She doesn't allow an inch of slacking. She would hit the parts of his body that were slouching in the wrong place, or if he was doing a stance or a grip wrong with a stick she found. If it wasn't for his healing factor, then he would be far worse off with hundreds of bruises from her stick. He had no idea how Jiraiya would train, but he hoped that it wouldn't be so violent. But even if he isn't, it isn't going to be fun. Since clones can't transfer muscle memory or muscle mass, he has to do all the hard parts like holding the stances that the clones learn. Every chop of a sword, every second of holding a stance, every ounce of energy had to come from him, otherwise there would be no point. He finishes his meal in silence and wanders off to stretch before bed. That was one of the things he learned early on with training. If you stretch right before going to bed and right after getting up after a day of training, the lactic acid in his muscles wouldn't be so much and reduce the soreness. He crawls into his sleeping bag and the moment his eyes shut, he falls asleep, kunai under his pillow and his sword in his hands. Mindscape, Naruto wakes to a familiar scene. A sewer with about an ankle's worth of water. Even though he has only been here once, he instantly knows who called him here and where this place is. He calmly walks to Kyuubi's cage, intent on getting answers from him about why he pulled him here. Oi fuzzball. Wake up. He shouts as he kicks the cage, making it rattle. Out of nowhere, the fox jumps and lands just inches from the cage, teeth bared, tail swirling around dangerously, and growling. Naruto doesn't even blink. Insolent little child. Why are you here? Kyuubi demands. Naruto's eyebrows rise slightly, but otherwise doesn't react. I thought you brought me here. Kyuubi blinks. I did not bring you here. Why would I want to talk to a snotty child like you? In truth, Kyuubi did bring him here, but he doesn't need to know that. Naruto nods and begins to walk off when Kyuubi's voice stops him. You know, since you're down here, I might as well make a proposition. Naruto stops dead in his tracks. What proposition? Kyuubi shrugs. I will let you use it and learn to control it. Naruto sighs. Having Kyuubi's chakra would help him out in a pinch, but he has a feeling that the fox isn't doing this out of the kindness of his heart. If he even had an emotional heart since he doesn't have a physical heart. A slight side effect from being made of pure. Naruto turns around and strolls back to the cage. Why do I get the feeling that you aren't doing this out of concern for me? Kyuubi barks out a bit of laughter. Indeed. Why would I give a damn about a puny insignificant human like yourself? I want you to change this place. I tire of sleeping in water and staring at the same thing for 14 years. And I want to be able to access your senses. I dislike not knowing what is going on. Naruto thinks it over for a second. And why should I help you? The last time I was here, you threatened to kill me and kill my friends. I find it difficult to believe that you won't take advantage of me. Look kid, it may not seem like it, but I'm not as malevolent as I seem. It wasn't even me who attacked your village, but I had to pay the price for it. And last time, I was pissed. I had just woken up for the first time in 12 years and hadn't remembered why I was here yet. Now Naruto is intrigued. What do you mean by that? Several days before the sealing, I was attacked in my den. They wore black cloaks with red clouds on them. There was a man who smelled of snakes, a man in an orange mask, a fish man with a weird sword, and a man with 5 masks. I was placed under a genjutsu and led to a facility where they drained me and channeled it into a mindless clone of me. They made the clone appear near enough your village to smell the humans and lost control and attacked. I was still linked to the clone since I was supplying it to make it continue to run. I was able to pull myself to the clone through that link just as the sealing started. I tried to get away, but Shinigami-sama had already been summoned and I got sealed. Naruto listens to the story in silence. Well, the people who attacked you are from Akatsuki. They are after the Bijuu for some reason. The snake person is Orochimaru, a former member of Akatsuki. He attacked Konoha a few months ago and killed the Hokage. Well, it is nice to know who they are so I can tear out their throats later. But what about our deal? Assuming I agree, how would I go about giving you access to my senses? You would need to modify the seal a little to allow me more freedom. And before you ask, tell that pervert of a teacher about it and have him do it. But before you go through it, you must improve your body to withstand the extra amounts I will have on you. The fact that Jiraiya will be helping makes me more at ease. To make sure that you pull a fast one on me and to make sure it is done correctly he thinks to himself. I'm so glad that you trust me, Kyuubi says sarcastically. Naruto's eyes grow slightly. Yes, I can read your thoughts. We are in your mind and I am linked to it whether I like it or not. I'm not all that thrilled to be connected to a teenage mind. Naruto ignores the obvious jab at his age. So what else did you call me down here for? Kyuubi gives him a calculating glare. How long have you known? Naruto shrugs. A few minutes. The only time I've been here was when I literally almost died. So far as I know, only a life-threatening injury can force you to go into your subconscious, and I'm not dying, and after our first meeting, I had no desire to come here again. Kyuubi chuckles at him. It seems you're not as dumb as you seem. So tell me, how much of my chakra is my father said that the earlier the sealing, the more the infusions with the chakra coils. Since you were sealed in me long before I was born, I'm curious. Kyuubi blinks. He was not expecting such questions yet. Roughly half, making your chakra very potent. That is why you have trouble doing ninjutsu. Combine that with your huge reserves, you have worse chakra control than a first-year academy student. Naruto shoots a glare at Kyuubi, who laughs at the attempt. Naruto doesn't like people pointing out his obvious shortcomings. Yeah, and I wonder whose fault it is. Can't even defend yourself. As soon as that came out of his mouth, he regretted it. Kyuubi let out a howl loud enough to make his eardrums rupture. The entire mindscape is shaking, forcing Naruto to not only put his hands to his ears, but to stumble to a wall to keep upright. After a full minute, Kyuubi stops. Do not forget your place, mortal. While I may not be able to affect your mind, I can affect your body and force enough chakra to send you into a coma for years. Know your place. Naruto looks down at the ground, ashamed of his actions. He needs to get more control over his mouth. I'm sorry. I didn't think before I spoke. You being here is obviously not your fault. I'll try to think before I speak. Kyuubi just settles back down on the ground. After a few minutes of silence, Naruto approaches the cage again. So if I go through with this, how will it affect me? Kyuubi gives him a glare that would make most people shit their pants while deciding whether to answer or not. The seal would allow more of might to flow faster into your coils as a side effect. Your body would then up the amount of chakra in your coils to keep it at the same ratio. That will force your coils to grow and expand due to more chakra flowing at a time. During that time, you would be in extreme pain while your body adjusts to the bigger coils. The benefits would seem to vastly outweigh the consequences. He would have more immediate chakra to use, much like how your body stores energy. Your blood stores small deposits of glucose ready for use by the muscles, while the fat stores most of the energy. When the body uses up the glucose in the blood, the body then breaks down the fat to gain access to the stored glucose, but it is a delayed process. It works much the same way with chakra coils. He could use more chakra while not requiring as much for ninjutsu means that he has a huge advantage in the ninjutsu department. Also, the bigger coils means that this can't be as easily closed by a Byakugan user. The downside is the fact that it would be painful for a while, and his chakra control would be even worse than before, so he would have to start from scratch. That wouldn't be a bad thing now as he is only getting started. The biggest thing would be risking the Kyuubi getting out, but with Jiraiya being in on it, the risk of that is greatly reduced. Naruto looks at the fox. I agree. I guess the first thing to do would be to change this. After a few seconds, Naruto plays around with certain aspects. Such as how much water is in the sewer or how much lighting. Nothing major, just enough to get the hang of manipulating the environment. After about a half hour, Naruto attempts to make the change. He concentrates. The next thing the fox and Naruto know, they are standing in the middle of Konoha, only there is nobody around. No noise, no movement, just Naruto and Kyuubi. You know, as glad as I am that it isn't a cage, I would prefer not to be in this accursed village. Even if it is just a fabrication, it brings up memories that I would rather not relive. Naruto actually agrees. So what would you like instead? Kyuubi blinks at Naruto. Well, I would like to denounce you. It was my home for a century and I feel very comfortable there. Can I? Naruto nods and the scene once more inks away into nothingness only to reform. Naruto looks around. They are standing in a huge cave. Naruto estimates that the cave is more than 150 feet tall and at least that wide and 3 times as deep. It is just big enough for Kyuubi to be able to turn around fully. Inside the cave is a small pool in the back that Naruto can only guess is filled by an underground river. Off to one side is a very large amount of hay on which Kyuubi is already laying, half asleep. Near the entrance is a large pile of bones, an obvious warning to trespassers. Kyuubi is lying on his side, legs completely to the side, all 9 tails resting against the side of the wall. Naruto starts walking towards Kyuubi when he notices something, or the lack of something. You didn't tell me you were female. Kyuubi opens an eye and glares at him. I'm actually neither male nor female since I am the only one of my kind. Having reproductive organs wasn't included in the package, though my personality was based on a female fox instead of a male one, so I have tendencies to act like a female, but I can be male if I wish to be. I can use my Yorkie to grow a set of organs, but that is asking for more trouble than it's worth, as I will have the same side effects of having those organs like heat or raging hormones or a hard-on in the mornings. Naruto blanches at the info. He wasn't expecting that kind of an answer, but it does make sense. Biju are pure who can use this to solidify into anything they want. If Kyuubi doesn't want reproductive organs or a stomach, she can do that. That also means that Kyuubi must have a human form as well. So I assume that you have a human form as well. Kyuubi rolls, now calling Kyuubi a female from now on, her eyes at him. Of course you punish humans. I enjoy the occasional stroll through towns or in very rare cases to hide and get away from pursuers who I didn't want to fight. I assume since you mentioned it that you want to see it. Naruto nods. He didn't originally think about it, but he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious a tiny bit. Whatever. I'm changing right now. I don't feel like it. If that is all you asked for, then please leave so I can sleep. Come back in 2 weeks so I can see if you are ready to handle me. Naruto left without another word. Kyuubi lets out a content sigh and snuggles deeper into her bed and falls asleep instantly. It even smells the same, which brings her a lot of comfort and a sense of normality. Anahagakure no Sato, Bull, and Anbu for Tsunade, moves on top of the roofs as fast as he can go. He is currently on his way to the Hokage Tower. He had been trailing Danzo, trying to get a fix on the root base. He had found it and immediately went to inform the Hokage, but something told him to stay for a second. A few patrolling route Anbu stopped about 10 feet from his hiding spot. The Hokage Anbu was suppressing his chakra signature as much as he could, even a minor slip-up in concentration could alert someone to his presence. Bull pulls out a small mirror and uses it to look around the corner. The two rude Anbu suddenly stand to attention and bow. Danzo-sama. How can we be of sacrifice today? One says in a monotone voice. Get a squad and put the base on lockdown. We are leaving Konoha. The other clans and the Hokage are going to attack once they figure out where we are located. My spies in the Hyuga and Abrame clans alert me that they have a tracking unit on me. I managed to lose them before coming here. Have the base be packed up and ready to leave in 6 hours. Until then the base will be on the highest alert. The two root snap to attention before disappearing. Bull then gets the hell out of the base before he is unable to do so or is discovered. This brings us back to him running along the roofs. Not bothering with climbing the inside, he jumps onto the window ledge and knocks very vigorously on the glass. Tsunade whips around and glares at him, but softens once she realizes that it is not Jiraiya and it must be an emergency. She opens the glass and allows Anbu in. Report. Hi. I have found the root base, but they are preparing to leave Konoha. I listened in on Danzo giving orders, and he let it slip that his spies in the Hyuga and Abrame clans informed him of his warrant. They will be gone in just under 5 hours now. Tsunade frowns. She hadn't planned on Danzo finding out, but the fact that they have the element of surprise on them gives them an advantage. Where is the base located? Bull responds by pulling a map out of his pockets. The map is a blown-up part of the city. On it, Bull has sketched a tentative layout of the base that he was able to scout. District 5, Section 17, Sector 56. It is a series of tunnels leading into a main chamber and several smaller rooms from what I could tell. Their frown deepens. District 5 is the south section. District 1 is the center of town, and 2 through 5 are the directions on a compass. The sector mentioned just happens to be the closest one to the massive wall, meaning that the base most likely extends deep into the forest to avoid detection. Summon the Anbu captains, Jonin team captains, and the clan heads and only the clan heads. Make it discreet as we don't want to tip our hand. Hi. Bull says before disappearing out the window. Tsunade smirks. The hunt begins. Chapter 4. Creation of Owl. Time skip 3 weeks later. Village inside Hai no Kuni. Naruto doubles over, painting with sweat dripping from his face. He grits his teeth and forces his bruised body to stand straight despite the severe beating he is getting. He is sparring with Jiraiya and right now, he is losing very badly. While he has come a long way in the last few weeks, he is nowhere near Sannin level. He has chakra weights on as well as a resistant seal, making his limbs not only much heavier, but making it harder to move, resulting in the toning of his body and a massive increase in speed. His chakra control skyrocketed with all the constant exercises he has been doing. 2 weeks in, he upgraded to kunai balancing. But not just kunai balancing, these kunai had special weight seals inscribed on them. Jiraiya would make clones of his own and randomly add or take away chakra to each seal or multiple seals at the same time, making it very difficult to keep the right amount. The result is his reflexes in using chakra as well as being able to control chakra outside his body to grow immensely. He is also doing well. Since the concept of using a sword is completely foreign to him, this particular skill set is taking the longest to adapt to. But through sheer mind-numbing repetitions, he is progressing at a steady rate. Pay attention. Wah. Was all Naruto could get out before he started flying on Jiraiya's foot in Face Express. A red imprint of Jiraiya's foot appears on Naruto's face as he flies back, spit trailing in the air. He hits the ground after 20 feet or so and slides to a stop. I told you to stop daydreaming in the middle of a spar. Idiot. Oh yeah, that's something new too. Ever since Jiraiya altered the seal, that was fun to explain and convince Jiraiya to do it, it had some unexpected results, one being that Kyuubi now can talk to him without having to go into the mindscape. Another is that his healing factor increased dramatically, allowing him to have a full workout every day and allowing his muscles to heal after tearing and the lactic acid to not build up as much. Naruto lies on the ground, waiting for his healing factor to make it possible to sit up. Jiraiya calmly walks over to Naruto and leans over him, blocking out the sun. "Hey Gaki, you need to stop spacing out. It could be hazardous to your health." Naruto just groans. "Great. First fuzzball here, now you." Jiraiya chuckles and helps Naruto to his feet. "Well now, then you have some pretty good advice, and I suggest you listen to it if you don't want to end up with injuries that take a few minutes to heal." Naruto is about to make a remark when he suddenly stops. It seems my clones are done cataloging all the scrolls. You just now finished that?" Jiraiya asks blankly. A tick mark appears on Naruto's head. "You try sorting through thousands of scrolls to see how long it takes you. And besides, I had to create my own storage seals, so I had to learn how to do that first." Jiraiya shakes his head clear. "Whatever. How is your elemental chakra coming?" Naruto sighs. "Well, I can manipulate fire, I can't seem to use fire chakra. The only thing I can guess is that these tombs just give you the ability to manipulate the raw element, not use the elemental chakra that creates it. I will have to wait for the Rinnegan first before I can create fire. That is if we ever break that damn riddle." They set aside a few minutes each day thinking about it, but not too hard. They are in no hurry as it is less than a month in on a 3-year trip. Jiraiya nods in agreement. They begin to walk back to the campsite when Jiraiya turns to Naruto when a falcon lands on Jiraiya's shoulder. He reads the message the falcon is carrying before burning it and sending the falcon back. That was from Tsunade. Apparently Sasuke is with Orochimaru. On the way to being sealed, he somehow broke free and with Kabuto and a few Odo ninjas, they fled and the retrieval team was unsuccessful. Naruto just shrugs. "Oh well. Looks I may get to repay him for those holes he put in my chest." Jiraiya looks at Naruto with sympathy. No kid should have to talk like that, especially not with his apathetic tone like it is an everyday occurrence that he gets stabbed in the back. "Hey Gaki, at the end of this week we will be moving on. I think our next destination will be Suna. They can teach you wind manipulation better than me, and the physical training will be intensive as well as learning to cope with that kind of environment. When we get there we will also devise a new training schedule." Naruto groans. That just means more pain in his muscles, tearing and. A light bulb goes off his head. He stops walking, making Jiraiya look at him with a curious expression. "Gaki? Naruto?" He repeats after not getting a response from the first one. Naruto walks up to Jiraiya. "I think I figured it out. So it means. Time skip 3 years." Naruto jumps along the trees, grumbling about his current mission. Well, Tsunade never said that she wouldn't send him on a mission like this before he left, he got the sense that she wouldn't. Nonetheless, he isn't happy about it, but compiles because of the mission parameters. Flashback 1 month. Hokage office. "You want me to do what?" Naruto says, showing more emotion in those 2 words in the entire 3 years he was away. Tsunade gives him a look that could kill. "You heard me." Sasori gave up the time and location to meet one of his spies within Orochimaru's organization. "You are going." "It's not the mission I'm complaining about. It's the company." Tsunade sighs. The Gaara rescue team had just returned. She had sent Kakashi, Naruto, Guy, Kurenai, Anko, and Asuma to save Gaara. They had just made it there just before the Ichibi was extracted, saving Gaara's life, then fending off Akatsuki. The result is Sasori is dead, and Deidara is severely injured from a missing arm thanks to Asuma and his trench knives. Team 7 is assigned to the mission, but since Kakashi is having a problem with his Sharingan, an Anbu member will take his place. Naruto has no desire to see the girl who caused him so many problems. "I know you don't want to go, but your job is just to shadow and provide backup if things get out of hand. And even if they do, with your mask nobody will recognize you. Once you obtain the information, return with Team 7 for debriefing." She does have a point. Nobody will recognize me and with my several growth spurts thanks to the foxes and my techniques that technically don't exist anymore, things will be tolerable. "Fine, but you owe me." Naruto looks out her window over the hell of a village that he somehow still wants to protect. Tsunade smiles. "Good. You leave in 1 week. Just stick to the shadows and hopefully you will not have to make yourself known. But Murphy's Law always bites the ass at the worst possible times." Then flashback, Naruto feels the group ahead stop. Behind his Anbu mask, he channels chakra into his eyes, enhancing his vision. Since his induction into Anbu upon returning to Konoha almost 2 months ago, he wears the standard Anbu gear, but with his divine sword strapped to his waist. His mask is that of an owl. He wanted a fox, but Tsunade thought that was too obvious. Underneath that though, he still has on his clan armor that he always wears wherever he goes, even if he is in Konoha. Team 7 stops at a very long bridge to discuss what is going to happen. Using his chakra-enhanced senses, he listens in on the briefing. So Tenzo or Yamato is going to create a wooden puppet and masquerade as Sasori and hopefully get the information. Team 7 replaced him with a kid named Sai, an ex-member of Root. He was captured during the raid, but unfortunately, Danzo himself got away by sacrificing all of his Root members to stall and give him time to get away. The seal on his tongue was removed, allowing him free speech, and his emotionless facade is starting to come down. The other new member is someone who graduated a year after them. His name is Fugaki Hitotake, Fugali Hidataki. He replaces Sasuke on the team. He is from a civilian home and is more like Rock Lee, being a halfway genius of hard work. An hour later, Naruto is watching over the mixture of Genin and Chunin, waiting for something to happen. Then the person starts across the bridge and stops in the middle of it. Naruto narrows his eyes at the person he recognizes as Kabuto. Yamato waits about 10 minutes before going out in his disguise. Naruto can barely make out the conversation over the long distance, but he hears it in case something happens to Yamato and is unable to retell the information. That's when the shit hits the fan. The snake bastard himself appears and Yamato gets the top of his puppet slashed off by a chakra scalpel. Almost instantly, the lower-ranked team members run to Yamato to back him up. Naruto curses. This isn't going to end well. None of them are going to be able to even hold off Orochimaru, making Naruto break his cover. Naruto disappears in a shunshin and appears between the two groups, surprising the Konoha team. "Who are you?" Yamato asks cautiously. "I am Owl, Konohagakure Anbu," Naruto replies. "Owl? I've never heard of Owl," comments Yamato. "I am. A new addition. Hokage-sama sent me as backup in case things got out of hand. I will hold them off, retreat across the bridge," Naruto says in his monotone voice of the past 3 years. "What? You can't fight against a Sannin by yourself. You'll get yourself killed," yells Sakura. Naruto tries not to wince at or scream, but isn't successful. "Please do as I ask. I am the only one here capable of doing this," Naruto says as he frees his hands. He flies through a few hand signs. Enetsuse. Enko no Raijin. Thermal release. Flames of the Dragon King. The white flame shoots out of his mouth at astounding speeds. It covers the entire width of the 20 feet that make up the width of the bridge and is 4 times as long. This flame forces Kabuto and Orochimaru to shunshin back to the end of the bridge. Naruto is about to follow them when Yamato puts a hand on his shoulder. "I will go with you. As an Anbu myself, I am curious to know what you can do. I also want to help you so you don't have to fight 2-on-1. Naruto rolls it over in his head for a while. "Alright Tenzo, but Orochimaru is mine as I am the closest to him in abilities if not equal." Naruto jumps off after them while Yamato tells Team 7 to stay on the far side of the bridge before jumping after Owl. Owl runs through some hand signs, not that he needs to, but to hide his true abilities, and channels his chakra. On. Kami Arashi. Wind release. Godly wind from the mountain. The blast of wind pummels Orochimaru and Kabuto, but it is far stronger than either anticipated, and both are flung back with Naruto chasing the snake himself. Orochimaru hits the ground and regains his composure and feels someone heading towards him. He recognizes it as the Anbu, and he obviously is no ordinary shinobi to use a sub-element like that and does a few hand signs. Fuchius no Jutsu. Summoning technique. The 10-story purple snake appears with Orochimaru on his head. You better have my sacrifices or I'm leaving," Manda hisses. Just then Naruto enters the clearing created by Manda. Naruto takes one look at the boss's summons and knows that to fight both of them at the same time is pressing his luck, so he decides to level the playing field. He pulls back his sleeve, revealing the upper part of the gauntlet and smears blood from his recently bit thumb on a seal. "Fuchius no Jutsu," he says. An enormous puff of smoke reveals a dragon about 3/4 the size of Manda. Its scales are pale blue with 4 legs and large leathery wings protruding from its back, think Western-style dragon not an Asian. Naruto stands on its head, staring down Orochimaru. "For what purpose have I been summoned?" booms the dragon. "I thought you might like a snack, Hitomi-sama." That's Manda, the snake boss summons. And on top of him is Orochimaru, the biggest pedophile in the elemental nations. Oh, did I mention that he likes male children? Now Hitomi is a mother of several generations, meaning that motherly instincts are very strong. This gets her blood boiling. Smoke unconsciously pours from her snout as she bares her fangs at the duo. Hatchling. We have someone to kill." She beats her wings with tremendous force and they become airborne. She takes a diving swipe at Orochimaru. Manda, not wanting to die, moves out of the way. He hisses angrily at Orochimaru. "What the hell? You summoned me to a fight with the Dragon Clan? I will require 200 more sacrifices for this and pray that I don't kill you myself." Meanwhile, Hitomi is circling around for another strafe. "Hitomi-sama, give me some fire." "With pleasure." Hitomi takes in a deep breath and breathes out a flood of fire, much larger than any human can ever hope of making. Not bothering with the hand signs this time, Naruto channels his chakra. Ton. Ashigai. Wind release. Pressure damage. A huge tornado erupts right in front of Flames, turning it from a tornado to a fire cyclone as Naruto directs the attack right at Manda and Orochimaru. After a full minute of the attack, Hitomi and Naruto let the attack die down. Where the cyclone was is just a large patch of burnt and charred land. Hitomi lands on the ground and Naruto hops off. As soon as Naruto touches the ground, Manda bursts from the ground and coils himself around Hitomi. She lets out a roar, and Manda sinks his teeth into her from an angle that her scales don't protect from. Naruto watches in horror as she shakes Manda off, but the damage has already been done. Hitomi-sama. Naruto shouts. Gukikuku. Did you really think that it would be so easy to beat me? Naruto turns to see Orochimaru walking calmly towards him. Another roar out of Hitomi forces Naruto to look back. Somehow Hitomi had turned in Manda's vice grip and proceeded to scratch, burn, and bite at Manda's head. Manda rears back and bites her neck. In a giant puff of smoke, she disappears. It seems that your boss's summons are not as powerful as mine. Naruto smirks. Hitomi isn't the boss. I just summoned her because she hates perverts and especially pedophiles. I just hope she is okay. Let's see how you fare against Hiromi. Naruto bites his thumb again and smears it again on the seal. No. This time when the smoke clears, a dragon 2 stories taller than Manda appears. Naruto, even on top of the colossal beast, can see Orochimaru's eyes bug out. Hiromi has the same style body as Hitomi, only she is solid gold with wings that could span across half of Konoha. Her fierce amethyst eyes glare at Manda. Her snout is long and has several sharp spikes underneath her chin. Naruto-sama, am I to assume that these are the people that injured Hitomi? A feminine voice says softly as to not make Naruto deaf. Yeah. How is she, by the way? She is in intensive care. We managed to get most of the poison out of her system, but she won't be able to move for a while. Naruto lets out a sigh of relief. That's good. Now if you take care of Manda over there, I can handle the Irachi theme. Very well, Naruto-sama. When this is over, make sure to summon me later. We have something to discuss. Naruto rubs her head between the scales in acknowledgement before sliding down her to reach a safe height to jump to the ground. As soon as Naruto is on the ground, Hiromi speeds off after Manda. Naruto walks slowly towards Orochimaru, who just recovered from his stupor. What kind of summon was that? I created a seal that stores my excess chakra and uses it for summoning. It is like a regular summons, but I don't use chakra and I always appear on top of the bigger summons. Orochimaru smirks. After he kills the Sanbu, he will steal the seal and use it for his own means. In the meantime, Orochimaru flashes through a dozen hand signs. Mandara no Jin. Myriad snake net formation. Hundreds of snakes pour from Orochimaru's mouth and rush forward. As they move, they multiply exponentially, creating thousands of snakes, literally creating a wall of snakes, each with their own Kusanagi blades extended. They get within 20 feet of Naruto before he channels his chakra. Onitsuki. Hinata no Yomi. Thermal release. Flames of the underworld. Fire spews forth out of Naruto's mouth and goes about 10 feet, but instead of rushing forward, it stops and expands to the sides, producing a wall of white hot flames 40 feet wide and as tall. The snakes are instantly incinerated, not even leaving any ash. The wall doesn't fade though. Hidden behind the wall, Naruto channels more chakra. Onitsuki. Maki no Kenba. Thermal release. Hounds of Hell. Nothing appears to happen, but Naruto continues as if nothing is wrong. He claps and proclaims. Ton. Tatapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The flames shoot forward at high speeds with the wind backing it. The effect is a very widespread attack. Orochimaru is forced to use a chakra-enhanced jump up to avoid the flames, playing right into Naruto's plan. As the flames pass underneath him, 4 large dogs made of white hot fire jump after him. One swipes at him, forcing him to use Kawarimi with an unburned log. Right as he lands, he is attacked by the other 3. They swipe and lunge and bite at Orochimaru, making it very difficult to counterattack. Eventually he becomes fed up. Sword of Kusanagi. The blade shoots out of his mouth and impales one of the firehounds, but it doesn't dispel, only making Kusanagi very hot. Narrowing his eyes, he spins the sword very quickly, forcing a very strong current of air that makes the hound explode outwards. 1 down, 3 to go. As the hounds continue to attack relentlessly, Naruto sits close by and watches. One hound gets in a lucky swipe, only to see Orochimaru turn to mud, via Kawarimi with a mud clone. As the hounds hone in on Orochimaru's scent, 3 snakes shoot out of the ground and wrap themselves around the hounds. This is only for a second as the snakes are incinerated, but that is all Orochimaru needs. Ton. Tatapa. A fierce wind screeches around the clearing and the trees right at the hounds. As the wind hits them, it is so great that it snuffs out the fires in seconds. Naruto then sees Orochimaru walk into the clearing, breathing heavily. Damn, that was close. I haven't had to fight like this in years, he breathes before he sets his eyes on Naruto. Who are you? Naruto looks at him behind his mask. Someone you shouldn't cross. At that exact second, Manda slams down into the ground, creating a huge impact crater. Not a second later, Hiromi slams down on top of him, creating an even bigger crater. As the smoke clears, Hiromi is seen with one of her massive front legs, pinning Manda down, her jaws very close to the soft spot right behind his head. He is covered in scratches and cuts and burn marks. Manda looks at Orochimaru with hate in his eyes. Don't you dare summon me again or I will kill you, before he vanishes in a puff of smoke. Hiromi turns to Orochimaru and growls, her head low to the ground, prepared to pounce. She lets out a very deep and low growl that makes the earth tremble. I suggest you retreat, Orochi-theme, or you won't leave this clearing alive, Naruto says impassively behind his mask as he walks up beside Hiromi. He places a hand on Hiromi's neck, just behind her head. Orochimaru may be mad with power lust, but he isn't stupid. He knows when he is outmatched. I won't forget this. Your days are numbered, he hisses out, clearly pissed before sunshine away. Naruto walks in front of Hiromi and scratches her nose. Thanks for the help. I would have had a hard time taking both of them by myself. Hiromi lays her head on the ground, allowing him to continue his scratching, as it is the closest she can get to looking him in the eyes at his level. No problem. That's what I'm here for. I must say that I enjoyed turning that snake into a wallet. I'll make one for Hitomi. She raises her tail and shows a large piece of snakeskin laying on it as a trophy. Right. Well, I'm off. No telling how much time the mission will take before I get back to somewhere I can summon you. I'll see you later, Hiromi-sama, he says with a low bow. Take care of yourself. With that, she disappears back to the summoned realm, visiting Hitomi to give her the snakeskin. He walks back to the bridge and finds Yamato being treated by Sakura. Fugaki is standing guard and Sai is sitting with his legs dangling over the side, drawing. To an outsider, it may seem like he isn't paying attention, but his body language is saying differently. What's his diagnosis? Naruto asks. Several cut muscles and tendons, a concussion, and severe chakra exhaustion. What happens now? She looks at Naruto. Naruto sighs. Well, the mission is a failure. We didn't get any new information out of Kabuto before Orochimaru showed up. Though I can't help feeling that this was a setup to kill Sasori to begin with, so there probably wasn't much to learn anyways. We will head back to Konoha and report to Tsunade-sama. Is Yamato stable to move? Sakura hesitates. I don't know. My medical knowledge is average at best. Then we will err on the side of caution. Do what you can. We will rest here until tomorrow before moving out. I will message ahead and let Tsunade-sama know of our status. But that he summons a small dragon about the length of his arm. The dragon is very long and has no legs and a flat snout. It is a conglomerate of colors from red to orange to yellow. How can I help you? It squeaks. I need you to deliver this message to Tsunade-sama in the Hokage Tower in Konohagakure. Return if she has a reply, but if not, then you can go home, young one, he says before handing the small dragon a scroll. Sure thing, nah. Naruto quickly places a hand over the dragon's mouth. While I'm wearing this mask, please call me Owl, he says calmly. Sure thing, Owl-sama. I'll take your message as quickly as I can. The dragon flies off at a high speed that didn't seem possible for something so small. The whole time, the three conscious members of Team 7 were watching the interaction. Sakura gets curious about the identity of the owl mask Anbu, but decides to ask about it later. Time skip 1 week. Naruto leads Team 7 into the village, not bothering to stop at the check-in at the gate, seeing how Anbu doesn't get questioned. They took Yamato to the hospital first, and Naruto alone went to report to Tsunade. After a thorough debriefing, Tsunade sent him off. He instantly sunshined to his apartment. He arrives and takes off his Anbu mask. Although he has been back for a few months, he doesn't go anywhere without some kind of mask on, as he doesn't want people to know he is back. It's more of the fact he doesn't want to talk to people than he doesn't want people to know he is back. He walks back to his room and opens the door, only to find someone already there, in his bed. Ayubi, you have your own room, he states. Although she is pretending to be asleep, he sees the slight frown on her face. He rips the blanket off and sees her completely naked, but he isn't fazed by this. She walks around most of the time like that around him, so he is used to it. She has red eyes with matching hair, nails, and a landing strip. He didn't want to know the last part, but with her naked most of the time, it was only a matter of time. She has very long, slim legs and delicate skin. But Foxy-kun, I like yours, she whines. Ever since he and Jiraiya found a way to release her safely a year and a half ago, she has been trying to get him to sleep with her for an unknown reason. Mostly she stays in the city, but Naruto left some of the seal intact, enabling her to go inside Naruto's body whenever she feels like. It is also a way for her to go on missions with him as she is not a citizen or a shinobi of Konoha. In order to unseal her, Naruto had to reduce the seal, little by little. Once a week, he would weaken the seal, and each time a flood would come out, forcing him to be pained the entire week as his body adjusts to producing more and more chakra and expanding his coils to match. This went on for months. After 4 months of having absolutely no chakra control, he finally ripped the seal apart, allowing her to come out. At the end of it, Naruto has as much raw chakra as the Nibi. It took him a full 3 months and tens of thousands of shadow clones to have control of his reserves. Even now he doesn't have full control, but with an almost never-ending supply, that really isn't much of a problem. His chakra coils hold as much as a normal Jonin has total. Not even a Hyuga can close him. One of the most interesting things though is that after Kyuubi was free of the seal, Naruto's body began producing her absence in the same quantities to keep the ratio right. Kyuubi then explained how because he was only a few months along as a fetus, the sealing forced a genetic change, making Naruto a half-demon. It was only until now that Kyuubi is no longer providing the Yakai that his body made use of the genetic changes. He would stop aging at 21 and can use it without recourse. Of course, not all the changes were because he is half-demon. Because of the malnutrition in his early years, his growth was stunted. Kyuubi rectified this by forcing Naruto's body through months of constant growth to make up for lost time. He is now 16 and 6'2". Naruto folds the comforter and starts to take off his Anbu gear. Kyuubi, seeing him completely ignore her, frowns even more. She sits up and hugs him from behind, her massive assets pushing into his back. "Come on Foxy. Why wouldn't you pay attention to me? I've tried everything I can think of. Is there no way to break you out of your shell?" Not once has Naruto broken or even talked much about himself, though not from lack of trying. Twice a week she would pull Naruto into his mind and try to get him to talk to him, but that wouldn't work. Kushina would try to get to know him, but he mostly ignored her outside of training. Jiraiya had tried his hardest. He tried physical exhaustion, mental exhaustion, emotional stimulation, everything he could think of and nothing worked. "Please get dressed." Naruto pulled out of her grip and undressed and got in the shower. Kyuubi stands there, not moving from her spot. A single tear rolls down her face. "I'm sorry Naruto. It's because of my presence that you are so hurt. I swear I'll get that pink bitch back for making you like this." Just then an Anbu knocks at the front door. He storms in without it being let in and goes right to Naruto's room. Kyuubi had just enough time to use her to make herself decent before the horse Anbu appeared in his room. He turns to Kyuubi. Uzumaki Naruto is summoned immediately to the council chambers. "I am to escort him there now, even if I have to drag him," he says to her with a condescending voice. Anbu tries to make his way past her to drag Naruto out of the shower when Kyuubi grabs his hand in a vice grip. "Thank you, but we can get there on our own. Now leave before I make you." Horse just scoffs and tries to get out of her grip, but Kyuubi doesn't let go. "You will let me proceed with my mission or suffer the consequences." When she doesn't let go, he winds up to strike her when she increases the force on her grip, forcing him to the ground. He looks into her eyes and sees them burning with rage. "As I told you before, we know where it is." She hoists him up and walks to the door and kicks him out into the street and just lies there, unmoving. It wasn't the force of the impact with the concrete that made him pass out, it was the kick to the balls with tsunade-like strength that made him succumb to unconsciousness. She walks back to Naruto's room to see him dressed in a grey hoodie, gauntlets, greaves, and Anbu pants. What was that about? He had heard someone in his bedroom and then Kyuubi speak. "We have been summoned to the advisory board. The Anbu was about to drag you out of the shower to bring you to the council chambers. I stopped him and he is now nowhere able to perform his job." Naruto gets a bad feeling about the condition of the Anbu that Kyuubi left him in, but lets it go. Kyuubi disappears into the sea and Naruto walks out of his apartment, this time a blank Anbu mask on, and sees the Anbu still lying on the concrete. Naruto walks over to him and lifts his mask. On the inside, Naruto sees something. He goes over and examines the man before picking up the man and carrying him over his shoulder to the council room. When Naruto walks in, he sees the advisory board all looking at him with the Anbu over his shoulder. He tosses the mask to the clan heads after dumping the unconscious man unceremoniously onto the floor near an Anbu. It appears the Danzo is not yet done with Konoha. The board looks concerned about this. They pass around the mask and find the kanji for root inscribed on the inside. He also has a seal on his tongue. "If that doesn't prove he is a root, then I don't know what will," Naruto informs the board. He knows about the council purges, as they are called by the shinobi, and knows that Danzo is now a B rank missing nin. "We will deal with this another time. Anbu, take him to Ibiki and have him begin the standard seal breaking that Jiraiya made. Oh, and make sure to search for cyanide capsules. Ibiki then has my authority to find out whatever he can by any means necessary." The Anbu salutes and disappears in a shunshin with a root spy. Tsunade then turns to Naruto. "Now Naruto, I do believe that you still have some inheritance for me to give you. Here are the keys to the Namikaze estate. I have unlocked your clan account so those are available for use. The board will also like to know your abilities so we may plan on later events. You have the option of not telling though as I won't force you. Naruto takes the keys and pockets them and turns to the board. He takes off the mask. The board all takes a collective breath. You have the Rinnegan? Choza asks. Naruto nods. How do you possess such a bloodline? We don't know enough about it for us to know. Naruto shakes his head. This is going to take a long time to explain. After finishing telling the Uzumaki history up to the sage and how the Uchiha have the Sharingan, he becomes silent. He left out the tombs and the fact that he can gain the Sharingan, but nobody needs to know about that. I won't tell you what I can do as no ninja reveals what they can do unless they have to. Sorry, but even as heads of the clans, you hide what exactly you can do, so I don't see why I should reveal what I can do. For now, just know that I have an affinity with all elements and gravity. Well, have you gained control over the Kyuubi at all? Shikaku asks, hoping to get something out of him besides a textbook answer that all of them knew he had. It's interesting you should ask. Actually, Kyuubi isn't linked to me anymore, but she prefers to stay with me for whatever reason. As such, I no longer have access to her. But before I had up to 4 tails. A poof of smoke and standing next to Naruto is a waist-high red fox with 9 swirling tails. The entire board jumps back and prepares to fight. Kyuubi chuckles at the board's reactions. And what can you do against me, mortals? The board is about to jump Kyuubi when Tsunade slams a hand on the table, getting everyone's attention. I can assure you that if Kyuubi wanted us dead, we would be a long time ago. She has been out for over a year. She holds this village in contempt, but the only thing keeping her from destroying this village is Naruto, so be glad he likes this city for some reason. Yes, and you should be very happy that I'm letting this shit village continue after seeing what this village did to you as a child. No Biju would ever subject someone to that much mental, physical, or emotional trauma. I'm even amazed that Naruto isn't even more messed up than he already is. One clan head is about to speak up when Tsunade cuts him off. He already has had a full physiological evaluation, like all shinobi do every 6 months, and is deemed fit for duty. How I don't know, but I had our best counselor do his evaluation. Even now he has sessions and will probably continue to see a counselor for the rest of his life. With that, Naruto, you may leave. We still have some budget items to go over. Naruto nods his head and leaves after Kyuubi poofs back into Naruto. Right before he exits, Kyuubi reappears beside him in her human form. As much as she would like to scare the shit out of the villagers, it would only cause more problems. Naruto leads the way, not even registering Kyuubi beside him. He leads the way to the Namikaze compound. He has been by there a few times after he got back just to see what it looks like, but unable to get inside. He opens the gate with a click and a seal appears. Recognizing it, he rubs some blood on it and the gate swings open. Naruto and Kyuubi look at the huge compound. By the gate is a map and Naruto takes a look. The compound has a dozen fairly large houses, 2 hot springs, 1 for women, along with a matching one for men on the opposite side of the compound, and a mixed spring. The 2 separate genders is counted as 1, 2 dojo, a market, 3 outdoor training grounds, a recreation center, and a clan center. The clan center is where the current head of the clan resides with his or her family and is the largest building in the compound. This is also where the clan offices are located. It has 3 stories. The first floor is for clan business. Offices and storage spaces to run the clan on the first floor. The second is for clan meetings and discussions, as well as the clan head's personal study. The third floor is reserved for the clan head's family. Naruto had only been inside the clan center, but got no further than the first floor due to the seals. Now that he has the keys, he has access to all the buildings, floors, and doors. Today is for exploring. He didn't have anything else to do today, so he is free to do so. It's very big. Naruto rolls his eyes at the innuendo. Why did you come? You know it is dangerous for people to see you. Kyuubi pouts cutely. Oh. Does Neru-kun not want me around? She pauses for effect. Seeing no reaction, she sighs. I am damn determined to break you out of this funk you're in. If that means that I spend every minute of the day beside you, then I will. Even if it means sharing my bed with you, I'll do it. Nobody deserves what happened to you, and you won't be happy with someone unless you get out of the state you're in, so buck up or get used to it. She doesn't say it, but she hopes that it is with her. Over the years, even before she met Naruto face to face, she was watching his memories and she respects him a great deal. The amount of fortitude and resilience he possesses is beyond comprehension. She would have snapped long ago, but Naruto held it in and gave everyone a smile and a joke, hoping to take others' sadness away, even at the cost of his own. He is everything she sees a mate should be and more. But first she has to pry him loose of his apathy. Naruto, not knowing the thoughts going on in her mind, just shrugs and continues to explore. He covers the entire compound, every home, none are even relatively similar in shape and design, all the offices. The only place he didn't go is the third floor of the clan center. He had his hand on the doorknob but was unable to turn it and take that final step. Ayubi wanted to go to him, but in his current state, he wouldn't accept her, nor would she be welcome. This is something he has to do. They leave the compound and go home. Naruto undresses and doesn't bother with dinner and goes straight to bed. Kyuubi sits against his door and leans her head against it, deep in thought. Sometime later, she hears something. It is so soft that she almost didn't hear it. A sniffle. More comes now as Naruto tries to stem the flow of tears for what he could have had, but instead had his childhood taken away. Kyuubi's heart sinks and wishes she could comfort him, hold him, let him know that it's going to be okay. It breaks her heart to see such pain and sorrow in someone so young. Sure, she has seen things worse than what Naruto has gone through, but never has she seen such malice and hatred directed toward a child before. Kyuubi listens to him cry and shed silent tears for him and eventually falls asleep against the door, tear stains visible on her flawless skin. Time skip 2 days. Naruto stands in the middle of Tsundere's office, waiting to see if she approves of his next mission. It is a mission to Kurigakure to activate the next sequence of tombs, the Tomb of the Protector. He had just deciphered the message from the last tomb they activated. Tsunade is mulling over letting him go by himself or with a team and having to explain to the new people about him. Naruto recalls the tomb of the warrior in Suna that unlocked his Rinnegan. Flashback 2 years. Jiraiya and Naruto approach the gates of Suna, having just finished trekking across the desert with very little stops. They are immediately accosted by 2 Chunin at the gate, the leader thinking he should show off to his newly instated guard next to him, who happens to be obscenely hot. Halt. Present your ID or else. He demands. Naruto, not really in the happiest of moods from the early stages of dehydration, growls at the attitude of the upstart Chunin. Said Chunin hears the growl, but keeps up his tough guy charade, clearly not knowing that not only is Jiraiya Sannin and way out of his league, but that Naruto is a personal friend of the Kazekage. Yeah, and what are you going to do about it? Naruto shoots back. The leader stared blankly at him. He turns red from rage and embarrassment from the jab. He happens to be older and due to genetics, started losing his hair at an early age and is forced to wear a toupee to cover up his chronic baldness. Now the hot Ibiside knows it, reducing her opinion of him. Seeing her commander starting to lose his temper, the new Chunin timidly approaches him. Tenzo-senpai, maybe we should just be nice. Now that the old man has her poking at him to let it go, he can't unless he wants to be made a fool of. Glaring at Naruto, he gets directly in his path. Papers or else. Naruto's eyebrow twitches. Moving faster than the Chunin can see, Naruto spins the man around before forming a tiger hand sign. The new Chunin recognizes it and starts to move forward. Watch out for senpai. She shouts, but too late. Hanahagakure hidden secret to jutsu technique. 1000 years of death. Naruto plunges his 2 index fingers deep into the man's rectum, making him shoot off at tremendous speeds. Everyone there is shell-shocked that Naruto would use such a technique. This is the scene where Gaara arrives. It seems that you cause trouble wherever you go. It's good to see you, Naruto. Naruto walks over and takes his ha. Wham. Flashback end. Naruto groans as he reverts back to reality as he slowly gets off the floor with much effort on his part. The chair that was used as a flying projectile lies smashed in a few pieces a few feet from his head and a giant lump on his head, indicating just how hard she threw it. The chair was solid wood, one piece, not a speck of glue on it. Don't go into random flashbacks when I'm talking to you. Tsunade yells. Naruto holds his head as he lifts himself off the floor. He sways dangerously and has to hold onto the back of a chair to keep his balance. What were you saying now? Tsunade growls, but continues where she left off. You can go to Kurigakure, but you will have a slug with you at all times in case something happens. And take Kyuubi with you. I know she goes where she wants now, but since you won't have any backup and I can't assign a guard, she is the best bet to keep you safe. Also, Mizuno Kuni is in the middle of a civil war, a fight between the bloodline clans and the Mizukage who want to exterminate them. You will not participate in helping either. It will strictly be defensive rules of engagement. Is that clear? Naruto nods his head. If he, a Konoha ninja, were to engage in a battle with the current Mizukage and the rebels are defeated, it will spell very serious consequences for Konoha. If he were to side with the Mizukage, then Konoha could be caught up in the political nightmare that the bloodline purges are. What? I didn't hear you, Tsunade presses, talking with no chance that he doesn't understand her words. Yes, I understand, Tsunade-sama. How long do I have to complete the mission and what will my cover be? You have 1.5 months to complete the mission and an additional 2 months for travel, as it takes 3 weeks to sail to Kiri no. As for your cover, you will be going under the guise that Konoha is looking for an alliance and you are there to see if Kiri is what we are looking for. This should make it so you can look around without people getting suspicious. Any questions? He shakes his head. I'll leave within the hour. Naruto turns to the door. Naruto, he turns to look at Tsunade. Be careful. Naruto nods and disappears. Tsunade turns to look out the windows that overlook the village. What will it take to break you out of that mask? Order of Hai no Kuni, Kuchiyus no Jutsu. A small puff of smoke appears before Naruto. He blinks. He was expecting an enormous amount of smoke that boss summons usually produce because of their size. When the smoke clears, a woman stands before him. She has waist-length bright golden hair, the color of a sunflower, wrapped up in an intricate bun that has a few stray strands reaching to the bottom of her neck. She is tall and wrapped in an elegant yet simple kimono. This does nothing to hide her. Fun bags. Her large fun bags. She rivals Bach-an, he thinks before he stops himself. This is the first time in 2 years that he has seen Hiromi in her human form. Hiromi looks from Naruto to the woman beside him before she recognizes the woman. Ah, long time no see, Kyuubi-sama. It's good to see you again, she is great. Hiromi steps up and hugs Kyuubi. The two have known each other for quite a while, and the first time Hiromi was summoned by Naruto she was ecstatic. Kyuubi is clothed this time wearing loose pants and several layers of clothing under her armor, not that she needs armor. What did you need to talk about? Naruto asks. Hiromi looks towards Naruto, suddenly nervously. She opens and closes her mouth several times, but nothing comes out. Naruto stands there patiently waiting. Seeing Hiromi so flustered, Kyuubi walks over and the two whisper so low that Naruto's enhanced hearing can't listen in. Kyuubi's eyes go wide for a second before a wicked grin appears on her face. Kyuubi whispers something back before both women look at him. Naruto gets a sinking feeling in his stomach from the looks he is getting. It's like he is a piece of meat or a toy for them to play with. This will not end well, he thinks. It actually does. But he doesn't find that out, nor does he care at this point. Kyuubi walks up and takes his arm before pulling him up to Hiromi. They now stand a foot apart with Hiromi gaining a huge blush. Hiromi-chan has something she wants to ask you. She goes even redder at the suffix. Naruto raises his eyebrow at the suffix, but has no other reaction. Hiromi, on the other hand, has a blush on her face as she turns to Naruto. He finds it is kinda funny seeing a 12-story dragon in human form flustered and nervous about asking him something. I would. Would you be my mate? She finishes very quickly and turns around right after and starts pushing her two fingers together. Naruto hears it, deciphers it, processes it, then his brain overloads. Why? What? Comes his intelligent question. I have never had a mate, and the boss summons is supposed to bond with the head of the Uzumaki clan. Traditionally when the boss summons and the head Uzumaki are different genders they are mates. This ensures a tight relationship between us. She says all this without turning around, not trusting herself not to faint. For once, Naruto doesn't know what to think. On one hand he barely knows her and she is a completely different species than him. On the other hand, she is incredibly beautiful, smart and strong. But the nagging thing that he doesn't know her makes him leery of outright accepting. Why don't we get to know each other a little better first before we make any hasty decisions? It is more of a statement than a question, but Hiromi looks more than happy to accept. Oh okay. Where are you going? Maybe I can stay with you. Naruto points to the east. We are headed to Kiri no Kuni. There is the tomb of the protector where I will unlock my water abilities and be able to control gravity. Very handy abilities to say the least. But there is a civil war going on there so we have to be careful. You can come if you want, but don't attack unless we are attacked first. Hiromi nods. Since I will be staying here for an extended amount of time, I need to make sure things will run smoothly at the den. I will rejoin you in a few hours. Her nervousness and shyness are gone, replaced with her professional game face. Getting a nod and a confirmation from Naruto and Kyuubi, she disappears in a puff of smoke. Immediately Naruto turns to Kyuubi. What do you have planned? Kyuubi has a curious expression. I don't know what you are talking about. I have nothing planned. She acts innocently, but Naruto isn't buying it. If you're not planning something then I don't have the Rinnegan. Spill it. I don't want to be surprised in the middle of battle. Kyuubi huffs and puffs out her chest indignantly. This also has the effect of pushing her already large pillows. Naruto's eyes shoot down for a second before finding her face again. Kyuubi gins on the inside. You will find out when I deem you ready, not before. It isn't something that will harm you, so just drop it. Naruto sighs. Kyuubi may want to sleep with him, but once she sets her mind on something, she is so stubborn that she will only diverge if someone's life is in danger. He knows that he isn't going to get it from her now, so there is no point. Come on. Let's get moving. We still have several days before we reach the eastern coast. Time skipped 3 weeks. Naruto, Hiromi, and Kyuubi step off the boat on Kiri no Kuni. They are in a small coastal town a few days of civilian travel speed from Kurigakure no Sado. As they leave the village, 12 Miss Ninja appear around them. Look what we have here. A little twig ninja. What would you be doing here in Kiri? The leader, a tall man with a mask and sunglasses with his head around his bicep. We have business with your Mizukage on behalf of Lady Tsunade, the Godam Hokage. We would appreciate an escort to avoid any mishaps and so we don't get lost. Kiri Jonin looks over Naruto, the Kyuubi and Hiromi, assessing honesty and threat level. Alright. We will take you to the Mizukage. He snaps his fingers. Instantly, 4 more Kirinin appear. All 4 are wearing the same outfit, well mostly, and a blank Anbu mask. Take these 3 to Lord Mizukage. They are not to be harmed. He stands to the side and allows Naruto and the 2 non-humans to pass. Right this way, the leader of the 4 says before jumping away, forcing the 3 to jump after them, revealing the 2 women have ninja training. As they travel, Naruto gets a better look at the ninja. The leader is an older shinobi male with brown hair that has strips of gray and a goatee. The next ninja is a woman approximately 16. She has very short brown hair and semi-revealing attire, obviously trying to have an advantage to those who aren't used to dealing with women. But it is the 3rd member that really gets his attention. She is roughly 20 to 25, ankle-length auburn hair. She wears the standard Anbu clothing with a slight adjustment. Her assets are very large, making the normal armor unwearable even with bindings, so she has some kind of separate armor that is a few sizes too big for her. But her body isn't what got his attention. He feels he doesn't know what he feels from her. But he can feel something coming from her that the others don't have. He doesn't know what it is or how he knows it, but something about her is different. He makes a mental note to find out later. His musings about this new feeling completely distract him from the last ninja, but unfortunately for said ninja, he doesn't really matter so he will remain nameless and be lost to history. Time skip 2 hours. Kurigakure no Sato, Naruto and company along with the escort walk towards the tower in the very middle of the city. Every direction they turn, they see poverty, filth, destroyed buildings, desperation, hunger. It looks like a horror film right in front of them. They all have to repress their gag reflexes, since all of them have enhanced senses, the stench of death and human waste is almost overpowering. Luckily they walk into the tower, and the smell is replaced by a perfume of some sort that counteracts the vile stench that coats the village. They are led up 5 flights of stairs to the Mizukage office where they are immediately ushered in. There they see Yugara juggling kunai behind his desk. He stops once the 3 are inside and the door closes. "Ah, you must be the 3 from Konoha. I am Yugara, Yonde Mizukage. How can I help you?" Naruto pulls out a scroll and hands it to him. This scroll is different from the one Tsunade handed him. After talking with Hiromi, Naruto sent a dragon messenger back asking for a new scroll. The new scroll arrived shortly before they got on the boat for Kiri no Kuni. "We are a delegation from Konohagakure sent to assess the potential of a Kiri-Konoha trade agreement and our alliance. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and they are Kaiu and Hiromi. I am mainly a bodyguard and a leaf shinobi, but I will assess your shinobi, while Kaiu and Hiromi are trained to defend themselves, but are civilians, and will assess the physical and economic strengths and weaknesses of Kiri. We have been granted a month and a half to survey everything, then we will return home, hopefully with very good things to say, but it may not take that long. During our assessment, we will need access to the surrounding areas of Kurigakure to fully survey the potential of our trade. During all surveys, I will be present as bodyguard and will require a spar between your top 3 shinobi. I hope you will find this acceptable as we wish to make a complete picture of our potential ally." Naruto finishes his speech and waits for the Mizukage's decision. Meanwhile in the Mizukage's head he can't believe this chance. If he can get Konoha involved, the rebels will stand no chance, but even if they don't accept the alliance, trade will be a much more welcome source of income. "Alright Uzumaki-san. I'll allow it, but you will have an escort at all times. I must also warn you that we are in the middle of a civil war and your safety is not guaranteed, especially if the rebels learn of you." Naruto bows. "Thank you Mizukage Dono. Your warning is welcome, but I think we will be alright. We won't go far from Kurigakure, just a few miles out to conduct our surveys. When can we expect the spars?" Yugara thinks for a second. There is no rush, but he wants to impress him quickly. It may have an effect on how they view the city. In 2 days the spars will commence. If you have no other questions, let me get you a guide who will show you to your living arrangements. Jonin 315, escort our guests to the VIP hotel. Instantly, the same woman that Naruto got the strange feeling from appears in front of them. "Please come this way," she says politely as she leads them away. Chapter 5. Tomb of the Protector, Kurigakure no Sato. Naruto wakes up with a start. Something or more someone is on top of him. He lifts his head and opens his eyes and sees flaming red hair lying on his chest, her bare back clearly in view for all to see. He shifts his view further down and sees her breast smashed against his bare chest. He blinks as he doesn't remember falling asleep like this. He creates a clone and Kawarimis with it and instantly finds himself without boxers or pants. He sighs. She keeps trying. I bet she was hoping to wake up before me and rape me or smother me with those weapons of hers. He hops in the shower and makes it very quickly as he doesn't want Kikbi to get any ideas about joining him. He dresses quickly and as he leaves he dispels the clone and wakes Kikbi as she falls onto the bed. Naruto knocks on the door to the other room where Hiromi sleeps and makes sure she is up as well. He goes and starts breakfast and after a few minutes, Kikbi comes out looking none too happy. She is in a skimpy bathrobe made out of. You know, there are better ways to wake a woman. Naruto deadpans. Yeah, I bet. Whatever. Why did you sleep in my bed last night instead of with Hiromi? He asks. Kikbi pouts. I already told you. I like your bed better. It doesn't matter where you sleep as it is automatically better than anywhere else. Naruto rolls his eyes and finishes making breakfast as Hiromi appears in the kitchen. Good morning Naruto-kun, Kikbi-chan, she yawns. He looks at her before turning away like it's nothing. It then registers what she is wearing and he snaps back to her. She is wearing a nightgown that wouldn't be out of place in a strip club. It has two pieces. The top has long sleeves and comes just over her breast and clasps once with a button just below her breasts, showing a lot of cleavage, then flares out again showing her very toned and flat stomach. Her bottom part is a skirt that stops right about mid to high thigh. Did I mention the fact that the material of both pieces is nearly see-through? Well it is. Naruto can practically see all her body, which is on par with Kikbi's, and he doesn't see any lines from underwear. So either she hides her underwear really well or she isn't wearing any at all. He has to hold his nose to prevent the blood from making him shoot back. Hiromi just moves on past him, but Kikbi notices the trickle of blood that gets past his fingers. Hiromi-chan, I think Naruto-kun is having dirty thoughts about you. Hiromi looks around to Naruto as he turns around to hide his nosebleed. What he misses is the smirk she has on her face. The two women dig into the breakfast at the counter with tall stools while Naruto waits for his nose to stop bleeding so he can let his nose go and release the pent-up blood, which he is eventually able to do without passing out. Naruto turns around having regained control over himself and eats his breakfast as well, trying not to stare at Hiromi. Kikbi sees this and has a smirk on her face. Ah, no man can stand up to two women. I just hope that this works. Hiromi finishes first and places her breasts on the counter, making them seem even larger while feigning ignorance. So what are we going to do today? She asks, looking bored. Well, Naruto says with a mouthful. He swallows before continuing. I think that we should start with the city itself. We spend at least a week looking around the city. From there we go to just outside the city for 2 weeks and then to the surrounding villages for 3 weeks. The final week we meet here and have one more survey through. What do you think? Well, to be honest, it may take more than a few weeks to get a complete picture of the surrounding towns. Plus there are also the rebels to think about. They might attack us for even thinking about allying with Kiri, Hiromi adds. But we only have a total of 2 months to do a job that could take a half a year to do properly. So I think it is a good plan for now and if we need to make adjustments, we can. Kikbi adds her 2 cents in. Plus the final week we can move where we need to look at. They finish planning as a knock comes at the door. Naruto, being the most dressed out of the group, answers it after he puts on a Kakashi-like mask, a pair of Abiram-like sunglasses, and a hoodie that covers his hair. What he finds is the auburn-haired Jonin from yesterday at his door. The Jonin is slightly thrown off at the sight of Naruto. She was sure that he would take off the mask here. Now he is more of a mystery. She regains her wits about her. Hello, I have been ordered to escort you around town. When will you be ready? Naruto steps to the side and ushers her in. The Jonin raises an eyebrow at the current state of undress of the women and just how obscenely hot the two women are. She feels threatened by these women. What woman wouldn't be? They represent everything a woman wants. Gorgeous skin, silky soft hair, long legs, an amazing bust line that doesn't sag without underwear. So, what's your name? Naruto asks, breaking the tension in the room. My Jonin number is 315. You may address me as so, she replies. Naruto shakes his head. That's not what I asked. I asked for your name. What are you called when not on duty? The Kiri Jonin blanches. Nobody has shown enough interest in her to wonder about her past, much less ask about her name. It's Terumi. Mei Terumi. Well, it's nice to meet you Terumi-san. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. These two ladies are Hiromi and Kayu. They have no clan name. Hiromi is the shorter one with the golden hair. Mei bows lightly to the women. It's good to meet you too. Well, it's nice to know that not all Kiri shinobi are snobs and have sticks up their asses, Kikbi says. Her voice now lacks the usual power-filled bass, making her voice sound strangely high to Naruto. Mei for her part, scratches her head bashfully. Well, we are in a civil war so you can't be too careful. Yes, but that doesn't mean that they have to act how they look, Hiromi jabs. She too lacks her normal powerful voice to keep her cover as just a human. Mei is about to retort to the jab when Naruto steps in, trying to keep the peace. Ladies, calm down. We are their guests and as such it would do well to remember your manners, he admonishes them. Hikbi childishly sticks her tongue out at him. Spoil sport. Naruto turns to Mei. Well, Terumi-san. We will walk around the village for a week or so and assess it. After that we will move on the areas just outside of the village, then to some closest towns. Does that work? Mei thinks for a second. Yes, that should be fine. Just know that once we leave the area around the city that we will be vulnerable to rebel attacks. I can't guarantee your safety. Naruto waves her off. Don't worry. We can all handle ourselves. So once we get dressed, we can go. Time skip 2 days. Naruto stands quietly off to one side of the training grounds, not really thinking of anything, just waiting and observing Caillou and Hiromi standing next to him. The last 2 days seemed to go by in a blur. Mainly walking around and avoiding questions from their babysitter. At one point Mei asked Kikbi what was Naruto's problem, since he neither asked nor answered any questions directed at him. Caillou, getting fed up with all the questions, just told her to ask him and not bother her or Hiromi. Speaking of Caillou and Hiromi, they had been taking a lot of notes. But instead of a deep analysis on the economic stability of the region, they have defense positions, approximate numbers of shinobi, and possible entrances. Even if they aren't allowed to participate in the war, they can help out the people fighting to end the reign of the person who caused the deplorable conditions they walk through day in and day out. They don't know if the rebels would improve Kiri, but anything would be better than how it currently is. Naruto is awoken from his musings when 4 people walk into view. One is the Mizukage, one is their guide, and the other 2 he doesn't know. He is wearing his half mask and glasses to hide his features, making the Mizukage a little on edge since he can't read Naruto's face. Welcome, Naruto-san. We shall test my best Jonin against you. How shall the matches proceed? Naruto shrugs. Send 2 at first, then the next match will be against 1. The matches will be all out until one side is completely incapacitated or too injured to continue the fight. No killing strikes, and if you would Mizukage-sama be the referee. Ugara raises an eyebrow at the setup, but it is how he wants it. Jonin 385 and 215 will be the first match. Jonin 315 will be the second. But Jonin 18 will referee. Naruto nods his understanding. The training area the Mizukage chose was actually the stadium they use for the Chunin exams, but with the civil war, the exams haven't been to Kiri in over 5 years and isn't likely to return for another few years. The stands are packed with shinobi and non-shinobi alike. Caillou and Hiromi find their way to the spectator box to watch, they talk with quiet excitement between them in anticipation of the match. Jonin S 385, Hanzo, and 215, Mycene, appear in the middle of the arena. Hanzo is shorter than Naruto, wearing no distinctive clothing and armor and a big sword on his back, think Cloud Big. Mycene is the same height as Naruto. The only thing distinctive he is wearing is a purple, something akin to a male skirt. He too has a sword, but it is a kadashi and is strapped to his waist. Jonin 18 hops into the arena and begins the match without asking if either party is ready. The 2 Jonin rush Naruto who gracefully twirls out of the way of both swords. He pulls out a pair of kunai and begins deflecting sword strikes. This goes on for 5 minutes and Naruto isn't even breathing hard. Using a blast of wind channeled through the kunai, he sends them back a few feet and draws his divine relic. This time Naruto attacks. He appears in front of Hanzo and tries to impale him. But Hanzo uses the flat edge of his sword to deflect and tries to stab Naruto himself. However, he wasn't planning on just how agile and strong Naruto is. Naruto stabs his sword deep into the ground, locking them together. He then uses the locked swords as leverage and lifts the rest of his body off the ground, having a dual purpose of going over the impaling sword and drawing the man off balance. Naruto's foot hits the ground and instantly his knee is in his opponent's face, sending him back several feet from the sheer force of the blow. Suddenly Naruto ducks and is saved from being decapitated. Naruto does a breakdance-like move and sweeps the legs out of the man. As the man hits the ground, he feels a strong wind near his neck and can barely make out the form of a sword made of wind inches from his windpipe. He looks over to his partner to see if he can help him and sees Naruto standing over him with his metal sword in the same position, just over the throat. Everyone in the crowd, minus Kikbi, is stunned. To hear of a wind nature chakra that can be controlled so far from the user through just manipulation is unheard of, and Naruto is a good 5 feet from the man. The match didn't even last 10 minutes. Winner, Konoha. Shouts the referee. Naruto sheaths his sword and disperses the wind blade, not even sweating. Suddenly Mei isn't feeling so confident. If 2 couldn't take him then how could she? Jonin 315, get out there, Ugara orders. Having no choice, she can only hope that Naruto goes easy on her. As soon as the match starts, she forms hand seals. Imton. Kazangan no Dama. Lave release. Lava balls globs in canon version. Naruto's eyes narrow as the molten pockets of lava race towards him. He sidesteps each one and rushes forward, intent on not allowing her to use that sub-element. That's it. That is what is different about her. Using a sub-element requires a bloodline. How she has managed to stay hidden for so long is beyond him. How he feels it he has no idea, but he will worry about that later. He reaches striking range, but finds Mei is very adept in jutsu. They trade blows on even ground, and Mei decides to up the tempo. She jumps back and forms more hand signs. Futen. Kumu no Jutsu. Boil release. Skilled mist technique. A thick mist rolls out of Mei's mouth and coats the ground. Naruto feels his clothes start to dissolve at a slow rate. His mind goes into overdrive and forms hand signs of his own. Ton. Dai top. Naruto only gets a part of the way through the hand seals as Mei knocks the wind out of him with a powerful kick. But even still, the technique goes off and dilutes the mist to negligible levels. Mei eyes Naruto as she pushes forward with her assault, hoping that with him not being able to draw breath, that it will allow her to win. Unfortunately, that is not what Naruto has planned. He creates several clones, and they all engage Mei to get her off the original. While she is distracted, Naruto recovers and forms hand seals. Pain. Karakenden. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. A huge dragon bursts out of Naruto's mouth as Naruto holds the last symbol to make it appear that he is using chakra to control the dragon. He directs the dragon to the fighting Mei and his clones and makes the dragon kamikaze itself right on top of them. The temperature in the stadium rises dramatically, forcing many to shield themselves from the intense heat. Naruto looks on impassively as the fire burns the ground and liquefies the top layer of ground. Thanks for giving me the materials I need, he hears. Imton. Kazangan no Kanketsusen. Lava release. Geyser of lava. The pool that had been created where the dragon had impacted suddenly shoots forward, straight for Naruto. Naruto then forms hand signs of his own. Anetsuse. Sensui no Hasaki. Thermal release. Fountain of flames. A river of white fire blazes to life right in the path of the incoming lava. It is a battle of heat versus heat. Which sub-element is stronger? Up in the cage booth, Yugara narrows his eyes. So he is a bloodline user. I guess that is expected of those bloodline-loving bastards in Konoha. Back in the fight, the two continue to battle. Mei has created a very deep pocket of lava and is just using chakra to direct a liquid substance, while Naruto is constantly creating wind-enhanced fire. Eventually though the pocket of lava can't compete with near infinite levels of half chakra half enhanced, the lava pocket runs out of lava and Mei drops and leans over panting but has to dodge quickly lest she become less than ash. She appears on the far side of the arena, doubled over and breathing very difficulty. Naruto just strolls over to her and uses a wind blade to raise her head or she will be cut. Winner, Konoha. Naruto releases them and Mei drops to her knees. That was the most intense battle she has ever been in. Sure, she has sparred with higher level ninja than her, but never before has she been so outclassed. She could feel that Naruto was holding back. Plus there is the fact that he used it without completing the hand seals for it. She is helped off the ground by Naruto who, in his half mask and glasses, makes her blush in both embarrassment and because he is hot. In an instant Naruto is joined by his two companions. That was a great fight, Terumi-san. I must say that I am impressed, Hiromi comments. Mei mutters a quiet thanks as Naruto drops her off at the medic station. Naruto leaves to speak with the Mizukage as a few medics run over her. Her biggest health problem. Chakra exhaustion, then physical fatigue and a few deep bruises from their Taijutsu session. All in all, nothing that can't be fixed with a few days of rest. Page box, Naruto arrives with his charges in 2. Very good matches, Uzumaki-san. I must say that I see why Konoha is regarded as the strongest hidden village. Naruto takes a small bow. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. It was a pleasure to fight your shinobi. Ugara's face cracks to a frown for a split second, but it is picked up nonetheless. Is something bothering you, Mizukage-sama? Naruto asks. Ugara lets his frown onto his face. Well, there is the matter of what you used. I was unaware that the Uzumaki had a bloodline that allowed them to use a sub-element. Naruto catalogs this in his mind for later. They don't. That ability is passed on through my father. I don't know who he was, but I am quite knowledgeable about Uzumaki and theirs. Our bloodline. I hope that this will not hinder our working relationship. It is hard to find someone who does not possess a bloodline in our village. Ugara shakes his head. Good. Now as for the assessment, I believe that your shinobi, while competent, need to improve. Their teamwork is lacking, they need to expand their ninjutsu as they only use their swords. I hope this is not the norm for your shinobi as it is a huge weakness. As for Jinin 315, she has excellent taijutsu form, as well as a large and devastating arsenal of. I noticed, Ugara said under his breath. It may have been low, but for the 3 non-humans it is heard. I will give Tsunade-sama a full report and allow her to make the decision. I find that your forces are adequate but could be far more effective. Ugara nods somberly. He was needing an outsider's opinion of how he could improve his forces, but that requires an outsider to 1. Be willing to come to an active war zone. And 2. Be willing to give them an accurate assessment. On top of that, it is embarrassing for a hidden village to need an outsider in the first place. I will give your suggestions and opinions some thought. Please feel free to wander around. Jimin 315 will likely be out for a few days, so I will have another escort. Naruto bows, showing respect. He also picks up on the dismissal. He and the women turn around and go outside the stadium and see a person waiting for them. Time skip 2 weeks. Naruto and the women are outside the city wall in the surrounding villages with Mei and an extra Jimin as a guard deterrent. This village is in no better shape than Kiri, but at least it smells better, if only slightly. Right now it is dark and Naruto, Hiromi, and Kikbi have retired for the night. Naruto is sitting in a chair by a fire and reading a scroll on human anatomy. Hiromi and Kikbi come out into the room. Kikbi puts up a privacy barrier and uses a Genjutsu seal to barricade the doors and windows, preventing anyone from entering. Hiromi gently grabs the book Naruto is reading and closes it and takes it from him. He looks at her with questioning eyes, and they only grow when both Hiromi and Kikbi kneel right in front of him. Naruto. Hiromi starts but can't continue. We are going to break that shell. Tonight, Kikbi says using her normal voice. Naruto just stares impassively at them. We are tired of you treating everything so coldly and distant, Kikbi says, her eyes are soft and pleading. We know you feel something. We see lapses where you let emotions through, so we know you aren't totally lost. Just trust us. Let us in, Hiromi says passionately. Naruto continues to stare. Look. We understand why you are so distant. Why do you close your feelings off? We get it. We do. But you have to understand something. We are not going to leave you. You don't have to be afraid that we are going to rip out your heart and eat it like that bitch of a girl. Well, Kikbi loves you. I can't say that for myself yet, but I'm getting there. We have spent so much time together and I see your pain, I feel how hurt you have been. I know it hasn't been easy, but we will never leave you. We will live as long as you will and we are willing to do anything and everything for you. Hiromi and Kikbi both stand and strip. They take all their clothes off and spread their legs and toss back their hair over their shoulders, giving him an unrestricted view of their bodies. If it takes us giving ourselves to you, then we will do it. We will do whatever you ask. If you tell us to kill everyone in Konoha, we will do it. If you ask us to bury your children, we will do it. What will it take to prove that we will not leave, betray, or hurt you in any way? Hiromi is on the verge of tears, Kikbi matching her look. Both are putting themselves in a very vulnerable position. Naruto looks down to the ground. Truthfully, he does feel emotions. He likes both of them, possibly loves them. But there is always something clawing at the back of his head. Something that makes him relieve the pain of Sakura ripping his heart out every time he thinks of letting someone in. He can't experience that again. He is honestly touched that someone would offer everything to him. Just to make him trust them. They would offer sex and even children as something to prove that they won't go away or rip his heart out. Sex doesn't really mean a commitment. Take a look at Anko. But there is something higher than children, or at least on the same level, that doesn't require time to show. Hiromi has tears spilling over. Naruto is just sitting there, ignoring them both. She just offered her everything to him and he is ignoring them. Hiromi puts her hands over her face and turns to run to her room. Both women stop what they are doing. Naruto just said something. What was that? We didn't hear you, Kikbi Asos. Age. Kikbi and Hiromi scoot closer to him to hear better. I said marriage, he says as he looks up at them, all kinds of emotions running through his eyes. Too many too quickly to even gauge one of them. Both are stunned and shocked into silence. What will it take? Not that I'm complaining, but why marriage? A confused Kikbi asks. Because it is the one thing besides children that permanently ties you to someone. You can't annul or get out of a marriage. Even if a spouse dies, you are still listed as married. It is designed to be that way. I know that for you guys mating is the same thing, but to humans sex is just something to be enjoyed. I know I'm not human, but I still think like one. That is the only thing I can think of that doesn't involve a child. The woman shares a look before they tackle Naruto. Of course we'll marry you. We said we are willing to do anything and we meant it. Naruto becomes aware that two very naked bodies of two very hot women against him. Maybe he can try just this once. Maybe they can help him forget. He wraps his arms around them and pulls them in closer. They climb into his lap and snuggle up against him. Both women are overjoyed when he pulls them closer. They pull him even closer when they feel hot tears hit their flawless skin. Naruto cries on their shoulders, letting go of all the pain and the suffering. He tells them everything from what was said, what he felt. All of it. Both women hold their comments and hold him tighter. By the end of it, Naruto is asleep. Well, that was a bit easier than expected, comments Kikbi. I guess he was tired of fighting you and I didn't help matters for him much. I guess the harder it was for him to give in to fear. Both are using their inside voices as no not to wake their new fiancé. Kikbi nods. Well, let's get him to bed. He will get a neck cramp if he stays like this. Hiromi gets off him and Kikbi gently picks him up and takes him to his bedroom. Hiromi collects their clothes on the floor and tosses them into a corner while Kikbi undresses him down to his boxers. They tuck him under the covers. "Oh, can we please?" Hiromi asks cutely. Kikbi thinks for a second before a mischievous smile crosses her face and she nods. Naruto is in for one hell of a whack-up call. Hanahagakure no Sato. Sakura walks home from a shift at the hospital. It had been a long double shift. Ever since she was trained by a doctor there she has been doing nurse work and she admits that while she likes medicine that she would much rather be doing the procedures rather than cleaning up after them. Her education wasn't all that great. Nothing like if Tsunade had trained her. That would have been awesome. But no. She had outdated textbooks and a doctor with a very shady record as her teacher. She always learned first aid and things that a nurse should do instead of how to fix the problem. It is frustrating her out of her mind. She rounds the corner to her apartment complex and walks in front of the Amanaka flower shop. "Hey backstabber," Sakura hears. She already knows who it is and doesn't even turn to look at her. "Hey Ino. Ripped apart any hearts today?" Sakura, no matter how tired she is, rounds on Ino. "That was more than 3 years ago. Can't you let it go?" Ino stares at Sakura. "I will let it go when Naruto does. We all have agreed on that. This is your punishment that Naruto won't give you. Do you even want to apologize? Do you feel any remorse for destroying one of the nicest people in the village?" Sakura doesn't back down. "It's not like you treated him any better than I did. You hit him and yelled at him too." Ino slaps Sakura across the face. "Do not compare you to me to make yourself feel better. I may not have been the nicest person to him, but I never belittled him, I never tried to get away from him, and I never had the impact that you did. I may have been head over heels for Sasuke, but I wasn't mean to others because of it." Ino continues her hate on Sakura rant, drawing attention from the other Rookie 11. Lee never actively participates in goading Sakura, but he doesn't talk to her. Tenten, Shikamaru, Niji, Chaoji, Kiba, and Hinata take every opportunity to make her feel guilty. Shino still talks to her just because he doesn't want her committing suicide, but he still wholeheartedly agrees that what she did was wrong. Sakura turns away from her ex-friends and walks to her apartment. On her door is written, "Ichiha slut and backstabber with some kind of fire." She opens the door and collapses on her couch. On the floor just inside the door is her daily fan mail. It turns out a lot of people actually enjoyed what she did and thank her on a daily basis for making the demon disappear. She falls asleep on the couch, wondering when Naruto will come back so she can finally get some of her friends back. Next morning, Naruto slowly wakes up feeling better than he has in a very long time. Like a giant weight has been lifted off his mind and chest, cliché I know. He tries to sit up but is weighed down. He opens his eyes and what he sees makes his eyes bulge. Hiromi and Caillou are both stark naked and using him as a pillow, their massive assets pushed into his bare chest. The covers are pulled back to show their naked torsos. He feels all their legs tangled together so much that he has to lift up the covers to make sure he is still wearing something. Turns out he isn't. He falls back on the bed, unable to get up, and his mind drifts to the events of last night. He is engaged. They have sworn to never leave him. He doesn't have to worry. His heart feels much lighter after last night. Unable to contain himself, he puts his arms around both his ladies and squeezes. Both mumble in their sleep and cuddle closer into him. He just hugs both of them to him, not minding the slightest bit that he feels all 4 nipples harden and graze across his chest. Eventually though he hears a knock at the door. "Hey Caillou-chan, Hiromi-chan, I need to get up. There is someone at the door." "5 more minutes Naru-kun," Hiromi says cutely. Hikbi says something along the same lines but more aggressively, "Stay still so I can pounce on you." Naruto sighs and tickles both of them until they wake up. They sit up using their hands, still half asleep. Their breasts hanging for all to see. "Good morning, Naru-kun," Hiromi says before yawning. After she does, her mind kicks in and realizes that she and Kikbi are naked in Naruto's bed. Another knock at the door, this time more urgent. "Damn whoever it is. I'll burn them alive," Kikbi threatens as she gets up and summons some clothes. She exits the bedroom and answers the door to their hotel room. Outside is a fully dressed Mei. "Oh, good morning Caillou-san. I'm just here to inform you guys of a change of plans for today." Kikbi nods and lets Mei in. Just then Hiromi steps out of Naruto's room wearing only a bra and matching panties. "I'll be in the shower Caillou," is all she says before entering the bathroom. Mei looks from the bathroom door and back to Kikbi and notices exactly what she is wearing. A silk robe that is loosely tied in the front and nothing on underneath. "Are you guys really that comfortable walking around like that with a guy in the same hotel room as you?" she asks. Kikbi gives her a small glare. "Of course we are. We have known him for more than 3 years and we know he won't do anything if we don't want him to. And trust me when I say that he is always welcome to look at us." Mei blushes at her comments. "So what is this change of plans?" Kikbi ASOs. Well, the other Jinin was called back to Kiri, so I am the only one here for security. I know you guys were wanting to go to the next town today, but it would be too dangerous. Hikbi nods her understanding. Suddenly the door that Hiromi just came out of opens and a fully dressed Naruto, complete with half mask and glasses, steps out. It's here. Come on. Hikbi immediately steps into another room and after a minute comes out completely dressed and carrying the bags. She pokes her head into the bathroom and says a few words that Mei can't make out before closing the door and stepping into the main living room. What's here? What are you talking about? Mei asks. It's too long to explain right now, is all Naruto says. It isn't his normal toneless voice, but full of excitement and anticipation. As Mei stares down Naruto, Hiromi exits the bathroom, her hair very wet and wearing short sleeves and shorts. The three of them walk out the door and Mei is left with nothing to do but trail them. Naruto leads them out of the village and walks in a single direction at a fast pace. Naruto keeps on walking, neither Hiromi nor Kikbi complain or ask where it is that they are going. Where are we going? This isn't safe and you're not authorized to leave the area, Mei half threatens. Well then do something to Rumi-san, Naruto says without turning around. Mei wants to, but the Kai coming off of Hiromi and Kaiu suggests that if she tires of something that it will not end well for her. Eventually Naruto stops in front of a fairly large rock. He touches it briefly before speaking. This is the oldest rock on the island. Over the years it has been whittled away for building material, by storms and by wind. It was once a mountain, but this is all that remains. He cuts his hand and puts it on the stone. The rock seems to vibrate for a second before it sinks into the ground, revealing a stairway behind it. Naruto leads the way down the tunnel before speaking. Seijin. Tengoku no Kari. Sage style. Heaven's light. The ball of fire makes its way into existence and hovers over Naruto, giving off a tremendous amount of light. Hiromi and Kikbi follow him without a moment's hesitation. Mei on the other hand looks torn. She should report this breach of security and whatever this hole in the ground is, but another part of her wants to follow and find out exactly what is down there. Her curiosity wins and she delves down into the dark passageway, figuring that it is better to be able to report what is down there instead of saying she doesn't know. She quickly catches up to Naruto and the others and they walk for a good amount of time. Suddenly the walls fall away and they are left standing inside a giant cavern, not unlike the one in Hai no Kuni. Naruto raises the orb of fire and makes it brighter, but he soon wishes he hadn't. The light seems to have awoken something. Naruto can hear it moving around in the darkness. He pulls out his sword and cuts his finger and wipes the blood on the sword. Mei looks away as the sword produces an enormous amount of light, illuminating much of the cavern. But it is so bright that nobody can see anything, so Naruto tapers off the light and sends 3 more orbs of fire into the cavern and expands their size and brightness. That illuminates the cavern entirely at levels in which they can see. Mei wants to scream. In front of her is a massive and grotesque creature. It has 3 arms that are monstrous in size, 2 heads, 4 feet, and a hide that looks very tough. Who dares enter my cavern? The creature beckons with a left head. I do. Uzumaki Naruto, heir to the Sage of 6 Paths. Let me pass and take what is rightfully mine. Mei looks at him with wide eyes. The creature laughs. Heir to the sage. I guess I should bow or something. Or I could eat you and gain some of that power myself. It seems that the left head is where the brains are because the right one just drools and has a stupid expression on its face. Be careful. This is an A-class demon, one of the oldest made from the Jibai's own flesh, Kikbi informs them. The demon looks at the red-haired woman and begins to laugh. This is too much. To see the mighty Kikbi no Yoko reduced to a mere human in stature. Hahaha. Oh, if Chibai-sama could only see this. Once again, Mei's eyes go wide. She is a Bijuu. Just who is this woman? She has been around for 3 weeks. Mei suddenly realizes that she knows very little about these people. Several tick marks appear on Kikbi's head. I'll show you a few. You should remember why I am the greatest of demons. Mei backs up as a red surrounds Kikbi. She grows fur and ears and 9 tails and grows in size. Soon Kikbi is at full mast, being half as tall as the cavern. She lets loose a mighty roar that shakes the cavern, her tails swing dangerously behind her. The demon doesn't seem so confident now. To think that the ruler of demons is running around with a human, the heir of the person who created her no less. He assumed that since she lowered herself so much that she had lost her power or at least enough to be defeated. His assumption seems to be incorrect. The demon starts chanting some weird and archaic language, but only seconds after he starts, 9 tails wrap around him, forcing him to stop. Now? I can't have you running away now, can I? Tell me, what is your name? She growled menacingly. It's Religious, Rel-Goss, he chokes out. Well, Religious, I suggest that you don't judge a book by its cover. And that Kikbi literally rips apart the demon. Ore and body chucks go everywhere. Once all the pieces of the demon are motionless on the floor, voids that no words can do justice in how black they are appear under each section, and arms appear and drag each piece into the voids. In seconds the only evidence of what happened is the blood and the stench. Meanwhile Kikbi returns to her human form but still has her tails and ears. She walks over and gives Naruto a hug for some reason. "Are you okay?" Naruto asks her. Kikbi nods. "I'm just a bit shaken. Those portals only appear when the ruler of the demon world summons someone. Our friend is now being put back together and then spewing what he knows to the ruler after me. Add to the fact that I am not only at near full strength but out of the seal means that demons will be coming for us. And why is that?" Hiromi asks. "Because they fear me and when they learn Naruto's heritage and abilities, they will fear him too. Demons don't like it when other beings are more powerful than them. Don't forget that he is the descendant of the most powerful human ever to exist. They will head us off at the other tombs so we must be on our guard." Naruto nods and takes her hand and leads her towards the tablet. The usual inscription is on the tablet and Naruto is about to set his hands on it. Kikbi and Hiromi are standing behind him, ready for what is next. What the fuck is going on here? They turn to see a very confused Mei. She is in a fighting stance and looks like her fight or flight is deciding which one it wants. "Hiromi-chan, would you mind explaining the circumstances to Terumi-san please? I need to get this over with." Hiromi nods and moves to talk to Mei. Naruto takes a deep breath and places his palms against the cold rock. Instantly he feels his mind being probed. He doesn't resist, but it isn't exactly a pleasant feeling. Then he feels the skin of his hands get either evaporated or eaten by the rock and his blood seeps into the stone. He stays like that for a good while, Kikbi behind him ready to help him when the time comes. Hiromi approaches Mei who backs away. Sit," Hiromi orders. Mei's only response is to back away at a faster pace. "I said sit." Hiromi roars, using her full voice, commanding Mei to obey. Hiromi's eyes turn to golden slits and her skin grows a light covering of scales for an instant. Very hesitantly Mei sits where Hiromi directed, feeling that if she didn't that her life would be in danger if she disobeyed. "Who and what the fuck are you people?" Mei asks, demands. "Well, long story short I'm a dragon," Naruto summons. Kaiu is the Kikbi no Yoko that attacked Konoha 17 years ago. And Naruto was Kaiu's host until a few years ago when he found a safe way to release her. Naruto is of the Uzumaki clan. Turns out they hold the legendary Rinnegan in their blood and are direct descendants of the Rikido Sennin. He split his power between his sons and left these tombs behind to reactivate the full bloodline in times of need. This is the third of 6 tombs that we have been to. Mei is silent in thought. "So you're not actually a human?" Hiromi nods but puzzled as to why out of all the things she said, Mei would pick that to question. Mei seems to relax visibly. "And why would my species be of any consequence to you?" Hiromi asks guardedly. "Well because that means that Naruto is still free. I mean dragons and demons only have relationships with their own species. I was afraid that he was already taken and there is no reason I can compete with your bodies." Hiromi doesn't know whether to be insulted, angry, or thank her for the compliment. So she will go to all 3. "First of all, I don't know where you got your sources, but both Kaiu and I are engaged to Naruto. Second, I'm offended that you would insinuate that our species are that shallow. Sure for the most part we mate with our own species, but the same thing can be said for humans. You tend to mate with people of the same skin color, background, and physical appearance. So don't you judge and make assumptions about us when you have nothing to back up those claims." Before either can continue Naruto gives a grunt of pain. Mei turns to look at him, but Hiromi is already at his side. Kaiu nods to Hiromi and not 10 seconds later Naruto is almost violently launched from the rock. Both catch him and set him down, his head in Hiromi's lap. They wait for several minutes before Naruto's eyes flutter open and their hearts jump as they see a smile on his face. That has to be the best way to wake up, looking up at 2 angels. Both girls blush wildly, making Naruto chuckle. Tears of happiness that he is finally allowing himself to feel and act on those feelings again. He finds himself glumped by the 2 gorgeous women. Mei looked on, jealousy evident in her eyes. "Terumi-san, some water please." Mei starts at being addressed. It then turns to confusion at what he wants. She brings such confusion to light. "I need water for Mei." "It doesn't matter which one," he says, still hugging and getting hugged from both sides. Mei doesn't know why she suddenly wants to grant his request, but she does. She turns to the side to fire at a wall when Naruto stops her. "No, towards us." "Don't worry about it." Mei's eyebrow quirks but gives in. She forms several hand signs and takes a deep breath. "Sujin Heki." Water release. Water encampment wall. A torrent of water bursts from Mei's mouth, but instead of going up like it normally does, it all rushes forward in a straight pressurized stream. Naruto holds up a hand and the water stops. It just stops in midair. Naruto makes another gesture and the water rises into the air, even higher. Suddenly he releases control from the middle outward, creating a ripple effect of rain. "So?" Kikbi asks not to bother to hide her true voice. It worked. I have control over water and gravity too. I can change the direction of gravity and how severe the pull is. Plus I have some interesting news. Naruto gets up from the girls and walks to the stone and begins to read. During the time of the Jubai's reign of terror, it created all manner of creatures that we know today as demons. It was after making Lucifer that the sage sealed the Jubai. Lucifer is said to have a third of the Jubai's power, taken directly from the Jubai's reserves. This left the Jubai weaker than usual. While it was still weak, the sage battled it and sealed it. Since the Biju were created from the Jubais, they are classified as demons. Biju are offspring of the Jubai. Right before the sage died, he divided up the power between 9 entities. These beings are made of masses of sentient chakra called that can morph into any shape they desire. While they can change shape, the sage modeled their personalities after certain animals, the most well-known being Kikbi no Yoko and the Nibi no Bakaneko. The Ichibi and the Gobi are unknown as to why they act the way they do or as to what personality they were molded after. The ranking system coincides with the number of tails the Biju has, which is an indication of how much chakra a Biju has. A single tail is worth 2 cage level reserves, so the Kikbi has 18 times the amount of chakra a cage has. But Biju don't have chakra, they have Yoki, which is very conductive or supercharged chakra. It is twice as powerful as human chakra and is used at a smaller rate since it takes less to perform a technique. If a Biju is sealed inside a living object, one of 2 things will happen. 1. If the object is young enough to not have fully developed chakra coils, then the Bijus will leak into the forming coils, making the chakra very powerful. How much is leaked is dependent on how far along the coils were when the Biju was sealed. 2. If the coils have already formed, then they will slowly kill the individual, since the body won't absorb it and adapt to it like the younger Jinchuriki. In order to not die, the Jinchuriki must become a, or half demon. The Biju may use it to have a real body. It solidifies and becomes flesh until it is called to become something else. The Biju may engage in the act of procreation if they wish, but none have ever done so, and the results are unknown, or if an offspring is even possible. As the personality is based off of an animal, the personality will lean towards either male or female. They can choose to be either, but will always prefer the gender of the animal they were modeled after. Naruto stops reading and lets the information sink in. Well, that was informative. Nothing I didn't already know. You may not have, but certainly it was an educational experience for the rest of us, Hiromi adds. Naruto sighs and walks away from the rock, straight towards Mei. This is what we came to find. We will be leaving next week for Konoha. Please keep this a secret as it can start a war between our villages. Mei is torn between duty and her desire to obey Naruto. Naruto sees her having trouble and decides to make it easier on her. He knows you have a bloodline. Mei's eyes go wide. I do not know why he has not done anything about it yet, but I feel that it is close to when he will do something. If you don't want to die, I suggest you find an exit from the Mizukage's services. Mei's lip is trembling. She knows why Yugara hasn't done anything yet. It is because he used her. She used her power, her bloodline status to hunt down the bloodline clans, thinking they would be safe with her, only to stab them in the back. And all that service. All the effort to stay here is all for nothing. Just for something she has no control over. Every face of every person she has ever killed flashes before her. Their betrayed faces, their looks of surprise. One even smiled at her before life left his eyes. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. What should I do? She chokes out. She is having trouble keeping the tears back. You fight. You take the initiative and you fight for what you believe in. Kikbi eggs her on. I don't suggest you do anything rash, but I do think you need to plan quickly. We can help you. If you are willing to keep this a secret, Naruto offers. Mei weighs her options. Not that there were many. She looks at Naruto. She loses a battle to keep a blush down as a thought comes to her. Could I come with you to Konoha? She asks shyly. Hiromi and Kikbi are instantly on guard. While they knew Mei had at least some interest in Naruto, never before has she ever acted or voiced it outside of a half hour ago. They are prepared to spring into action to keep Naruto safe if he should fall for someone not so dedicated as they are. Fortunately they are spared as Naruto shakes his head. That is not an option. It would look like you defected and worked as a spy for Konoha, and that might start a war. You could always join up with the rebels. With your knowledge of the shinobi the Mizukage has, locations of high-value targets, and weaknesses in and around Kiri. Mei looks at the ground. That isn't an option. They know I work for the Mizukage and would never be accepted into their ranks. I would hold too much of a threat of being a spy. Then why don't you go to them and give them all you know and then ask for the lowest ranking member in their forces? Show them that you are sincere and never ask for a promotion or advancement. Be humble and honest. They might never accept you fully, but as long as you are fighting for what you believe in it won't matter, Hiromi offers. Mei thinks hard about it. It would be better than serving a deranged madman hell-bent on genocide. It would be very tough being fodder though. No need to lie about what her occupation would be. That is really all low-level ninja are for, tiring out or slowing down enemy forces, and she would be front and center for that. But there would be a chance for advancement even if she doesn't ask for it. If things don't work out then she can always leave Mizu no Kuni and head for someplace looking for a highly skilled ninja with a bloodline. I'll go to the rebels, but I don't know how to contact them. On top of that I have to escape when security is low. Hikbi smirks. I've been thinking about that. Time skip 5 days. It is 2 days before Naruto and his survey group finish with their assessment. Right now they are being escorted by Mei and another Junin to the next and last town on their stop. Naruto and the girls had explained the entire situation, minus Naruto's father, to Mei. She had been curious about how he knew where exactly the tomb was. Naruto shrugged and told her that he is drawn to it and he can't explain it further. Hiromi stumbles over a branch that was hidden in the tall brush. Mei sees this. It is the agreed upon signal. Mei trudges up from the back of the group and pulls aside the Junin leading them. Suddenly a kunai finds its way into the man's heart. He drops dead in the grass. Alright, now to make a convincing battleground. Hiromi, Kayu. You both know what to do. Both women nod and they take action. While Kikbi begins tearing specific parts of her clothes into strips, Hiromi sharpens her nails and tears both her and Kikbi's clothes. Once Kikbi is done, she retrieves the corpse of the Junin and smears blood on the places where Hiromi cut their clothes. Afterwards they tie the strips into makeshift bandages and make them bloody as well, like it absorbs blood from a wound. Once they have convincing wounds and bandages, they ruffle their clothes and rub dirt and mud into their skin and hair. Once done they hand over their notes to Mei, but keep the copies of the actual economic conditions of the villages they visited. Like the Mizukage would just allow them to walk out of Kiri with detailed notes of defenses and important buildings. Meanwhile Naruto channels his chakra and goes through a long series of hand signs. Pain. Karakenden. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Once more Naruto's flaming dragon appears and burns the surrounding foliage before colliding with the ground. Naruto lets the inferno rage on before he channels more chakra. Anetsuse. Kami no Hikara. Thermal release. Ashes of God. The white flame spread from Naruto's mouth gently and slowly spread into the surrounding area. Whatever the flames touch, it disintegrates. After vaporizing enough of the place to make a convincing story, Naruto turns to see how Hiromi and Mei are progressing. Mei is shooting technique after technique into the surrounding areas. Most of them are water techniques, but she adds in a few Imton and Futon. She makes sure to use Kumu no Jutsu, as that would be very evident to the surrounding areas. Before she did that though, she had spread dozens of kunai around the place, some with smeared blood on them. Satisfied, she turns to regroup and a pang of jealousy hits her. Naruto is helping tie a bandage over Hiromi's stomach and judging from the satisfied look on Kikbi's face, he just helped her tie the one around her bust with the knot right in the middle of her breasts. So. That does it. Now we just need to send the letter to the Mizukage, Naruto says more to himself than the others. This had been planned to the last detail with 3 contingency plans as backup. One had been if the Junin hadn't been killed and made an escape. Another one is if they had been followed by Anbu. And the last one had been if Mei really had been loyal to the Mizukage and this was just a charade. Mei didn't know about the last one. Mei rejoins the group, Mei still acting shyly. I guess this is goodbye. Maybe once this war is over I will come to Konoha. Naruto gives her a nod. Maybe. Take care Terumi-san. He holds out his hand, which Mei takes and gives it a firm grip and shakes before she turns and jumps into the trees. Kikbi watches Naruto's face. You like her don't you? Naruto turns to her, an unreadable expression on his face. Perhaps as a friend but I won't allow myself to feel something for someone past a friend without assurances. Hiromi and Kikbi hug Naruto from both sides, to which he pulls them closer. As much as Naruto wants to stay like that they must move on. Come on. Those are sure to attract others. Time skip next day. Care to explain what happened? A very Tikugara asks. As soon as he received the letter, he sent no less than 4 high-level Junin ninjas. They brought the Konoha team directly to his office. It is just as the letter explains. We were traveling between villages when Junin 315 walked up to the other Junin and stabbed him through the heart with kunai. Then a group of rebels attacked us. Hiromi-san and Kayu-san were hit several times with a barrage of kunai they threw. I then retaliated and vaporized the rebels who were dumb enough to stand in a group. Junin 315 then tried to engage me, but I forced her to retreat. I could not pursue it as my charges were injured. Once we arrived at the town, I administered first aid. Luckily most of the wounds are superficial and not very deep. Yugara growls slowly. This smells of a setup, but beyond the gut feeling, he has nothing to go on. He had sent people to examine the battle site and it indeed looked as though a small war was fought. On top of that, Kayu and Hiromi, from his shinobi's account, had been dirtied and injured. Well, it would be possible to fabricate, it would be difficult. Add Ugara's paranoia to the fact that he has received no intel that a squad of rebels was in the area. But everything he has is circumstantial, nothing that would justify holding the official representatives of a cage. Very well. Please hand over your notes for inspection as you leave. We will have a boat prepared to leave tomorrow at 8 a.m. Naruto, Hiromi, and Kikbi bow low. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. Once Caillou and I present our findings and recommendations to Hokage-sama, we will send you a copy so you may improve upon your economy, Hiromi says. Let it be known that Hiromi is actually very good at economics, as she runs her village. Being good with money and knowing how to either improve or stabilize is a necessity. More importantly, she knows how to make convincing notes that have nothing to do with Kiri's economy. Very well. Dismissed. Time skip 3 weeks later. The boat pulls up the harbor just outside of waves. All three get off the boat and stretch. It has been a long time since they were on solid ground. Hiromi smirks. How about we skip the walking and get right to Konoha? Naruto looks at her with a confused look. And how are we going to do that? Hiromi looks at him in disbelief. Did you forget that I'm a dragon? I can fly. I could probably carry Kikbi in her fox form. Naruto smacks himself on the head. Sorry, but with you being in human form so long that I forgot that you aren't a human. Hiromi puts her arms around his neck and pulls him close. That's okay. I'm just glad I got to spend time with you. Before she can continue, Kikbi bounds into his back. No tender moments without me. She exclaims. Dear Kami. What have I gotten myself into? Chapter 6. 8 of the Jinchuriki. Kikbi and Hiromi argue back and forth about who gets to carry Naruto back to Konoha. And what is wrong with my fox form? I can move extremely fast while I'm 10 stories tall. Hiromi rolls her eyes. Yeah, and scare all of Hai no Kuni when you do. Did you forget that I am Naruto-kun summons? I'm made to move back and forth. Before Kikbi can retort, Naruto appears right in front of them. Girls, that's enough. Why don't we do it my way? Suddenly all three of them levitate off the ground for a second. The girls look at Naruto, confused. Then they shoot straight into the air like a speeding bullet. Both girls scream as they whirl around as they climb into the air. Hiromi is about to change into her dragon form when Naruto's voice stops her. Please tell me that you remembered what the tomb said. When he gets blank looks, he sighs and their ascent stops but they don't fall. I have complete control of gravity now, which means that I can nullify or choose a direction that gravity is now pulling things towards. Like towards Konoha. They begin to move towards the direction of Konoha, still suspended in midair. They look at Naruto with complete fascination before glumping onto him, afraid to fall to the ground. They pick up more and more speed, making them hold on even tighter. How are we moving this fast? Kikbi asks over the howling wind. Technically we are in free fall right now. It is like jumping off a cliff, but instead of moving towards the ground, we are falling in a direction that I deem. After a few minutes of silence when Naruto gets an idea. Hey girls. Wanna go faster? Before either can answer, their speed picks up drastically. Both girls grip Naruto in a death grip, making him chuckle. I'm moving the air out of the way. We had reached terminal velocity before, which means that because of air resistance, we couldn't go any faster. Now without that resistance, we don't have a limit and not the near deafening wind. Right now I'm keeping enough air to let us breathe and so we don't get flattened by the sheer speed. Kikbi looks confused, but Hiromi got it. They stay together in silence for a while before Hiromi spots something in the distance, far below them. Hiromi only spotted it due to her eyes that are made for spotting far away things. Naruto-kun. What is that? Naruto and Kikbi follow her finger and have to squint, but they see black smoke rising from the earth. Looks like a fire. Come on. Someone may need help. Naruto didn't notice the loving looks he got from both women. A month ago, he wouldn't have bothered and continued on without as much as a second glance. Slowly, but surely he is returning back to his old self. Naruto adjusts the gravity to pull them towards the smoke. Naruto dips under it and takes away the air resistance, and they all zoom towards the source of the fire. Town of Yumo. Vegito is tired. Like dead tired. She has been on the run from a couple of freaks that won't die. No matter how much damage she inflicted, they just won't die. For 5 days, she has been running, trying to get away from these bastards. No sleep to stop. They are always on her tail. She had gone into this town in hopes that they would lose her. Then she would be able to rest for a little before trying to make it back to Kumo. That was her plan before they started torching the entire town, trying to literally smoke her out. Now hundreds of people are either dead or homeless. But she can't let herself get bogged down by guilt right now. First she needs to survive. Hidden, send out my chakra. I sense another bitch nearby. Maybe they can help. But wouldn't that tell them right where I am? You know, the exact opposite of hiding and recovering my strength. But I sense Caillou's. If we can get her help, these guys will stand no chance. Vegito picks up on Bibi's unsure voice. What? Are you not sure we can? She feels Nibi shake her head. Hikbi is very headstrong and only helps if there is something in it for her. And right now, we have nothing of value to offer her. Vegito's hopes just crashed into the ground. But maybe she will because our lives are in danger. Nibi sighs in exasperation. She may be a great container, but she is rather dim. Hikbi doesn't really care about humans, and we Bidge can't really die. The likelihood of her helping is very low to non-existent just because you are going to die if you don't reach Kumo. We have to offer her something. Well, it is either to attract her attention and maybe get caught or not, and I still might die. I'll take my chances with attracting her attention, she says. She slows her breath and reaches inside of her for Nibi's. She finds the dense purple quite easily and pushes as much of it out of her body as she can. Around Yujito, a dark purple aura grows around her and abruptly erupts into the sky. Of course this has a benefit and a consequence. Good news, Kikbi now knows a Bidge is in the town. Bad news, said Bidge's pursuers now know where she is too. With Naruto, Kikbi, and Hiromi. Hikbi's eyes narrow when she sees the column of purple shoot into the sky. Well, this will be interesting. It seems Nibi no Bakaneko wishes to speak with me. Naruto pulls them to a soft landing on the grass. Surprisingly Hiromi immediately falls to her knees and kisses the ground. I thought you would be used to flying, Naruto questions. Hiromi gives him a look. I am but only in my dragon form. I dislike the sensation of falling in my human form. Naruto nods and finds Kikbi already entering the burning town. First of all, I need to take care of the fires. Naruto summons a large amount of water, pulling oxygen and hydrogen out of the air until enough water to fill a lake and quickly sends the water a mile into the air before resetting gravity to normal, allowing artificial rain to fall. After the short shower, most of the fires are put out and Naruto walks into the village to find Kikbi. He speeds up when he hears the sounds of battle. He leaps onto a roof and sees Kikbi sitting on the edge, watching three people fight. One is a blonde about 10 years older than him against two men that seems to be winning by a large margin. So what's going on? It seems that girl is the container for the Nibi no Bakaneko. I have a long history with the Bidge and she may not be so happy to see me. I now see why she alerted me to her presence. She is in need of rescue. Naruto looks from Kikbi to the raging battle. Well, are you going to help her? Kikbi sighs in annoyance. I'm not sure. Usually I demand payment for my services and from the looks of it, Nibi's container doesn't have anything to offer besides her body. In the past I would accept slaves, but now things are different now. Plus those two guys are from Akatsuki. I recognize them from a mission briefing your Hokage did with all the Anbu. That in their cloaks give them away. A few moments of tense silence between them before Naruto cuts right through it. So why are we watching and not doing anything? Naruto asks, looking at one of his future wives. Because I'm waiting for you and to see what your reaction would be. Just relax and watch. I haven't had a chance to fight someone seriously in a long while. Without so much as turning around, Kikbi takes off towards the fight. Kikbi makes fire appear between her hands and begins to mold it, making it hotter, denser. She suddenly appears between the three fighters and slams her hands down on the ground. Kitten, get clear now. Vegito doesn't need to be told twice. She uses the last bit of her reserves to shunshin away from the gorgeous Redeed. And the zombie brothers also back up, not sure what his new combatant is up to. Anapu. Funka no Gansho. Demon Art. Magma Eruption. All around Kikbi, the ground melts and for a few seconds, nothing happens. Ha. Fucking bitch can't do anything right, Haiden yells as he charges in, scythe at the ready. Haiden, stop. Kakuzu yells, but it is too late. The red head turns to Haiden, slitted eyes, and the ground underneath Haiden explodes in a column of rock melting, metal melting sludge from the core of the earth. Haiden doesn't even have time to scream as the magma, now turned lava, completely encases him and literally melts him into individual particles. The liquefying 2200 degrees Fahrenheit substance covers the area around Kikbi, making it a wasteland almost instantly. Needless to say that even though Haiden won't die from stab wounds or even decapitation, not having a body is something entirely else. One can't function if the body has been melted or evaporated. So Haiden, the immortal idiot, is dead. Kikbi lets the geyser of magma go, making it stop erupting from the ground. The ground is covered with a cooling superfluid and Kikbi crosses it like she is taking a stroll on the beach. The superheated air around her whips her hair around her face, concealing its angelic features. It also has the added benefit of shading her face, making her glowing red eyes stick out of the shadows. Bikuzu nearly shits his pants. In his very long life, there have been only a few people strong enough to make him leery, even fewer to actually scare him. But no one has made him shit his pants, and this woman nearly made him just by looking at him. Fortunately for him, his brain reactivated. You will pay dearly for that. There is no way he can face this woman on his own and not with the Nibi Jinchuriki nearby. He has to get away and tell the leader of this new development. Before he can escape, a shadow overhead gets his attention. A blonde with extremely large breasts falls from the sky and a kick lands on Kakuzu's guard, having brought it up just in time. The kick makes him fly back from just the sheer force. His intuition tells him to duck and a hand passes over him, right where his neck had been. "Damn," is all he says as the redhead engages him in a taijutsu battle while the blonde stands to the side, ready to jump in. His arms sting every time he blocks. The strength of this woman is insane. Too soon, he is panting heavily and is about to deploy his mask when the redhead jumps away, not even breathing hard. You like to hunch inch cricky while the Bijkin side of them are nearly defenseless. Well, it's time for a little payback. Anapu. Bichayatari no Tama. Demon Art. Souls of the Damned. Black. Things erupt from Kikbi's hands and shoot themselves at Kakuzu. He dodges the first 5, but then one grabs him. He looks and sees the black goop-like thing with large eyes attaching itself to his arm and he feels his skin being burned and dissolved. Then another one attaches itself to his leg, then another one. Soon he is almost covered in them, screaming as he is being either eaten or dissolved, he can't tell which one it is. Then the things were gone, but the damage was already done. A good portion of his muscles are eaten, his skin exposed directly to the air, making it sting and vulnerable to airborne. Everything. You're way over your head. I let you live to send a message back to your leader. The greatest of the Bijk will not stand idly as my brothers and sisters are captured. Any further and he will feel my wrath. Kakuzu nods and prepares to shunshin, but a foot on his chest by Kikbi stops him. Oh, I'm not done yet. Encasing her hand in fire, she stabs him in each of his legs, right where 2 of his hearts are, then another strike where his normal heart would be. Kakuzu coughs up blood and, judging from the fact that he isn't dead yet, shows that she was right in the briefing from Jiraiya. That old pervert is good for something after all. Kakuzu, beaten and broken for the very first time in his life, is deathly afraid. With his heart, he never has to fear old age and very little to fear from being killed. But this woman within minutes made him look like a fresh genin. Not only that, but she knew exactly where to hit him and that he had multiple hearts. You had better pray that I never see you again even in passing, is all she says, and Kakuzu takes advantage of the dismissal and sunshine to the nearest Akatsuki hideout. After Kakuzu takes his leave, Naruto appears next to Kikbi. Well, that was quite a show, Naruto comments before being pulled into a scorching kiss by Kikbi, his mask pulled down and out of the way. After a few minutes of making out, Naruto breaks the kiss due to the need to breathe. Not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? Kikbi smiles coyly at him. Do I need a reason to kiss my future husband? And besides, battle makes me horny. Naruto blinks. I guess thanks for the information. I hope you didn't forget about me, Naru-kun. Before Naruto can register that Hiromi is there, she too catches him in a heated kiss. Kikbi looks on, wanting to be part of it too, but now isn't the time as the Nibi owes her. As fun as it might be to pursue where this is going, we have another matter to attend to. Hiromi reluctantly breaks the kiss and leaves a dazed Naruto. Both women share a giggle and drag him towards Nibi's chakra signature. It appears that her container sought refuge inside a house, well, more of a hut really, that wasn't burnt to the ground. Vegito jumps when the door is opened and 3 people walk in. 2 are gorgeous women and a hunk of a blonde. Who are you? She asks timidly. She has nothing left. No chakra, no stamina, no energy. She is done. Her cup kitten. This is Kikbi, but I have no idea what she is doing out of her seal, nor do I know who these other 2 are. But judging from the fact that they walked in with Caillou, I can only imagine that they are with her. Vegito looks into Kikbi's slitted red eyes. An evil smirk is across her face, making Vegito very leery about what is going to happen to her. I'm sure the Nibi has informed you that using my services requires payment. Do you have anything to offer me? Vegito looks down at the ground, but when she looks up, she has purple slitted eyes like Kikbi's. Next thing the 3 of them know, Vegito is bowing low, her head nearly touching the ground. Kikbi, dono, please, just this once, let us go without payment. I promise on my tails that the next time I will pay double what you ask. You know my rules better than anyone, Nibi. It seems like every decade or so I have to save you. I cannot take an IOU. It would defeat the entire purpose of my system. Now what is it that you and your container here to offer? Nibi lets a tear fall from Vegito's eyes. There is only one way this will end, and her host will not like it one bit. Nothing. She is a Junin from Kumo, but other than that she has no relatives, no loved ones, no one to care for her. She has her apartment that she rents out and that is it. Although if you accompany us to Kumo, the rakeage will be sure to reimburse you, she offers. Kikbi looks lazily to the side. Monetary sums do not interest me. Paper only holds value as long as the establishment backing it does, and nothing lasts forever. So you have nothing to offer, and yet you ask for my help. I shall see what interests me. Kikbi walks over to Vegito, but Naruto lightly grabs her wrist. Can I talk to you outside? Kikbi nods and they walk outside, and Naruto creates a fast wind over the house to prevent the occupants from hearing. Why are you being so cruel? Can't you see she had no choice? Kikbi for the first time since her release looks at him with anger. Do not judge me for how I make my deals. I have been doing this since our separation from the Jbai and Nibi knew the costs when she signaled me. So don't dare get all self-righteous on me. Naruto is rather stunned at her outburst. This is the first time that she has ever yelled at him, ever even looked at him without any kind of lust or affection. She walks up to him and her gaze softens. But I am glad that you care. It shows that you are coming out more and more. But let me handle this. I have something planned for this girl that will benefit both her and us. She kisses him but this time it is tender and soft. But that doesn't mean that Naruto and Kikbi didn't enjoy it just as much as their last one. They break the kiss after a few seconds and Naruto gives her a smile and a hug and takes her hand before walking back into the hut. Nibi's eyes immediately shoot to Kikbi holding hands with a human, which confuses her greatly as Kikbi has never taken a mate. I have conferred with my mate and he and I agree that your container is to be our slave. Nibi drops her head. There was no way out of it now. I understand. She removes her jacket, showing an amazing body with bindings around her chest. Nibi turns around and waits. Kikbi walks up behind Yujito and places a finger on the exposed neck. Nibi feels a burning sensation but bears it easily. Once the burning goes down, a fox tattoo is on her neck. The mark of a slave. While Nibi dresses, Hiromi goes over to Kikbi and engages her in conversation like the branding of a new slave didn't just happen. Now my masters, Nibi says. She feels her throat burn. This is not something that she wanted. For now you will return to Kumo and resume your duties. We will accompany you and inform your Raikage of the changes. You will no longer be sent out on seduction missions. You are my and my mate's property and I will not have you being soiled. You will remain in Kumo until you are recalled to us. Nibi can barely believe what she is hearing. Not only will Yujito continue to be a Kunoichi but get out of those seduction missions too. She still isn't happy about the slave part but at least she won't have to seduce old men just to get their rocks off. As you wish. I suggest we return to Kumo as soon as possible. I am not sure how much longer my host will be unconscious, but when she wakes, she will resume command of her body and freak out. I will have to explain it to her so she will not fight it. Kikbi just waves nonchalantly. Whatever. Naruto if you will. He nods and the four of them levitate and move slowly out the door before shooting off into the sky towards Kumo. Hiromi cuddles with Naruto as Kikbi and Nibi catch up. So how exactly are we moving like this? Nibi asks, genuinely curious. Naruto. Can you take off your glasses? She will find out eventually anyways, Kikbi calls. Naruto shrugs and takes off his sunglasses, making Nibi gasp. Kikbi laughs at her facial expression. He is the next path of the 6 ages. He already has 4 of the elements at his command. Fire, wind, water, and gravity. And don't tell anybody minus your host. We are keeping it a secret as of right now. As to how we are moving, Naruto is changing the direction of gravity. Right now gravity for us is Kumo. Nibi nods her understanding. She watches as Naruto and Hiromi snuggle, a bit jealous. Are you really okay with that? She asks, pointing to Hiromi and Naruto. Kikbi nods. A few years ago, a teammate of his broke him. She pretended to be his girlfriend because her crush asked her to. After this girl's crush left her, he tore Naruto down to almost nothing. You know how containers are treated. This girl was one of the few things keeping Naruto from losing it and she almost destroyed him. He retreated into himself, cutting himself off from almost all things emotional. It took over 3 years to finally break him out of it and even that took weeks of both of us teasing him, being near him, begging. We finally had to strip our clothes and tell him to have children with us to finally get him to crack. Hiromi has contributed to his recovery just as much as me and she deserves to be happy with him too. Nibi understands completely. Yujito and her previous containers had all been shunned and hated. She knows all too well just how fragile their minds are. Nibi and Kikbi continue to talk, mostly about how Kikbi is out and able to move around now. They also talk about the other Bijkan where they are and who they are sealed in. Incredibly soon though, Kumo comes into view. Naruto takes us directly to the cage tower. I don't want to have to deal with a village right now and most would freak out to see Yujito like this. Naruto nods and Hiromi, though very reluctantly, lets him go. He directs their path to the tallest building in the center of the village. He has found that most hidden villages have their cage towers as the highest building, which to him seems kind of stupid to him. It is like putting neon lights on a ninja trying to hide in the dark. Naruto directed them through the large window and landed silently. The 3 from Konoha looked on, slightly impressed, at the man doing a bench press with so much weight, the bar the weight sit on is visibly bending. Nibi, already used to this sight, coughs, making the large man jump and lose his concentration. The weights slip out of his hands and he is barely able to squirm off the bench before the weights go through the bench and through the floor. The man looks on in horror and humor and laughs when he hears the barbell hit the ground floor and dent the ground by several feet. Once getting over the humorous part, he looks to see just who disturbed him in his precious workout time. He sees two gorgeous women that would set any man straight, a blonde male and Yujito, but notices she has purple cat-like eyes, which is usual for her when using nibis. Yujito, who the hell are these people? Why does that guy have a Konoha hit I8 and what the hell happened to you? Yujito walks in front of the man. Sorry, but Yugi-chan isn't home right now. Please try again later. The man starts. Then Nibi grins. Bingo. Looks like the Reikage has more than just muscles. To answer your asked and unasked questions. Yujito was on her way to her client's location when she was jumped by two members of Akatsuki. Yugi-chan fought them, but they wouldn't die even with my powers. So she fled. That was 5 days ago, and she has been moving constantly ever since with them on her tail without sleep or rest. She ducked into a town to get some rest, and they just burned the town and killed the inhabitants. So Yugi was forced to fight more. That is when I detected another tailed beast in the area. It was Kikbi, whom I've had dealing with in the past. She helped us out by killing one and severely wounding the other. However, her help doesn't come cheap. As neither Yugi-chan nor I have much in the way of personal possessions, Kikbi chose that an acceptable payment is servitude. The Reikage eyes the three with Yujito. However, the question about how I am conversing with you is because Yugi-chan is taking a much needed rest, but her body needs rest too. I'm barely able to move it and I won't be able to do that for much longer. I took control of her body just as she lost consciousness. I will tell you that she does not know about her new status. And there is nothing you can do about it. We have already been marked. Nibi turns around and unceremoniously drops her shirt and holds Yujito's hair to the side. The Reikage sees the fox tattoo where slave marks are usually made. The seethes. How could you do this? Yujito is like my daughter. I would have reimbursed you for your troubles. It isn't like she doesn't have enough already. He roars at the three. Kikbi steps forward and does her form. Fox tails and ears come out and A nearly shits his pants. He feels the oppressiveness of her around him, nearly suffocating him. Listen and listen here, you bag of flesh. Yujito's mind, body, and spirit now belongs to me and my mate. There is nothing you can do about it. Well, I am glad she has someone to care for her. I did this for her as much as for me and my mate. Now if you shut that overly large muscle of a mouth of yours, I will inform you of what she is allowed to do. The blinks at the buxom woman bitch demon. He had not been expecting that response. First of all, she will remain in Kumo for the time being and will still be a member of your shinobi corps if you allow it. Second, if she remains a shinobi then she will have no more seduction missions. I will not have a sullied and impure slave. She will not be sent on a mission over A rank nor under B rank and must be approved by the Reikage. She will not have another seal placed on her. My mate is of the former Uzumaki clan and is quite adept in seals, so he will know if one is placed on her without her consent or knowing. She may go about her daily life as she sees fit. I have no wish to micromanage her life from another village. Should she attempt to run away, break the slave mark, or in any way sabotage me, I will deal with her in any way I see fit. You will not protect her, harbor her, or attempt to give her aid. I will be most displeased if I hear this village assisted in the escape of my property. And finally, she will come to live with her masters when he or I come to collect her. Whether we will live in Konoha or not will be up to my mate. He listens to Kikbi. He now understands why she is. He doesn't know how to address Kikbi. All he knows is now why Kikbi said it was for Yujito's benefit as well. He didn't even know about the seduction missions or why his council is ordering around his shinobi. Second, she now can't be sent on missions that will be either too difficult or missions that will be available to the public records. I should protest this as Yujito's superior, but as her friend I will accept her. Servitude. She will remain a shinobi, but will not have access to any classified materials, nor will she have access to any vital locations, as her loyalty is now compromised. I will abide by the guidelines you have set. However, I do have a question. Does your enslavement also refer to the Nibi or just to Yujito? Kikbi turns her glowing red eyes to Nibi who shrinks back a little. I am bound as well as it was I who convinced Yugi-chan to signal Kikbi-sama. Raises an eyebrow at the title Nibi used but decides that it is expected for them as they obviously have a hierarchy. As much as I like speaking, this body needs to get to the hospital. I'm not sure how much longer I can stay in control. It's okay. I'll catch Yujito, says kindly. Fine, but I think it would be best if I explain the situation to her first. She is less likely to freak out on me than anybody else. The nods but Kikbi enters the conversation. My maid and I will leave a clone here so that she can know who we are. Our clones will remain with the Reikage until she has been informed of the situation. Oh, and that isn't an ordinary slave brand. It is linked with me, and I will always know where she is and will be able to administer punishment. Kikbi takes the lead to the window but stops suddenly. Oh, and if I find out that any of my conditions have been broken. Let's just say the Konoha wasn't my first attempt at leveling a village. But that the three of them float in the air before shooting off into the distance. It turns to Nibi with a serious expression. Before you say anything. I had no choice. Yujito was about to be captured and Kikbi isn't interested in monetary rewards. But first, we need Yujito to be at the hospital while you investigate just why Akatsuki knew where we would be on an A rank mission. Time skipped 2 days. Naruto and his future wife's land a few hundred feet from Konoha's north gate. He had taken his time in getting to Konoha. At freefall with a terminal velocity that was far greater than it normally would be, they would have reached Konoha within 2 hours. During that time, Naruto and Kikbi felt their clones dispel, informing them that Yujito has been informed and while not happy about being a slave, accepts it. As soon as they touch the ground, Hiromi wraps Naruto in a hug and tenderly kisses him. I need to return to my village. I've been gone too long as it is. Her heart nearly breaks at Naruto's expression. But I will see you again in the near future. Now that I will be here most of the time, I will have someone else in charge of the main functions of the village. Summon me again in a week, okay? Naruto nods sadly. That is when Kikbi pounces on his back. Don't worry Naru-kun. That just means more time for us. Hiromi chuckles. She caresses Naruto's face and looks into his eyes. I'll miss you. With a puff of smoke, Hiromi disappears back to the summoning realm and Kikbi kisses his cheek from behind. Don't be sad. Once she gets back, that grandma of yours can do the wedding ceremony for us. Of course, we don't have to wait, but I think Hiromi would appreciate it if we did. Naruto nods behind his half-face mask and sunglasses. I know, and as much as I want to walk with you down the street like this, that would only cause problems. So come out again when we get to the Hokage office, okay? Kikbi gives him another kiss on her cheek and ruffles his hair affectionately before disappearing back into the now highly glorified storage seal. Naruto gets through the gate guards after they hassle him. Only after a subtle threat that the Hokage is expecting him do they let him through. He uses the rooftops to make it to the tower, noticing that he drew some attention from the Anbu, but they know who he is and let him go after identifying him. He jumps and uses subtle gravity manipulation and dives through the open window. Tsunade, who had been napping on her papers, jumps up, ready to defend herself. Naruto chuckles at her sleep-laden eyes and the glassy expression on her face. Quick as a flash, he moves forward and lightly slaps her face a few times and gets out of range of her devastating punch before she can retaliate. She blinks, those slaps doing their jobs, and wakes her up. She drops her guard when she sees her adopted grandson. She swears she can see him grinning at her from behind that mask of his. She turns around and grumbles about disrespecting blondes when she stops mid-stride. Wait. Smiling. She whirls around and pulls that mask down. True to her instincts, there is a small smile on his face. Naruto? She asks. Hi. Ba-chan. Her heart skips a beat and warmth spreads around her chest. He hasn't called her that in years. Not since before that event. She wraps him in motherly, albeit a crushing, hug much faster than he has ever seen her move. Could you let go please? I need to breathe. Naruto gasps. But she doesn't listen. He almost rolls his eyes and is about to do something when Tsunade is pried off of him. Tsunade looks shocked that someone overcame her immense strength for a second but sees her would-be assaulter as Kikbi. It is no surprise that Kikbi would be physically stronger than her. I would like it if you don't kill him. Tsunade nods and dismisses the Anbu posted in her office. She shuts the window and locks the door. Sorry about that Naruto. I'm just happy that you're getting back to your old self again. She looks at the papers on her desk and is shocked to see Kikbi sitting on Naruto's lap with his arms around her waist. So? When did this happen? Naruto shrugs. Hiromi-chan and I finally got him to open up in a village outside of Kiri a few days before we left there, Kikbi informs her, all the while enjoying finally being accepted by her chosen mate. Wait. This Hiromi. Who is she? I know you asked for a new letter that are included, but I don't know who she is. Naruto thinks for a second. He has Kikbi get off his lap and back into the seal, while Naruto goes and puts a hand on Tsunade's shoulder. He shunshions both of them to the furthest training ground, number 45, right next to the Forest of Death. Tsunade falls on her ass, being seated when the shunshin occurs, and grumbles to herself as she gets off the ground. When she looks up, she sees that Kikbi is already outside, and Naruto nicks his thumb and wipes it against his summoning seal. Kuchiyus no Jutsu. A small puff of smoke in Hiromi can be seen with an amused look on her face and a hand on her hip as the smoke clears. You know, I knew you would miss me, but I didn't think you wouldn't be able to go 10 minutes without seeing me. Tsunade's eyes nearly come out of their sockets. Wait. She is your summons? She asks dumbly. Hiromi, not noticing the older woman earlier, whips around to face her. Oh. Well, I guess that explains why I'm here. Tsunade looks from Naruto to the blonde that has a larger bust than her own, her jaw agape. You didn't tell me she was your summons. What would the boss summons have to say with her staying so long in our world? I'm assuming you didn't send her home every night as that would make things suspicious. As a summoner herself, she knows the intricacies of summoning. While she and her sensei both have the boss summons as their personal summons, not every clan is like that, and some are extremely touchy about how long their clan members stay in the human world. Her theory however is popped when an amused Hiromi laughs at the younger than her but still older than everyone else woman. Tsunade sees amusement in her eyes. You have no idea who I am, do you? When Tsunade shakes her head, Hiromi looks at Naruto. She silently is asking permission for something, and Naruto is deep in thought. With a sigh he nods to her and Hiromi puffs out and goes back to her village. Confused about what is going on, Tsunade opens her mouth to voice her confusion when Naruto wipes more blood on the seal. Fuchius no Jutsu. This time an enormous amount of smoke comes out of nowhere and when it clears, Tsunade is breathless. This dragon is the largest summon she has ever seen. Despite herself, she feels a chill of fear run down her spine as the dragon lowers its massive head to the ground. And you were worried about the boss's summons. Kikbi interjects. Both Naruto and Tsunade had forgotten that she was here as well. Tsunade gulps and just for kicks, Hiromi raises her head and lets out an ear-slitting roar. It is so loud that one of the Anbu that is hiding in the trees gets shaken out. He hits the ground, looks to his Hokage and back into the trees to his direct superior, and jumps back into the trees like nothing happened and he hadn't just blown their cover. Tsunade quickly sends them away, admonishing them for tailing her. After uncovering his ears, Naruto manipulates gravity to float up to Hiromi and sits on her snout, ignoring a gobsmacked Tsunade while she looks to Kikbi for an explanation. You know. I knew summoning you in your dragon form was going to attract attention, but I didn't count on that. Oh well, it was bound for people to know I'm back sooner or later. Sorry Naruto-kun, but being that tiny body for such a long time makes me cramp, she says softly, but sheepishly. Naruto scratches the skin in between her scales. It's alright. I understand. Listen. You said you need a week, right? Well, Kikbi was thinking that when you get back, we would get married. I was wondering what you think. That's fine. They are interrupted by Kikbi. Hey, you two, don't forget about me down here. I don't want to have to go all fox form just to talk to you guys. She yells. Naruto pales at the threat and knows that she would. Hiromi quickly puts her head down to the ground, leaving Naruto to hang on for his life. Well, maybe not his life but one hell of a ride. Naruto lets himself drop to the ground once it is a safe distance to do so and slaps his head. Stupid. So Hiromi, this is Tsunade Senju, Godam Hokage of Konohagakure no Sado. Bachan, this is Hiromi, boss of the Dragon Clan, and my personal summons as well. Tsunade is stunned stupid. Her mind is trying to work out just how much mass gets into that small body. She is sure that if the dragon were to land in the middle of Konoha, the wings would go from one end of the village to the other. She stands there for a good 30 seconds before she smacks her own face to get herself back to reality. Must hide it in those breasts of hers, she thinks dryly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm curious as to how. Just then 24 shinobi drop onto the ground. Included are Naruto's old teammates, Team 10, Team 8, several Jnin and Shknin. Tsunade-sama. We saw them on. Is that Naruto? Sakura stops when she sees a tall blonde boy. There is only one of those in the village. She rushes forward, but Hiromi puts her head right near Naruto, growls viciously at her, making her back off. That banshee hurt him once, and there is no way in the 9 circles of hell is she going to allow her to even get close to him. Naruto turns around and looks at her, while scratching her. Kikbi would have been there, but she had disappeared into the sea right before the group landed to avoid awkward questions. It's alright. They haven't seen me in a while, so it's only natural. Hiromi sees the appreciative look in his eyes and calms, but keeps her head near him and eyes the crowd. Every once in a while, she growls, making the shinobi around the training ground shift nervously. When Naruto turns, he eyes Sakura coldly. Now what were you going to call my summons, Haruno? Wait. That mission. That was you. Yuro. Haruno, you know it is against the law to reveal what you are about to say, so don't. Tsunade roars at her. But the damage was done. Now they all know Naruto is a part of Anbu, as that is the only law like that. An awkward silence falls on the group. Hosh. It appears that Naruto-san's youthfulness is at an all-time high. I wish to challenge you, Naruto-san, to a spar. Naruto gives a non-committal nod in his general direction, but turns back to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, if you don't mind, we have things we need to discuss. Do you need a ride back to the tower? Tsunade takes one look at Hiromi, then shakes her head. Thanks, but I prefer to keep my feet on the ground. With that she shuntions back to the tower. Naruto jumps onto Hiromi's snout and with a quick warning to Naruto, she lets loose another mighty roar before making them channel chakra into their feet to keep from getting blown away as she goes airborne. She zooms off into the air, away from the baffled looks. Once in the air, Naruto rubs her snout. I don't mean to push you to leave, but you were probably busy when I summoned you. I'll try not to bug you so much over the next week. Naruto feels a little buck from Hiromi, making him look back at her. You're never a bother and you never bug me. Don't hesitate next time to call me. I always enjoy spending time with you. Besides, I didn't have time to start anything so you didn't catch me while I was busy. Naruto fights back a tear and feels a pair of arms wrap around him. Don't ever be shy about calling us. We will always be there to help you, Naru-kun, Kikbi says from behind him. And don't worry about that Banshee team. Hiromi-chan and I won't let her even get close to your person. Naruto relaxes as much as he can while in the air into Kikbi's grip. Hiromi looks on, a little jealous that she isn't the one to comfort him. She flies circles around Konoha for now, allowing them more time to converse. Thanks. I don't think that I'm ready for that yet. And don't worry about wondering when I was going to leave. I was about to take a mud bath and one sounds good right about now. So I'll drop you off at the tower and I'll see you when you summon me next, she says cheerfully. A little too cheerful. Next thing Kikbi and Naruto know, they are in a free-fall as Hiromi takes herself home. The thing was that she was a good few thousand feet in the air when she did so. Kikbi latches onto Naruto as he begins to slow their descent to a tolerable level. He finds a speed that is quick enough to get them down in a timely manner and make them just a blur to the surrounding shinobi, but slow enough that they aren't going to die. Within 5 minutes, they are in Tsunadi's office once again, Kikbi on Naruto who is sitting on a couch across from Tsunade. So Kikbi tells me that you have control of gravity, which is how you floated up to a 12-story dragon, I'm assuming. Naruto nods and takes off his glasses for once. This and his apartment are now the only places where he can take them off without worry. He relays the mission, the demon in the tomb and all. He tells her of Mei and how they sent her off with their analysis of Kiri and its defenses and fighting ability. Then Naruto hands Tsunade a copy of Hiromi's actual assessment of Kiri overall position as one of the great ninja villages. When he gets to the part about Yujito and how he and Kikbi now own a slave, she was a little upset until Kikbi explained why she did that. After that, Kikbi explained the conditions for Yujito to stay in Kumo. So what you're saying is that Konoha now has another Jinchuriki? She asks. No, Kikbi snaps. Konoha doesn't have a second Jinchuriki. It doesn't even have one. If Naruto wanted to, he could kill everyone in this village and not even get blood on him, and I would help him along with Hiromi. Nibi and her vessel belong to me and Naruto. Not Konoha, not you. Just us until such times as I see fit to release her from our services. Tsunade is a little ticked at that, but decides that getting in a fight with the queen of the demons isn't a smart thing. Regarding Hiromi and Kikbi going to be married to me, I would like to activate the Kra. Tsunade had been expecting that. The board will agree to that easily, but they will probably try to set you up with one of each of their own clan members, she warns. They have no say in what I do. The Kra is clan business, and the board has no right in saying what I do with my clan. They can suggest a number of wives for me or even suggest that I activate it. But they cannot force me on it. The only thing they have a say in is whether or not to activate the Kra the clan's asking and when to deactivate it. Other than that it is clan business and has no say in it. Slightly taken aback by the outburst, Tsunade can only nod. I will only marry those who I chose and who my current wives or fiancés agree to. So, seeing as how the board will not be a problem for you, when are you thinking about having the wedding and do you want to do it separately or in one big ceremony? Kikbi says next week and Hiromi agrees. Also I was thinking of one ceremony. We're going to be a family so why make it private? That will only lead to them competing against each other and leading to jealousy. Oh, does Naru-kun not want us to fight? Kikbi says in a tone like people talk to toddlers. Instead of answering, he covers her mouth. Sorry about that. She can be. Ow. Naruto takes his hand away to see a grinning Kikbi and Naruto's hand slightly covered in saliva. You bit me. Oh you just wait. I'm sure I'll be biting you more. Tsunade throatily interrupts them. As glad as I am to see someone to love you, Naruto, please leave that kind of talk and action outside my office. Now what are you going to do about the Rookie 11 and Kakashi? Naruto shrugs. If they want to talk to me minus her, then that is fine. I'll be honest with them and they can either deal with the new me and my soon-to-be wives or they can leave me the hell alone. I don't need them and they certainly don't need me. You should talk to them. The door was open when she broke your heart and most of them were in the hallway visiting Lee, Chinjai, Niji, and others of the retrieval team. They all have shunned her, even Info. You should have heard Shikamaru and what he told her. He even slapped her. I don't think she has had more than a dozen full conversations with anyone of the Rookie 11 since that day. I'm not saying you should have a party, but be social. Maybe go out of your way to say hello to some of them every once in a while. They support you and are even willing to stop being friends for you. If that isn't loyalty, then I don't know what is. Naruto is a little shocked. He didn't think that they felt that strongly for him. Ino was the one that shocks him the most. He was sure that she would side with Sak. Her. I'll try. Tsunade smiles, a rare genuine one. That's all I ask. I'll set the appointment with the board in 2 days. You will need to be present to make an official request. Oh, and you can probably come out with your real name now that you are able to defend yourself. With your permission, I'll announce it tomorrow. Naruto nods in understanding. If that is all, I think I will walk around the street some. Tsunade waves her hand in a dismissal. See you Bachan. And then Naruto is gone. Tsunade allows a tear to fall on the paper that she is about to sign. She calls Shizune to message Jiraiya. Time skip 2 days. Naruto and Kikbi walk into the board chambers, ready for their meeting. They walk hand in hand, much to Kikbi's joy. The board goes silent with their entry. Naruto is wearing the half mask with sunglasses. Tsunade stands and addresses him. Namikaze Naruto, you have requested as head of the Namikaze clan to activate the Clan Restoration Act set forth by the Nidaime Hokage. This act allows you to legally marry more than one woman to produce heirs and save your clan from extinction. The rules of the CRA are simple. You must take a minimum of 3 wives and no more than the current ratio of female to male population of the village multiplied by 2 if it is greater than 3. As set by this act, the ratio of the population is taken every 4 months. As of 2 months ago by the most current survey, the ratio is 2 to 1, which means that you may not take more than 4 wives. Namikaze Naruto, do you accept these terms? I do. Then we shall take a vote. All those in favor of activating the CRA for the Namikaze clan, raise your hands. There is an overwhelming number of yes votes, making the no votes completely irrelevant. Only 2 hands said no, but they are from minor civilian clans that have yet to let go of the grudge of Kikbi. Very well. By order of the Hokage and backed by the board, the Namikaze clan has now been placed under the CRA until such times as their numbers become great enough to remove it. Congratulations Naruto. If there is nothing else, you are dismissed. Naruto nods and leaves with Kikbi, who is very exuberant. She jumps on his back and Naruto carries her out of the Hokage tower, a smile on their faces. Hey Naruto. And then it is gone. In front of them is Sakura, holding a stack of papers for the Hokage to sign. Who is she? Kikbi gets off of Naruto's back and marches up to Sakura, glaring at Sakura the whole way. Nobody you want to cross. Now I suggest you go about your business before things get ugly. Sakura's face grows red with anger. And who do you think you are? I am Naruto Fry. Kikbi gets within an inch of Sakura's face, rage clearly evident on her features. If you say friend, I'm going to rip your throat out. You are not his friend. Friends do not hurt each other like you did to him. Before things can get out of hand, Naruto grips Kikbi's elbow and starts to pull her away. One Kaiu. Kikbi allows herself to be pulled away, but she suddenly stops and swivels back to Sakura. And just for the record, I am his fiancé. I have every right to hate you. Sakura's jaw goes slack and she drops the papers in shock, giving Kikbi a lot of satisfaction at her shocked look. However, Naruto reasserts himself and pulls her away before anything else can happen. You shouldn't antagonize her like that. Kikbi HPHMS and pulls Naruto's arm into the crook of her cleavage. She deserves whatever she gets. I will not let her get away with it. Naruto frees his arm and puts it around her shoulder, pulling her into him. He kisses her forehead, making her smile as they walk. Thanks for protecting me, but you don't have to be so pushy about it. Before the two of them walk any further, his Anbu captain lands in front of them. You are to report to the Hokage's office at once. Naruto sighs and nods to him. The Anbu leaves to continue his mission of summoning his squad. Shall we go? Naruto nods and sunshine away. Hokage office. When Naruto arrives, he sees he is one of the last to arrive. The office is full of Anbu, both Black Ops, regular, and the Hokage's personal guard. Naruto already has on his owl mask and his armor-turned hoodie over his blonde hair, masking his identity. Kikbi is in a fox form on his shoulders, curled up on his shoulders, nuzzling his neck under the hoodie. With a little more sunshine, Naruto's captain and 2 other members of his squad arrive. Tsunade, seeing that everyone has arrived, quiets everyone. I have called this meeting to inform you all that Konoha is being targeted by Akatsuki. Jiraiya received word that in 3 days' time, Akatsuki will invade and try to capture the Kikbi Jinchuriki. I have already sent our fastest envoys to Iwa, Kumo, and Sana to help combat this threat. We will have all those who help here in Konoha where we will make our stand since Konoha is the target and the most defended place in Hai no Kuni. Each of you will receive instructions. Most of them will be border patrols, increased wall guards, and the like. I am mandating a complete recall of all our shinobi. During this time, no missions will be accepted. Tomorrow you should all train vigorously, but the next day, everyone is to take it easy and rest. I will make an announcement to the rest of the shinobi in 1 hour. One Anbu voices a question. Do we know anything about the invasion force? Numbers, ranks, invasion plans, routes they will be taking? No. Not at this point. That is anything more than speculation. Unverified intel is more dangerous than no intel. Jiraiya will be doing all that he can, but he is only one man. The Anbu commander will be drawing up battle plans, so we will be as prepared for it as possible. Your captains have your assignments. Dismissed. Owl, step forward. The room clears out except for Naruto. Kikbi comes out from her hiding place and sits on Tsunadi's desk. Can either of you communicate with Yujito? Tsunade asks. Kikbi shifts into her human form and nods. Through the slave mark I made on her, I am aware of her location, her current condition, and I can give her commands through the link. Tsunade nods. Good. I was counting on that. Send Yujito a message and have her ask for Kumo's help. I'm pretty sure that they will accept since they have 2-inch Kriki that would vastly help our defenses. Kikbi touches the back of her neck, opening the communications between them. Kumo Yujito's apartment. Things in her life have been on a dramatic improvement. First the council gets a beatdown from the Raikage for ordering around his shinobi, and then she gets forbidden from seduction missions and missions that are a waste of her time. One bad thing is that she is no longer privy to classified information anymore, but that doesn't bother her much. The worst thing though. She can't date, can't have sex, can't have an active relationship. Despite her hating the fact that she was forced on those seduction missions, she is practically addicted to sex now. From her tenant, who is the horniest of the bitch can enters heat every few weeks, to the sheer frequency of those missions, she can't stand not having her body pleasured like that. Right now she is relieving her stress the only way she knows how. By masturbating. 3 fingers deep, booking her hips, groping a breast, moaning loudly. The whole 9 yards. Imagine her surprise when she hears an unfamiliar voice. Yujito. She stops instantly and bolts straight up, looking around for whoever interrupted her alone time. Whoever interrupts her is going to die. Yujito. The voice calls again. It is full of authority and power, count her slightly but only just. She whirls around, ready to defend herself and tear the person calling her apart. Try in your mind. Nibi, what the hell is going on? She asks. Nibi stirs. She yawns and looks around in the mindscape. Kitten, come in here. Someone wishes to see you. Yujito is confused. There isn't anyone besides Nibi in her mind. But with nothing better to do and looking for answers, she relents. She appears in the mindscape completely naked, just like in the real world. There is no reason to hide herself as only Nibi is there and she knows what she looks like anyways. She approaches Bibi's cafe and sees her red-haired master. Her mouth hangs open, completely stunned. Kikbi turns and smirks at the gobsmacked Yujito. Well hello my servant. I see you have been enjoying yourself. Yujito blushes in embarrassment and covers herself with her arms. Are you embarrassed? You shouldn't be in front of your master. Yujito's ire rises. What the hell do you want? She spits. Suddenly her slave mark becomes scorching hot, her flesh glowing red hot from the seal. She grasps her neck, but her fingers get burned and she pulls them off. She writhes on the ground in immense pain for what seems like hours. As quickly as the pain comes, it is gone. She lays on the ground, breathing heavily while her skin cools down. Kikbi kneels on the small of her back, pushing Yujito's body into the ground. Nibi looks on in sympathy. She doesn't like to see her host in pain, but she needs to learn this lesson, or it will be much worse later on. You had best learn to respect your masters, otherwise the consequences will be much more severe. Now I have a task for you. Kikbi allows Yujito to at least get on her knees. Fuck you. She yells out. Before Kikbi can activate the slave seal again, Nibi calls out. Kikbi-sama, please forgive her. She is in withdrawal from not having sex. Those bastards made her addicted to pleasure from having her so many times in quick succession. Also, I'm in heat again which is only aggravating her condition. Kikbi looks from Nibi and back to Yujito's defiant glare. Quick as a flash, Kikbi has Yujito pinned up against a wall by her neck. She presses 2 fingers to the top of Yujito's already soaked folds from her earlier attempts and a light red chakra surrounds her fingers. Yujito instantly lets out a loud howl of pleasure, stimulating her nerves like nothing has before. She squirms violently, but Kikbi's grip is iron. In mere seconds, Yujito has fluid spilling out from an earth-shattering orgasm. It is so strong that Yujito nearly passes out, her world spinning around her like a top. Her breath is once again very shallow as she tries to breathe, but her body doesn't seem to be cooperating. If not for Kikbi's grip on her, she would have fallen over. Kikbi allows Yujito to come down from her high and looks into Yujito's eyes dead on. From now on, you will not be disobedient. You will not talk back, you will not fight, and you will definitely not beg for release. Do I make myself clear? Yujito instantly bows her head in submission, clear as day who her master is. I understand. Kikbi-sama. Kikbi lets her go, but Yujito does not get up, showing that she isn't going to fight Kikbi's dominance. You are to go to the Raikage and inform him that Akatsuki is on the move and will invade Konoha in 3 days' time. We wish for an alliance to deal with this threat as it will set Akatsuki back in their plans for a long time or eliminate them completely. We have already sent word to Iwa and Suna. You will open the slave mark once you have the answer. Yujiro nods her understanding. Kikbi bends down to look her in the eyes. I know that you don't approve of this situation, but it is for your own good. Even your Reikage thinks so. I know that this won't be easy on you, but I try to have your best interest in mind, and not just because you're my servant, but because you are a Jinchuriki like my mate used to be. I respect your ability to not give in, to keep going. I will be coming here every few days to break you of your addiction, and eventually you will be free of it. Kikbi stands back up to leave, but Yujido's arm reaches out and grabs the hem of her pants. Kikbi looks back to see Yujido's eyes covered by her bangs. I know that this is better than what it was. I'm grateful for saving me. But I want to. I want to love who I want. I can't date who I want because no relationship can last without sex. I want to have a relationship. By this point Yujido is bawling. Kikbi turns and lifts Yujido's head to make her look at her. If a male requires sex, then it won't be a fulfilling relationship and is just in it for the sex. Sex is just that. Sex. It doesn't mean much nowadays because people trivialize it and sex just complicates things. My mate and I haven't had sex, but we love each other and we are going to go get married soon. Kikbi gives a slight squeal at the thought. I will allow you to sex with them. But only if you date them for 6 months beforehand. No one-night stands, no drunk sex. And if you feel strongly enough for yourself. Other than he or she can come with you when you come to live with us. Yujido looks at her master with tears in her eyes. Suddenly she throws her arms around Kikbi's neck and sobs. Kikbi pats her head lightly. Thank you. Master. Kikbi disengages herself from Yujido. It is time to wake up and go and see your Reikage. Yujido nods and disappears from the mindscape. Kikbi turns to Nibi, who is eyeing Kikbi gratefully. I trust you to keep her out of trouble and away from making any mistakes. Also tell her to put chakra into the seal to contact me. I'll put a seal on the inside of your cage so you can contact me on your own. Nibi nods and Kikbi puts her hand on the wall, just inside the cage. A replica of the slave tattoo appears on the wall, slightly hidden in the dark shadows. Kikbi turns to leave when Nibi's voice stops her. Thank you for treating her like this. I know it isn't easy for her, but that is no excuse to lose control over her emotions like that. I'm doing what I can to help everyone out. Before Naruto, I wouldn't have batted an eye at her situation, but now. I feel compelled to help her, to help all of the Jinchuriki. I don't know how to deal with these new feelings. Nibi sways her tails behind her, thinking. Maybe it is because you don't want to disappoint that mate of yours. Other than that, I can only think that your nature is changing, but I've never heard of anything like that happening. Didn't it happen to Gobi? He changed from a creature that doesn't exist to a weasel. Oh well. I'll think about it later. I've got to go and get back as I have been gone much longer than I anticipated. With that, Kikbi disappears from Yujido's mindscape, leaving Yujido to wonder just what that conversation she overheard was as she dresses. Hokage office. Naruto slightly panicked when Kikbi slumped over, but after checks by Tsunade that were completely useless because she doesn't have an actual body, they sit her on the couch, her head in Naruto's lap. He gently strokes her long, soft hair, looking down at his angel with a soft expression. Tsunade looks on at the scene with a large smile of her own. This is what Naruto deserves, this is how it should have been all along. Two lovers. Both are quite glad when Kikbi stirs. Ox-kun, that feels good. Naruto continues his ministrations and Kikbi melts into his touch, his caress. She purrs slightly at his gentle touch. As much as Tsunade hates to break up this tender moment, there was a reason for them being here. She gets their attention, well Naruto's, but Kikbi doesn't open her eyes. Don't stop, she mumbles and Naruto resumes his petting. So? How did it go? I had a little trouble with her, but I made sure she knew who her masters were. She is delivering a message to the Reikage as we speak. I told her to contact me as soon as she has an answer. Tsunade opens her mouth to dismiss them when her door opens and a very tired Chunin enters the office. Report. The shinobi tries to stand straight up but he can't, his muscles are too fatigued. Iwa has agreed to help us. They wish for revenge against Akatsuki for taking their Jinchuriki. A force of 1,000 shinobi consisting of Chunin and Chunin level ninjas will be here tomorrow. And with that the messenger shinobi passes out. Anbu, take this man to the hospital and then round up civilians and have them help set up tents on the training fields. The hotels in the village will not be enough. The Anbu salutes before he shies Sunshine away. Tsunade turns her head to Naruto. I have an assignment for you. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.